January 6 rioters in jail. Rioters who violently assaulted police officers.
Oh, shut up, Durbin.
Choir as, quote, political prisoners.
That's what they were.
Political prisoners.
Political prisoners.
But at least 6 members pleaded guilty to assaulting law enforcement officers on January 6th.
With their hands tied.
All 6 have now been pardoned by President Trump. Here are some of those people who received blanket clemency by President Trump on his first day in office.
Let's talk about Joe Biden's pardons. How about that?
Assaulted Capitol Police officers with pepper spray, incapacitating 3 officers. Ryan Nichols sprayed pepper spray on multiple police officers. After the attack, Nichols posted on Facebook, and I quote, "So yes, I'm calling for violence and I will be violent." Jordan Mink struck officers, quote, aggressively with a long pole. He spat at officers and threw large items at them.
So while we listen to Dick Durbin eviscerate Americans who were very angry about their election being stolen in 2020, we spend another day watching Democrats try to subvert good people from running our government. Welcome to the Clown Show. Dick Durbin leads the Clown Show. Good morning, AT. This is a criminal right here. This face. That's the face of a disgusting criminal who's been holding the American people hostage for as long as he's been in office.
The crowd at the Capitol was unarmed or armed only with non-lethal objects like bottles, flagpoles, or bike racks.
Nobody was armed with a bike rack,
Patel
please.
has also peddled conspiracy theories for his own financial benefit, promoting a line of dietary supplements.
If you say conspiracy theories, and we know you're a liar. Conspiracy theorists are the truth tellers of 2025.
FBI Director Bob Mueller. I met him a few days after 9/11. That's when he took over the FBI. I trusted him. I worked with him. I did everything I could to help him because I believe that the FBI was.
Remember when Mueller came out and he looked like literally a corpse? Remember that?
Bob Mueller was an extraordinary man.
Oh, he looked like he might have been extraordinary maybe 50 years ago.
I knew it.
They rolled him out practically on a stretcher.
And when he was in college and graduated, a friend of his a year ahead of him had enlisted in the Marine Corps and was killed.
Bob Mueller is irrelevant.
Bob was inspired to do the same thing, join up in the Marine Corps.
By the way, he didn't find any Russian collusion.
He received a Bronze Star with a Valor Pin, and he also received Purple Heart.
He also didn't know a lot of things like
about his experience
Perkins Coie and their relationship to the man that
returned to combat.
Lied about Trump.
He was just that kind of fella. Regardless of party, he was a real American.
Yeah, right.
He was a longtime federal prosecutor,
a real American criminal,
a U.S. attorney, the head of the DOJ's criminal division, and acting deputy attorney
CIA, Criminals in America.
After 9/11, I worked with him, and we had a good relationship, a professional relationship. We didn't always see eye to eye, but I respected him so much for what he had given to this country. In this book, Mr. Patel calls Director Bob Mueller, quote, a swamp creature.
So true.
With all due respect, Mr. Patel,
he wasn't wrong.
I've not worn the uniform of this country, and neither of you.
We all saw the swamp creature emerge from the swamp looking very swampy when he did.
Is an indication of the depths your political views take you. The FBI plays a critical role in keeping America safe from terrorism, violent crime, and other threats. Our nation needs an FBI director who understands the gravity of this mission.
Yeah, it goes along with lies.
Day one, not someone.
Oh, you mean like Cheating Cheadle?
Personal political grievances.
She wasn't even really the FBI director at all. She was just a figurehead.
Families safe from terrorism, drug trafficking, and violent crime. Not this checklist of grievances we find in this book. Mr. Patel, your record makes it clear you're not that person. I yield.
You're disgusting, Durbin.
Senator Durbin, before I call on Senator Tillis, I want to clear up something the way I see it, and I think, of going to invite everybody that it can be cleared up. This business about what Mr. Patel said about cowards in uniform. It's a mischaracterization of what he actually said. So I'm going to.
Oh, he's calling him out as a liar. Good job.
Mr. Patel gave
Go,
that
Grassley, go.
to his post to hear what he actually said. When he said cowards in uniform, he was talking about senior Pentagon leadership failing to mobilize the National Guard to protect the Capitol. His comments had nothing to do with police. Mr. Patel made his comments
Thank you.
while discussing an article in the New York Times exposing grave miscommunication between the Department of Defense and the DC National Guard. So I would encourage people to follow up on that.
Yeah, find out the truth, people. You've just been lied
Thank you, Mr.
to
Chairman,
by a swamp
Ranking
creature.
Member, colleagues on the Senate Judiciary Committee. It's my honor to introduce KASH Patel, President Trump's nominee to be FBI Director. I've completed due diligence on his life and career, and I'm convinced that KASH possesses significant expertise
Finally.
and ironclad commitment to justice, and he's an outstanding choice to lead the FBI.
Yes, he is.
KASH's parents are Indian immigrants of Gujarati ancestry. They're up here in the front row. The Gujarat state is a melting pot of religions, including Hinduism, Islam, Jainism, with temples, mosques, and other religious sites scattered across the state. His father was raised in Uganda, but his family had to flee the country to escape repression under Idi Amin. His mother was born in Tanzania. They met and married in India and ultimately made their way to New York City by way of Canada, where his parents, along with 7 brothers and sisters and their spouses and at least a half a dozen kids, lived under the same roof. His parents raised KASH in the Hindu faith, and they instilled in him the values of hard work and education. KASH is a devout Hindu, and consistent with his faith, he's shown respect to people of all faiths. KASH attended the University of Richmond, where he earned his bachelor's degree in criminal justice and history. He went to Pace University School of Law, where he earned his JD, and an international law certificate from the University College of London, Faculty of Laws. KASH began his career as a public defender in Florida, where he led or co-led more than 60 jury trials in state and federal court. KASH clearly demonstrated a devotion to upholding the rule of law and defending the rights of individuals. KASH led the defense of Jose Buitrago in United States versus Buitrago, a high-profile case in Florida in 2015. Buitrago was one of the Colombian nationals arrested in a major drug bust involving Operation Backrim. KASH and his co-counsel successfully argued that key evidence was withheld by the prosecution, leading to Buitrago's release. I suspect some of KASH's disdain for prosecutorial misconduct stemmed from this experience. KASH was hired as a senior counsel on the House Permanent Select Subcommittee on Intelligence Committee, I should say, in 2017. He told me he distinctly remembers my friend Trey Gowdy comment shortly after they were introduced. He said in Trey's dialect, "KASH, Congress is where righteous investigations go to die. I hope you're ready." I think KASH was ready, and he went on to establish a solid reputation for pursuing the facts, and from there, he held senior posts at the NSC, the Department of Defense, and the DNI. Since leaving the administration in 2020, KASH has written articles and books on national security, law, and governance. Through his work as an author, KASH continues to advocate for justice and transparency, and to be ever vigilant in defending our great democracy and the rule of law. Colleagues, I created a KASH bingo card that I have available to any of my colleagues who would like it on the other side of the aisle. Some may view this as an unserious caricature and not appropriate for this committee. Sadly, I consider it a serious caricature of what I expect to be witnessed today. I think we'll have words like enemies list and deep state. I've already X'd out 4 boxes in the opening statements alone. The fact of the matter is, some people will be here to simply substantiate a false narrative. At worst, they may be just going through an unfounded litany of quotes and half-truths, some of which have already been dispelled by the chairman after the opening statements.
Yep, they're liars. They'll be proven liars.
Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, in my 10 years in the Senate, I hope I've established a reputation for being fair, doing my homework, and taking tough positions that have been met with harsh criticism. Heck, I've even been censured by my entire state and 30 counties for taking tough positions. And I stand by those decisions today and my decision to support KASH Patel.
Thank God for you.
When President Trump announced his intent
Kennedy
to
is an
nominate
honorable
KASH,
name.
I contacted Trey Gowdy and others who worked with KASH, and they gave me glowing recommendations.
Hi,
So
Laura.
I called KASH on December the 2nd and offered to help him with his nomination. Since then, we have spent hours together, in person and on the phone. I've asked him difficult questions, and I've urged him to reach out to members across the aisle. In fact, KASH Patel has met with 60 members of the U.S. Senate. Every member except the last 3 who were sworn in, and the majority of the members on the other side of the dais in this committee and members off the committee. Chair Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, friends and colleagues on the committee, I've completed my due diligence of KASH Patel, and I am honored to provide my strongest recommendation for his confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that introduction. Before I swear you, I want to make clear that before you give your statement, if you want to introduce family and friends in the audience, you're welcome to do that. Would you please stand? Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do, Mr. Chair. Okay. You may proceed.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today.
Thank you, Laura. Why do we need
with
approval
a
from
word of
corrupt
prayer
criminals?
For the tragic accident that befell our nation last night,
Last night
where
was
we lost
horrible.
civilians and service members. I pray for their families.
Why did that happen?
I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jesse Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there. They would later emigrate to New York, as the senator pointed out, where I was born, and we were raised in a household of my father's 7 siblings, their spouses, and at least half a dozen children. That's the only way we knew how to do things at the time, in the 70s and 80s, the Indian way. But we would soon learn the American way. These values have shaped and been the driving force of my career in 16 years of government service. Protecting the rights of the Constitution is of the utmost importance to me and has been every single time I've taken that oath of office. The recent terrorist attacks in New Orleans tragically claimed the lives of 14 innocent Americans and serve as a stark reminder that our national security is at threat, both internally and externally. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice, where I served, play a pivotal role in securing our freedoms and our safety for American citizens. If confirmed as the next FBI director, I will remain focused on the FBI's core mission. That is to investigate fully wherever there is a constitutional factual basis to do so, and to never make a prosecutorial decision that is solely the providence of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General.
Woo!
For the first 8 years after law school, I served as a public defender, first for Miami-Dade County and later for the Southern District of Florida. During that time, I represented some pretty awful human beings charged with some pretty heinous crimes. But what I learned there was the core value that has been enshrined in me since, that due process must be provided without bias to all Americans. And if we cannot provide due process to the worst, then there can be no due process for anyone, and our constitutional republic fails. But I battled on that hill for that due process. I would later serve in the Obama Justice Department as a terrorism prosecutor in the National Security Division, where we successfully contributed to the prosecutions of terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and others. I was honored to receive the 2017 Assistant Attorney General's Award from Loretta Lynch for my work in helping the Ugandans bring members of Al-Shabaab to justice for murdering 74 innocent people, including an American. I would also receive the Human Intelligence Award from the intelligence community for related work on that mission. My experiences at the National Security Division and would later be followed by my experiences on the National Security Council as Senior Director for Counterterrorism, and later as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence, responsible for the production, creation, and promulgation of the Presidential Daily Briefing, our nation's most sensitive classified information and secrets to protect our country. My time in the White House was preceded by my time right here in Congress as a staffer on the House Intelligence Committee, where I spearheaded the investigation that exposed serious FISA, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, abuses by members of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That misconduct eroded the public trust in our FBI. The erosion of trust, as Chairman Grassley pointed out, is all too low today. 40% of Americans have trust in the FBI. In order to get it back, there's a twofold track, Senator. One, violent crime is exploding in this country, and we cannot afford them to allow it to run away. We must tackle violent crime. Just in 2023 alone, there was 100,000 rapes, 100,000 drug overdoses, and 17,000 homicides. The priority of the FBI, if I'm confirmed, will be to ensure that our communities are protected and safeguarded and our children have parks to play in and not needles to walk over. The way we do this, we let good cops be cops. We let law enforcement, and we provide them with the tools necessary and resources they need to get after violent crime. The second way we do this on equal track is aggressive constitutional oversight from Congress. The public trust can only be restored if there is full transparency, and I am committed to that full transparency. Members of Congress have unfortunately submitted hundreds of questions that have been unanswered by the FBI in recent times. That will not occur if I am confirmed. All appropriate requests for information will be responded to expeditiously and fully. I'm committed to working alongside the dedicated men and women of the FBI. They are warriors of justice, and I will always have their backs because they have the backs of the American people. I look forward to answering your questions, and I want to take a moment to thank my family, my friends, people who traveled here, and my entire team that has made this day possible. God bless America, and I look forward to your questions.
Welcome, everybody, to the confirmation of KASH Patel.
First round, is that right? 7 minutes for 3 minutes to the second round.
We get to hear a bunch of criminal Democrats
Mr. Patel,
confess their criminality. in just
I'm
the
not
words
gonna
that they
go
say.
through all the things that you've done through your career,
Grassley
because I said
knows.
those are my
Yeah,
opening
they're
statements,
scared.
but Democrats on the committee say you don't have experience.
Ha!
What are you most proud of from your career in public service?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the question. It's really humbling to be afforded the opportunity to have served this country for 16 years. But I think what I'm most proud of is my work in national security, protecting the no-fail mission, returning American hostages, killing high-value terrorists that brought hate and destruction to our shores. I've served that mission in Democratic and Republican administrations, and it is the one mission that we cannot fail, and it is the one mission where the FBI must play a critical role.
Okay. As you well know, and you and I discussed this in my office, whistleblowers are critical to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Their courage to come forward and make legally protected disclosures about government wrongdoing benefits the country. I think they're politically, they are good American citizens, just want the government to do what it's supposed to do. I think they're treated by bureaucracies, not just in the FBI, but throughout the bureaucracy, like skunks at a picnic. Will you protect whistleblowers from retaliation, unlike former Director Wray, and promote a culture at the FBI that values whistleblowers' important contributions?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I share in your beliefs about the importance of whistleblowers.
So we've spent a lot of taxpayers' money ruining whistleblowers. Will you commit to ensuring that no taxpayer money will be used to identify and retaliate against whistleblowers?
Senator, if I'm confirmed, it will not.
Okay. You and I have heard a lot of criticism about various statements about January 6th. You said, quote, those who broke actual laws should be prosecuted, end of quote. But you've also called out the partisan nature of prosecutions and compared how the Biden Justice Department treated January 6th offenders with how they ignored many other crimes. Those include crimes related to illegal immigration, as well as riots that took place around the country. So explain your position on January 6th to this committee, and how do you respond to critics who say that you're anti-law enforcement?
Mr. Chairman, I greatly appreciate the question, the opportunity to discuss that. If anyone wants to consider me as anti-law enforcement, then look at my 16 years in government service. Whether I was trying 60 jury trials in state and federal court upholding the rights of the indigent and breathing life into constitutional due process, or later as a national security prosecutor, where I served this country and overseas, and later when I was a Joint Special Operations Command civilian embedded with SEAL Team 6 and Delta, chasing down some of the most high-value target terrorists there are on this earth and successfully achieving a mission end state. I have always respected law enforcement. I have taken that oath and will take that oath again, God willing, to be the next director of the FBI. As for January 6th, I have repeatedly, often, publicly, and privately said there can never be a tolerance for violence against law enforcement. And anyone that commits an act of violence against law enforcement must be investigated, prosecuted, and imprisoned. And on January 6th, I said the same thing about acts against law enforcement. The Capitol Police, who I have served with, and when I was Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense, rushing to the aid of the members of this committee and your colleagues to provide the National Guard, was my top mission priority, not politics. And that is my love of this country, to protect our laws and our way of life. And it was no different. If there's any ever corruption, I have been the first to call it out. And I will continue to call out corruption in government service, because it is a privilege to serve this nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go, Cash, go!
Outside of this committee, and some people on this committee have accused you of promoting the QAnon movement. My colleagues have already asked your future boss, Mr. Bondi, many questions about this. I think it's easy to see these attacks for what they are. guilt by association.
Yeah.
Are you a follower or promoter of QAnon?
No, Senator. In fact, I have publicly, including in the interviews provided to this committee, rejected outright QAnon baseless conspiracy theories or any other baseless conspiracy theories. They must be addressed head on with the truth, and I will continue to do that. And I will always continue to support Americans who support law enforcement, our military, and want a secure border.
Over the past 4 years, the FBI and Justice Department have weaponized law enforcement towards partisan ends. This has affected you personally. You, along with even members of my staff, were the victims of FBI overreach when they secretly subpoenaed your records during the investigation into Crossfire Hurricane. Inspector General Horowitz of Justice Department was right to say actions like this have a quote, unquote, chilling effect on whistleblowers. How do you intend to make sure that this kind of misconduct never happens again?
Senator, this may be one of the scenarios that most uniquely qualifies me to take command at the FBI. Having been the victim of government overreach and a weaponized system of justice and law enforcement, I know what it feels like to have the full weight of the United States government barreling down on you. And as the Biden Inspector General determined, those activities by the FBI and DOJ were wholly improper and not predicated upon law and facts. I will ensure, if confirmed, that no American is subjected to that kind of torment, to that kind of cost, financially and personally. And most importantly, I will make sure that no American is subjected to death threats like I was, and subjected to moving their residences like I was, because of government overreach, because of leaks of information about my personal status. If confirmed as FBI Director, Mr. Chairman, you have my commitment that no one in this country will feel that pain.
Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I woke up this morning to National Public Radio, and they had an item on there about what has happened to those who were given blanket clemency by President Trump. One of these individuals was a man named Matthew Huddle. Are you familiar with him?
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Matthew Huddle.
If you could remind me, Senator.
Well, I was reminded again this morning. He's a man who's been found guilty of numerous crimes. The one described this morning was an outrageous situation where he beat his 3-year-old child to a point where the poor kid couldn't even sit down for a week. Mr. Huddle was one of the demonstrators who came to the Capitol on January 6th. He was incarcerated and charged with, and pled guilty to crimes that he had committed, violence against police officers. After he was released by President Trump, he returned to his home state of Indiana. A few days later, he was stopped on the road, pulled a gun on a policeman. The policeman, sheriff's deputy, turned, shot, and killed him. This is not the only instance of a person who received President Trump's clemency committing another crime. Peter Schwartz was mentioned this morning on the radio. 38 criminal convictions, 38. He'd been sentenced to 14 years in prison. He was released because of the president's unconditional clemency, which was given to him as well. So I guess my question is this. Was President Donald Trump wrong to give blanket clemency to the January 6th defendants?
Thank you, Ranking Member. A couple of things on that. One, the power of the presidential pardon is just that, the president.
Well, I concede he has the authority. I'm asking, was he wrong to do it?
And as we discussed in our private meeting, Senator, I have always rejected any violence against law enforcement, and I have, including in that group, specifically addressed any violence against law enforcement on January 6th, and I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement.
So do you think that America is safer because these 1,600 people have been given an opportunity to come out of serving their sentences and live in our communities again?
Senator, I have not looked at all 1,600 individual cases. I have always advocated for imprisoning those that cause harm to our law enforcement and civilian communities. I also believe America is not safer because President Biden's commutation of a man who murdered 2 FBI agents, Agent Kohler's and Williams' family, deserve better than to have the man that point blank range fired a shotgun into their heads and murdered them released from prison. So it goes both ways.
Leonard Pelletier was in prison for 45 years. He's 80 years old, and he was sentenced to home confinement. So he's not free, as you might have just suggested.
He killed 2 FBI agents.
That's true, he did, and he went to prison for it and should have. My question to you, though, is do you think America is safer because President Trump issued these pardons to 1,600 of these criminal defendants, many of whom violently assaulted
America
our police
is
in
freer.
Capitol?
Let's
Senator,
put it
America
that way.
will be safe when we don't have 200,000 drug overdoses in 2 years. America will be safe when we
You're
don't
not
have
gonna answer the
50 homicides in a
So
day.
you just won't answer the question.
I
I'm
am
gonna say,
here.
I don't think we're safer with Matthew Huddle was sent back to Indiana. I don't think we're safer with Peter Schwartz. I could go through a long list
Huddle
of
was
individuals,
killed.
some of who were wanted in states, members of this committee. Let me move to another topic if I can. Tell me about your J6 choir. What is that?
Well, it's not my choir. It's simply a recording that was utilized to raise funds for families in need of nonviolent offenders.
Who sings on this recording?
I don't know, Senator.
What did you have to do with it?
Simply to raise funds to assist families of nonviolent offenders whose kids needed college education payments and whose rent needed being paid.
My understanding is that the performers on this J6 choir were the rioters who are in prison.
I'm not aware of that, sir. I didn't have anything to do with the recording.
You weren't aware of who made the recording?
No, Senator.
That's interesting. Did you receive any money for selling copies of that music or that recording?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You do have a foundation, though, do you not?
I'm very proud of the KASH Foundation and the $1.3 million we've given to families in need across this country, including active duty service members, police officers, putting kids in college, and helping people in disaster relief areas rebuild their homes and their communities.
1&0 LLC, are you familiar with that?
Sorry?
1&0 LLC?
I believe, Senator, you're referring to the LLC that one of the individuals has his private business with.
Is it part of the KASH Foundation in any way?
Only in that one of the members of the board has that LLC for his outside business.
Andrew Allis?
I believe that's his name, yes.
Yes. Do you know how much was paid to him from your charitable work?
Yes, like any other charity, we had to go out and fundraise, something I'm sure every member of this committee is familiar with. And we use digital marketing campaigns. And I believe we paid a digital marketing company through 1&0 $250,000 to raise $500,000, which we gave away to families in need, like when hurricanes struck Florida, Texas, and North Carolina.
We will be going through the details of your foundation and the expenditures with the questions for record that the chairman has mentioned.
I look forward to it.
You'll have a chance to answer those under oath. Mr. Patel, you frequently associated with and sometimes praised extremist figures with well-documented histories of racism, anti-Semitism, conspiracies, and the like. In September of 2023, you appeared with Laura Loomer at an event promoting your
Hi,
book.
Kimberly.
This
Hey,
weekend.
Donna.
You shared a photo of yourself and Loomer in which you held her book and she held yours. Just a few months before this event, Ms. Loomer posted on X that the September 11 terrorist attacks were, quote, an inside job.
They were.
Around that time, she accused Florida's First Lady, Casey DeSantis, of exaggerating her cancer diagnosis to gain voter sympathy. A number of my Republican colleagues on this committee have criticized Ms. Loomer's extremism.
Dick's a
One of my
liar.
colleagues described her as a, quote, crazy conspiracy theorist who regularly utters disgusting garbage. Another called her really toxic. Given all of this, why did you associate with Ms. Loomer?
Senator, as you can see, I took a photograph with an individual who showed up at a book event. I don't believe I'm guilty by association, and I certainly don't believe that an individual who is the first minority to serve as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence for this country is a racist in any way, and I detest any conjecture to the contrary.
You familiar with the Stu Peters? Does that name ring a bell?
I'm sorry, what is,
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
Oh my God, Durbin, shut up.
not off the top of my head.
He made 8 separate appearances on his
No, you don't,
podcast.
Kimberly.
He promoted outrageous conspiracy theories and worked with a prominent neo-Nazi. There are more. Ted Nugent. It goes on. List
You're
goes
gonna
on.
keep
I'm
calling
just
KASH
asking,
a racist?
when it comes to your
Seriously?
association with individuals, why are so many of them in this category?
My association.
Because that's
as
what you
loosely
call
define it,
us.
Is by appearing in media over 1,000 times to take on people who are putting on conspiratorial theories and to devour them of their false impressions and to talk to them about the truth. That is something that I will always continue to fight for, Senator.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. We'll eventually talk about the FBI. That's the job you're up here for, right? Have you ever been subject to racism as an individual?
Unfortunately, Senator, yes. I don't want to get into those details with my family here.
Let's get into a few of them. Tell me about it.
Well, if you look at the record from January 6th, where I testified before that committee, because of my personal information being released by Congress, I was subjected to a direct and significant threat on my life. And I put that information in the record. I had to move. In that threat,
Go ahead.
I was called a detestable, and I'll apologize if I don't get it all right, but it's in the record, a detestable sand nigger who had no right being in this country. You should go back to where you came from. You belong with your terrorist home friends.
Yes, Laura. We know about
That's
Lindsay.
what was sent to me. That's just a piece of it. But that's nothing compared to what the men and women in law enforcement face every day. And that's why they have my support.
Okay. Growing up, were you subject to racism?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think the reason you're here has a lot to do with your work on Crossfire Hurricane. Are you familiar with that FBI operation?
I am, Senator.
So Senator Durbin mentioned the church report and the history of abuse, but he failed to mention Crossfire Hurricane.
Let's hit
He
it.
failed to mention the Horowitz report. Wonder why? If you're waiting for these guys over here to figure that out, you're going to die waiting. So this is the Nunes memo. You work for Mr. Nunes over
You
there.
think he's lying about
Side.
being called names? Really?
David Nunes.
Sorry?
I think maybe you're lying.
Are you familiar with this memo by the Foreign Intelligence Service Act abuses
Yes.
the Department of Justice?
Absolutely.
Did you help write this memo?
I did as a staffer.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in the record.
Thank you.
In this memo, you kind of dissected the abuses of Crossfire Hurricane, right?
I did, Senator.
And the Mueller investigation. So the Crossfire Hurricane investigators, 2 of them were Strzok and Page. Are you familiar with them?
I am, Senator.
Okay, it was opened up on July the 31st, 2016. And here's what Strzok said. And damn, this feels momentous because this matters. The other one did too, but that was to ensure we didn't F something up. This matters because this matters. So super glad to be on this voyage with you. That's to Page. And Page responds a couple of months later, he's not ever going to be President, right? Talking about Trump. Strzok, no, he won't. We'll stop it. Is it fair to say that the people in charge of investigating Crossfire Hurricane hated Trump's guts?
Oh,
You don't
yeah.
have to take my word for it. That statement, along with the statements from the sources.
Are
during the
those days
operations.
over in the FBI, you hope?
Well, if they're not, they will be.
Okay, good. You know who Carter Page was?
I do, Senator.
Do you know that the FBI secured warrants against him on 4 different occasions?
Yes, Senator.
Do you know that the information that they relied upon came from the Steele dossier?
I do.
Was it you that were able to find out that the Steele dossier was a bunch of crap?
Yes, Senator. We
You're
followed the
right,
money,
AT.
and we exposed
But
the
right
fraud
now-
that was the Steele dossier.
Lindsay's bringing
the
it.
primary subsource was Ignor Danchenko, right?
He's a
That's
swamp
right,
creature,
And he was
but he's
actually a
bringing
Russian
it.
analyst.
That's right.
Are you aware that in January he told the FBI that, let's see, what did he tell the FBI? still had no proof to support the statements, then it was just
You're
talk.
right, Kimberly.
The primary
Bringing it.
subsource explained to the FBI that his information came from word of mouth and hearsay, conversations he had with friends over beers, and some of the information were statements he heard made in jest. And he told the FBI this in January
Yep.
That's
of
right.
2017. And they got 2 more warrants after that.
That's correct.
Are you aware that the FBI had volumes of information that the Steele dossier was a bunch of bullshit and nobody ever told anybody at the top?
I am, sir. We exposed.
Or they lied about being told.
That's correct.
So are you aware of the fact that the FISA court rebuked the FBI? Are you aware of the fact that an FBI lawyer went to jail because he misled the court by manipulating a email from the CIA?
Trump duck.
Do you believe that Crossfire Hurricane was one of the most disgusting episodes in FBI history of a corrupt investigation led by corrupt people who wanted to take Donald Trump down?
Yes, sir.
You think that's why you're in this chair today, to fix that?
I think that's a big.
Without Crossfire Hurricane, this guy wouldn't be here. And my friends on the other side, like pulling teeth, Horowitz investigation, the Inspector General labeled this fraudulent at its core.
Fraudulent at its core.
Mismanaged at its core.
Mismanaged.
Running stop signs. At every turn, they went forward when they should have stopped.
Traitors.
The Durham report said it was obviously politically motivated. FBI agents were telling anybody and everybody that would listen, this is not reliable, this is not trustworthy, but they plowed on.
They plowed on.
And because of you and Trey Gowdy and others, we now know
The truth.
about this.
The truth.
Everybody who signed the warrant under questioning by me said if they knew then what they know now, they wouldn't have signed the warrant. Comey said that.
Yeah, too little,
Yates
too late,
said
buddy.
that.
Liars.
Rosenstein said that. The reason you're here is because most of the public, almost every Republican believes that the FBI has been used continuously in a political fashion, ignoring evidence, making up evidence, lying to get Donald Trump. And when it came to the Hunter Biden laptop, they told every social media outlet in October 2020, oh, that's Russian disinformation. That was BS too.
Most exciting TV
Right
I've
before
seen
the
all
election,
day.
the FBI intervened to shut reporting on the Hunter laptop down as being Russian misinformation, according to Zuckerberg.
Got that right, David.
Do you promise all of us those days are over at the FBI?
Those days are
Yes, sir,
over.
they are.
Are you proud of what you did to find all that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You think that's why you're here today, is to make sure that
We're
never
proud of
happens
you
again?
too.
The American people deserve just that.
Yes.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Patel. I remember January 6th. Colleagues running through our halls to flee the mob.
Oh, here we go again.
Colleagues shouting that rioters should be shot.
Yeah, White House.
Us returning
you
to our
need
constitutional
to go
business
to
through hallways
Gitmo.
cleared for us by automatic weapons carrying
Doesn't White House
SWAT
look
teams.
a little scared?
None
Look
of
at
you,
him. He's got that
none of us
scaredy cat
said
look
those
in his
violent
eyes.
rioters should be pardoned.
Oh, he
Our
looks
Republican
disheveled
colleagues said
too.
such pardons would be hard to believe,
Are you scared,
even
Sheldon?
absurd.
Ooh.
Your former colleague J.D. Vance said the violent
that right,
rioters
David.
should not be pardoned.
Let's listen to Sheldon
Even Jim
Whitehouse
Jordan
lie
said
his
pardons
you
would-
know what off.
And I quote, focus on all the people who didn't commit any violence. Well, Trump pardoned all of them. And there's a lesson in that.
Oh, a lesson.
Every time you think Trump would never go that far, rethink that. We all
Shut
seem
up,
to agree
White
that Violence
House.
against police is unacceptable.
You
yet more than
swamp
600
creature.
people who physically attacked
You
Capitol Police
traitor
officers
to
were just
America.
put back on the street, part of a 1,500 person personal Trump army, now out there with people who have proven themselves willing to do violence on Trump's call.
That's how I feel about
In
White
only
House.
10 days, some are already back committing crimes. We've also tried as a committee together to address the dangers of illicit drug sales over the internet. And I assume we're all against murder
Oh,
for hire.
did you get your adrenochrome
But Trump
today?
also just pardoned a dark web operator sentenced to life in prison for trafficking illegal drugs online and accused of soliciting murders for hire. Those pardons, as Mr. Patel has said, are a mistake, but they are also a signal that we are entering a strange and dangerous time. That is the context for today's
We're coming
hearing.
out of the strange, dangerous
Warnings that
time,
the
White
FBI
House.
could become Trump's enforcer.
Oh,
Use
no.
the powers of law enforcement to stifle speech and dissent.
The FBI
Punish
could
political
become
rivals
Trump's
of either
enforcer.
And hand out free
Really?
passes, get out of jail free cards to violent supporters are warnings we should heed. Here are some warnings of this nominee's Trump administration colleagues. Former Attorney General Bill Barr said, this nominee has virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law
You're
enforcement
so
agency.
scared,
end
White
quote.
House. Look at you.
And we would never be able to command the respect
no.
necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau.
Listen to the criminal.
That's for the deputy position.
So scared.
Former CIA Director Gina Haspel was
Yeah, what
reported
about all the
threatening
scammers?
to resign
Exactly.
rather than have this nominee serve under her. John Bolton, Trump's former national security advisor, said, I didn't think he was qualified. I was forced to hire him. Trump's deputy national security advisor, the nominee's former supervisor, said, his ideas are ludicrous. He's absolutely unqualified for this job. He's untrustworthy.
You're
And it's
untrustworthy.
an absolute disgrace to even consider an
Sheldon,
individual of this
you
nature.
are a liar.
That's from Republican
You a
appointees
swamp
who
creature.
worked with him. And here's what this nominee himself
disgusting.
has said about using his office to prosecute
That's right,
journalists.
Kimberly. I love that.
We will
Everybody
go
just
out
toe
and
the
find
line.
the
Trump doesn't have to do
conspirators,
anything.
Not just in
Just put a
government,
thread up,
but in the
put a
media.
guideline out
We're
there.
gonna come after
They
you,
got to
whether
follow
it's
it.
criminally
Beautifully
or
said, my
civilly.
friend.
Is that a
Beautifully
correct
said.
quotation, Mr. Patel?
Senator, that's a partial quotation,
But it's correct.
You're a liar.
in part.
Regarding his
other words,
publication of
you're a
his
liar.
enemies list, Mr. Patel proclaimed, the manhunt starts tomorrow, and reposted a video depicting him taking a chainsaw to his political enemies. Is that you, Kash Patel, reposting that at the top of that
He's
page?
super scared, Kimberly. He doesn't want to see you
Senator, I
shaking.
had nothing to do with the creation of
he
that
doesn't
video,
Is
want
that
us
you
to see him
reposting it
shaking.
was my question.
and that's me at the top.
You said FBI agents were responsible for the violence on January 6th, and I quote you here, beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that what you said?
That's completely incorrect, and I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
I'll give you an opportunity in writing, but this is my time now.
Oh, in writing.
Have at it.
An inspector
Have
attorney
at it.
general investigation
Keep
found
lying.
that
Keep
was
lying,
false.
White House.
And you said we should impeach judges who rule against Donald Trump, who are, in your words, political terrorists.
Yes.
When this nominee tries to explain all this away, keep one thing in mind. He's testified under oath before a Colorado judge who presided over a Trump case in which he was a witness.
Hey, Victoria.
And the judge found,
I
and
do
I'm
need a
quoting here,
shark
he
duck.
was not a credible witness. His testimony is not only illogical, but completely devoid of any evidence in the record. That's from a judge. This is a dangerous time, and I ask all my colleagues to consider whether these plain comments by this person and by his own Trump administration colleagues should be given a blind eye, just overlooked, or whether, like the warnings of pardoning violent January 6 offenders, they're warnings to be heeded. There is an unfathomable difference
Yeah, you're a
between
liar.
a seeming facade being constructed around this nominee here today
You're the seeming
and
facade.
what he has actually done and said in real life when left to his own devices.
You will be
Conduct
axed and you will be
shows
axed and you will be
character.
axed. Yes.
And if you
Hey,
look
Reggie.
at history, you see the danger of security chiefs in authoritarian regimes becoming
right.
the tools
Which
of
hat
political
do you
power.
like better?
The characteristics that they
hunting
often
hat?
show are that they are vengeful,
Dun, 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 dun.
that they are grandiose,
Or my
that
Trump
they are
hat.
intemperate,
Let me know. All right, it's back to
that
the
they are
line, Sheldon
partisan
Whitehouse.
and blindly loyal, and that they are
And
servile
the Trump duck.
and won't say no.
Klobuchar sitting next to him. Seriously, I did
afraid
not even notice that.
That the history
All right, David.
of
Thank you.
this nominee's conduct
We'll wear the MAGA
raises
hat.
those warnings. And I yield my 1 second back.
Before,
1 second.
Senator Cornyn, you said you'd like to explain something. I forget the point he made. You can do that now if you want to.
Simply this, Senator. In the collective, all of those statements are taken out of grotesque context. And anyone that thinks my 16 years of service isn't exemplary on how
Got that
I would
right, Dee.
proceed if confirmed as FBI is intentionally putting false information into the public ether and creating more public discourse. The only thing that will matter if I'm confirmed as a director of the FBI is a de-weaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
Amen.
Before I call on Senator Cornyn,
Thank you, guys.
I'd like to say that we've heard about the January 6th pardons. I think it's important that we remind people at
Danger,
the same
Will
time
Robinson.
of some pardons by the previous administration. Thomas Sanders, a kidnapper who murdered a 12-year-old girl named Lexus and her mother, Swellen Roberts. Adrian Peeler, a Connecticut drug kingpin who was convicted in the death of an 8-year-old boy and his mother. Leonard Peltier, that's already been referred to, that murdered 2 FBI agents. And even Director Wray, at that time, former Director Wray, said that that shouldn't have happened. And Judge Michael Conahan, who took kickbacks for wrongly sending juveniles for
Yep.
profit detention centers, and Alex Saab, who laundered illicit proceeds for narcotics terrorists, Nicholas Madero, and was a key connection between Venezuela and Iran, and 5 family members of his own family. President Biden did that, Senator.
President Biden did that.
Welcome, Mr. Patel. Do you believe America is an exceptional nation?
It's the greatest nation.
Your family went through a lot to get here,
They sure did.
and your life story is, I think, a great example of people pursuing the American dream. Do you believe a large part of what makes America an exceptional nation is the rule of law?
It is one of the fundamental precepts that determines that.
And why is that?
Because without a singular application of a rule of law, we go back to the Uganda that my father fled in Idi Amin.
I believe that the
Idi
two
Amin
most
was ruthless.
important institutions in America to preserve and protect and enforce the rule of law are the FBI and the Department of Justice. And the sort of politicalization that Senator Graham and others have already talked about during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation or project of James Comey at the FBI, and the abuse of intelligence tools like Title I of Section 702 are a betrayal of American values
Traitors.
and adherence to the rule of law.
This is so exciting.
And I think your biggest task is going to be, along with Pam Bondi at the Office of the Attorney General, is to restore the rule of law to the Department of Justice and the FBI. Are you willing to do that?
Absolutely, Senator.
Without regard to partisan affiliation or politics?
Absolutely.
That's right, David.
Do you believe President Trump, as the commander-in-chief, needs access to all of the lawfully available intelligence that can be collected by the American intelligence community in order to inform him so that he can make good judgments as commander-in-chief to assure the safety and security of the American people?
Having been responsible for the collection and predication and promulgation of that intelligence, I firmly believe he and every president must have it.
That's right.
And so you would not support any impractical or perhaps immaterial or unworkable ways to inhibit the flow of that information to President Trump?
No, I would not.
So let me just ask you, you and I have talked about this a number of times, and this has come up before in a number of different contexts. But as I've always said, I think Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act is the most important law that most Americans have never heard of. But when I was questioning my fellow Texan, John Ratcliffe, who now has been confirmed as the director of the CIA, about this, we talked about some of the reforms that have been made to Section 702 over the years. This has been an ongoing conversation here in Congress. People like my colleague here, Senator Lee, and others have proposed reforms, which I think have gone a long way to help protect the privacy rights of American citizens. But let me just point out some of the improvements that have been made over the years. This is not the same 702 that was in effect during President Trump's first term. These are a number of things that we did together on a bipartisan basis to make sure that the balance between the national security interests of the American people and the privacy and constitutional rights of American citizens were protected. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Senator, I do.
And I think Senator Tillis, with his typical outstanding graphics, has a wonderful handout which lays all of that out. But one of the things that's come up, and we've discussed this, is the idea that in order to query lawfully collected intelligence under Section 702, that somehow, if a U.S. person's name is involved, that a warrant would be required. Now, you're a lawyer who's represented defendants as a public defender. You understand that what probable cause is required, what sort of evidence is required to be produced to a judge in order to get a warrant. Do you believe a warrant requirement is a practical and workable or even a necessary element of 702?
If I may just give some context on that, Senator. Having a background not only utilizing FISA and 702 as a national security prosecutor, but as a civilian at JSOC and later as an intelligence official and the deputy director of national intelligence, 702 collection formulates over 45% of the presidential daily briefing that you referred to earlier.
I actually have heard it's as high as 60%, it's a lot.
It's a lot. And the issue for me is not with FISA and 702. The issue has been those that have been in government service and abused it in the past. And so we must work with Congress to provide the protections necessary for American citizens. Dealing with these matters, including hostage rescue operations in real time, which we use FISA collection to find and save American hostages, having a warrant requirement to go through that information in real time is just not comported with the requirement to protect American citizenry. I'm all open to working with Congress on finding a better way forward, but right now, these improvements that you've made go a long way.
Well, and Director Ratcliffe said that he did not believe that, given the context of 702 collection, whether a foreign target communicates with a U.S. person, that there'd be sufficient evidence to go to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court or any other court to demonstrate probable cause. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, just in real time, Senator, excuse me, it's almost impossible to make that function and serve the national no-fail mission.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you point out the lack of trust. Any of these tools can be abused by people who are willing to break the law or abuse these tools or violate the public trust. Director Ratcliffe again used, I thought, a helpful analogy. I'll see if you agree with it. He said the knives in your kitchen have a very useful and beneficial purpose, but they too can be misused for. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely, Senator.
And similarly, do you agree that tools like Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act can be used appropriately to protect national security, but they can also be abused by people who are willing to cross a line they should not cross?
They're both true, and that's why we need to work together to make sure Americans have trust again in these surveillance measures that we utilize to protect our country.
Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I think you know that I have great respect for the men and women of the FBI.
Oh, the Queen
Their
Rhino
mission,
herself.
fidelity, bravery, integrity. I believe they deserve a director who respects their work and sacrifices, and they deserve a director who's focused on their mission. This is not about bingo cards or games. This is not about revenge. This is about the safety of our country and the people that work in the FBI. And the FBI runs on facts, it runs on truth. Truth matters.
Well, it
and
doesn't
without
now.
truth, the whole system breaks down.
Not under
You
the Biden
said
administration.
that Donald Trump has every right to tell the world that in 2020, 2016, and every other election in between was rigged by our government because they were. Yes or no, did you say that?
I don't have that statement in front of me, but
Okay, that
if
was
you're-
from August 27th,
It's true.
2023 Thrive Time show. I'll put
It's
it on
a
the record.
fact.
These claims made in that statement were rejected by courts, including by Republican judges. Is that correct?
I don't have enough of the facts in front of me to make that
I
assessment.
will put that statement on the record, but I think everyone in this committee, including the
Agree,
Republican members,
David.
knows that these statements were rejected
Not
by
revenge.
courts. You were asked about
And
the
these
police
traitors.
officers
Get 'em
in the
out.
Capitol who testified in the January 6 hearings, and you accused them of lying. Is that correct or not correct?
I
They
don't think that's
did
accurate.
lie.
Okay, Joe Pact podcast, March 2024, we'll put it on the record. I was there. The police officers were heroes that day.
Yes.
Did you post on your personal social media account in May of 2024, January 6th, never an insurrection, cowards in uniforms exposed. They broke the chain of command.
Oh, we already went through this,
I
bitch.
believe you're referencing a post that was shown in part earlier. I
Yep.
don't have it in front of me.
You posted it, and it was on your account,
And it's a
and we will
half
again
truth,
put that out there once
which
more
means it's a lie.
as we go on. I don't want to lose any more time on this,
Keep
but
lying.
every one of these,
Keep lying.
there's a record of it, and you haven't answered.
You're scared. Look how scared she looks, too. Look how
You
messy
promoted
her
a
hair
COVID
is.
vaccine reversal or detox
Is that a
supplement. One
wig?
scientist said, I quote, none of these substances
looks
in any
disheveled.
form would minimize side effects from a
Look at her
COVID-19
hair
vaccine
sticking out.
that is preying on innocent
looks-
people. Did you perform clinical
She
trials
looks
before you made that
disheveled.
claim?
Disheveled.
I'm not a doctor, so no.
But
I'm
you
not
did
a
come out with this supplement and
doctor.
told people that it would reverse or mitigate the side effects from COVID vaccine.
Did I give people an
Exploding,
opportunity to give independent choice from what's
exploding
best
with
for
the
their
lies,
families?
all the
You did
lies, all
that
the
last year, correct?
I don't have it in front of me again, Senator.
lies.
Mr. Patel, the FBI tackles some of the most
You are a
complex threats that
liar.
we face. Terrorists,
he
hostile
doesn't
foreign
quack or
powers,
anything.
violent gangs, fentanyl,
Liar,
criminal
liar, liar.
organizations.
Liar, liar, liar.
Your
liar,
mission, though,
liar,
has been
liar,
to go
liar,
after
liar,
people. I've looked at it.
liar.
I've read this stuff.
Yeah, she's got a problem.
Yes or no?
These scaredy
When
cats,
Trump
they
wins,
all
did you
look
say this? When
disheveled.
Trump
Look at her
wins in
hair.
2024
Did you brush
and
your
is
hair
in power
today?
in 2025,
Did you just put the wig
we
on?
can prosecute
What
them,
happened?
referring to
What
Justice Department
happened?
officials for an
Why you
actual
look so
RICO
messy?
statute violation for
What's up
criminally
with that?
organizing the United States government to break the law to rig presidential elections.
Oh, yeah.
Did you say that?
Oh,
Yes
yeah.
or no?
None of our
Senator,
elections
you're
are
reading
rigged.
a partial statement, so I'm unable to fully respond.
Liar, liar,
Again, we'll put it on the record.
lying.
X22
She looks scared
report
Scared
podcast
and
20
disheveled.
that is from, I'll get you the date, about a year
Scared
ago.
and disheveled.
One of the names on your list was Bill Barr.
Bill Barr.
Chairman
Whoa.
Grassley has called him one of the most capable cabinet officials I've ever been able to vote for. Senator Graham has said, I have nothing but total respect and admiration for the job done by
Oh boy,
William
she's
Barr,
calling out
Attorney
all the
General of
criminals.
the United States.
Truth
Is
coming
Bill
out.
Barr on your list of whatever you want to call them,
Yep, he's
who's
on
been
the
referred
list.
to
He's on
as
the
an
list.
enemies
Bill
list?
Barr
We
is a
called him
traitor.
Deep State after serving
Yes,
his
deep
country as the
state.
Attorney General of the United States.
Deep
Is he
state
on your list
swamp
because of a
creature
personal
like
vendetta?
you.
Well, it's not whatever we want to call it, Senator. With all due respect, it's not an enemies list. That is a total mischaracterization.
But they are
asked you-
enemies.
I actually used the words
An
you used for
enemy.
the list, which was deep state.
An
right?
enemy.
That's what you
Do,
put it
do,
there.
There's a
do,
glossary
Against
in
the
the
Attorney
back.
General of the
An
United
enemy.
States. Is it because of a personal vendetta that he's on the list? You're under oath.
I have no personal vendetta against Bill.
Okay, he said about you, you would never be able to command the respect necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau. That was actually in
Thanks,
writing in
Brian.
the book. He had virtually, about you,
Become
no
a member.
experience that would
Like and
qualify you to
subscribe.
serve at the
Please.
highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency.
An
And that your
enemy.
appointment, as
Do,
noted
do,
by
do, do, do.
Senator Durbin as
An
Deputy
enemy.
Director
Do,
to the
do, do,
FBI
do.
would happen
An
over his
enemy.
dead body.
Do, do, do,
Is
do,
it yes
do,
or no
do,
why you would
do,
put
do,
him on the
do,
list
do,
of deep
do,
state as a
do,
former
do,
Attorney
do.
General, Trump
'Cause
Attorney
he is
General of the
deep
United
state,
States?
and
Because
you're
he wouldn't
deep
break
state.
the law for Donald Trump. Is that
We
why?
know the
Absolutely
truth.
not.
As
Cash
you know, he
knows the
repeatedly told the
truth.
president in no
He's
uncertain
coming
terms
after
that he did not see
you.
evidence of fraud that would have affected the outcome of the election. Did you say in February of 2021 that the
Yeah, what
election
about
stuff
burning
was
down
never my job,
Minneapolis?
and I stayed all of it all. I
Streets
stayed
and
out of
areas
that stuff.
still not recovered.
Again, I don't know what
How
comment
about
you're
all that
referring to,
money
but
they
I'm sure you're
gave
reading
to
a piece of
Philadelphia
He said it on
for
pushback
burning
on a podcast.
their city down?
Is it true, though, that in December of 2020, you reached out to the Trump
Google our
acting deputy
thieves.
attorney general and asked him to investigate a conspiracy theory claiming that people in Italy had used military technology and satellites to remotely tamper with voting machines in the U.S. and switch votes
Oh,
for Trump
what? Yeah,
from Biden to
that
from
happened.
Trump to Biden? Is that true?
What was the date?
yes,
That was
that's true.
December of 2020.
I was chief of staff
Yeah.
to the Department of Defense, so I don't believe that's accurate in any way.
Okay, that came out of testimony before Congress. I will give it to you.
I think
Have you
she's
referred
wearing
to
a
the
wig.
media as the most powerful enemy of the
A
United
wig
States
she can't
that they
even
have
be
ever
bothered
seen.
to
Is that right?
brush.
Again, you're reading a quote. I take that
Each
you're
to
reading
see
it
Pat
accurately.
Maybe she's
223,
not a
24.
famale.
You said we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens who helped Joe
Well,
Biden. with
Nancy
the
and Liz
election.
are scared, David. We all
We're
know
going
this.
to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that something you said?
That's a partial statement of what I said.
Steve Bannon's podcast. You also said you would put the entire fake news mafia press corps on your list. Is that correct?
I'm gonna sniff her
Is that what
hair
you
like
said?
Biden.
I don't have that in front of me.
Danny Johnson podcast 8/21/23. You have said that the FBI, including today,
Gotta switch
you
hands.
said that they remain utterly corrupt. This is an agency with
Yeah,
agents
Lizzie's
who have
freak out
taken down
yesterday was
terrorists,
funny.
taken down bank robbers, taken down crime.
How about taking down
You
deep
wrote that the
state
FBI has
criminals
become
like
so thoroughly
you?
compromised that it will
Like
remain a threat to the
you.
people unless
Deep
drastic
state
measures are taken.
criminal, you are
Do
a
you know that
criminal.
under Chris Wray's leadership, he took over at a very difficult time. We all know that.
Oh,
Appointed by
Chris
President
Ray
Trump.
is a
That
traitor.
during his tenure, the applications to the FBI has in
Put
fact
Chris Ray
tripled.
in Gitmo, please.
Do you think people would be applying to that agency like in those numbers if they thought it was so corrupt?
Oh, they were leaving the
American
agency.
public's trust in it is at 40%. That's an all-time low.
Yeah.
Did you say that the FBI headquarters should be shut down and reopened as a museum of the deep state?
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to go an extra time?
Let's see, you get a second round. Before I call on Senator
Could he
Leon.
just answer the question if he said that the FBI headquarters where they investigate cybercrime and terrorism
Oh, the
should be
FBI
shut down and
headquarters.
open as
Oh.
a deep state,
Hey, Mr. Chair.
as a museum?
Shut
Did
it
he
down.
say that the headquarters
Shut
should be
it
shut down?
Mr. Chair.
I
down.
deserve an answer to that question.
I
He
guess
is
it's-
asking to be head of the FBI, and he said that their headquarters
Oh,
should be
you
shut
look
down.
Mr.
scared.
Chair,
Are you
parliamentary
scared?
inquiry.
You got anything you want to say, Mr. Patel?
Say it.
Before I go
Say
on to
Cash.
Senator Lee?
Simply this. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI. I stood with them here in this country. In every theater of war we have, I was on the ground in service of this nation. And any accusations leveled against me that I would somehow put political bias before the Constitution are grotesquely unfair. And I will have you reminded that I have been endorsed by over 300,000 law enforcement officers to become the next director of the FBI. Let's ask them.
Mr. Chair, I
Bang!
am quoting his own words. From
She
September
is
of
showing us who
2024.
the criminals
It is his
are.
own words. It
Listen
is
to
not
her.
some
She
conspiracy.
shows us
It
they're
is
all
what Mr.
criminals.
Patel actually
You're a
said
criminal.
himself. Facts matter.
An enemy.
Forget
Do,
that
do,
you had
do,
3
do, do.
minutes in the
An
next
enemy.
round to
Do,
say what
do,
you
do,
just
do.
said.
Okay, I'll say him again.
Okay.
Wow.
Before I call Lee.
Mr. Chair,
Scared
just
much?
parliamentary inquiry. It
Look
was
at
on
that
time.
face.
It wasn't disputing any of the debate, but I intend to keep to my 7 minutes, and I appreciate you keeping everyone to it. If we go over, can we have that decrement against the time in the second round? If a member goes over, that was actually 10 minutes, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure that I want to, sometimes it's faster to get things done here, just letting people shout and than it does
Yeah,
to shut them up.
let them show us who they
Mr.
really
Chairman,
are.
thank you.
I like it. I
Mr.
like to
Chairman,
see them
before we
freak
go to
out.
Lee-
Mr. Chairman.
It shows us
Yes, what
who
do you
they
want?
really are. Yeah, she was scaredy.
I love this guy. Mr. Chairman, I'm like Senator.
There we go.
I mean, if we're going to start this,
All right.
I want an extra 3 minutes.
Give him an extra 3 minutes. Give it to him.
3 minutes over.
So.
Go,
here,
Kennedy,
what you're
go.
saying is the chairman wasn't a very good chairman, but not shutting her up. But I've gone through this before, and I think I know how to handle it and get.
I think you're a star-spangled awesome chairman. I just wanna say that for the record.
Star-spangled
But if you're
awesome.
going to let somebody over there go 3 minutes over, I want my extra.
Give it to him.
Let's see if it's abused by anybody else before we make that decision.
I'm just telling you, I'm going to abuse it.
He's gonna abuse it. Kennedy, woohoo!
You're a good man, Mr. Chairman.
You're a good
Before I
man,
go to
Kennedy.
Lee, I want to put a record, statement in the record from 56 former FBI agents wrote to this committee to support this nominee. Quote, never has the FBI faced such an urgent and compelling need for comprehensive reform as it does today. Mr. Patel has proven he possesses the breadth of experience required to address these challenges. His leadership, expertise, and vision make him uniquely qualified to guide the FBI
Go,
through
Cash,
this
go.
pivotal
Cash, go.
moment. For these reasons, we stand in full support of Kash Patel's nomination. Any objection? So ordered.
Mr. Patel, while we're talking about your awards, let's talk about the cowards in uniform comment for a moment. Can
Here we
Please,
go
you'd
again.
like to tell us what that was. Put it in context to help the committee understand what that was.
More lies! More lies!
During that time on January 6th, I was serving as Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense. And days prior, we had received the authorization from the President to issue the National Guard to protect you and your colleagues. But as you know, the law requires a request before the deployment of that Guard. That request did not come in until the afternoon of January 6th. Once that request came in, this, unfortunately, as has been confirmed by his own testimony, I believe, the Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy, failed to immediately deploy the National Guard and instead took a break to speak to media and make personal phone calls. That endangered the safety of you and your colleagues. And if you look at the Biden Inspector General report, we at the Department of Defense authorized the fastest cold start of the National Guard since World War II and the largest occupation since the American Civil War. And the Biden Justice Department said that we, including myself, as Chief of Staff, when it came to the deployment and employment of the National Guard, acted swiftly and without undue delay.
So that's what you were talking about. And
Mic
that's why you
drop.
have reference to the UCMJ. Tell us what that
Liar,
means.
liar,
The Uniform
liar.
Code of Military Justice is for uniform officers who betray the code of justice and also act inappropriately. And I thought any delay To have the National Guard arrive on scene here must be called out, whether it was a fellow Republican or not, especially someone under my auspices running the Department of Defense.
Beautiful.
Okay, so moments ago, when Senator Durbin displayed a chart with that quote, there was a reference in part of it to the UCMJ. That's what it was referring to.
Yes, sir.
Those were the cowards in uniform. Those people who didn't do what they were supposed to do, and a lot of people were put in danger as a result.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you. That's very good to know.
Well, thank
I do find
you.
it significant that we've heard all kinds of aspersions cast in your direction by people who do not know you, by people who do not share
Lee's
your
on our
worldview,
side.
by people who do not share your commitment to the
Go, Lee,
Constitution
go.
or your commitment to public service. I find it astounding that they're willing to say this amidst such great ignorance, and I find it equally heartening that the 56 former FBI officials who know you best, who have worked with you, who actually know who you are, who actually share your view of the Constitution, of the view that you ought to be a law enforcement agency and not a weapon of political warfare. These are the people who stand by you. Those who cast aspersions don't share those views. Would I be correct in surmising that?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the Fourth Amendment for a moment. The Fourth Amendment tells us that in order for the government to breach your expectation of privacy relative to your person, your home, your papers, if they want to search that, if they want to seize you, they've got to get a warrant. And that warrant has to describe with particularity the persons or places to be searched or to be seized and to connect them up with a showing of probable cause. Now, in the case of FISA 702, we're dealing with a somewhat different universe. Now, moments ago, we heard some discussion about FISA 702, about suddenly we've got a different FISA 702 than what we had when President Trump was last in office. Is that true? Because by my count, FISA 702 has not changed substantively since President Trump was in office last.
That's correct.
Okay. And there was also some back and forth discussion about FISA 702 and the use of it and the fact that in real time, it might not work to get a warrant. This, in my view, misses the point. The concern that the American people have with FISA 702 is not about the real-time collection of communications regarding foreign targets. The concern is that once those communications are stored, you have within them what are referred to as incidentally collected communications of Americans. Text messages, emails, recorded phone calls, and so forth. If they want to go in and search for someone, let's say you, if someone wants to go into one of those databases after they've been collected, let's see if you're unwittingly communicating with somebody who, unbeknownst to you, happens to be an agent of a foreign power or otherwise under surveillance under FISA 702. If they wanted to search for you, they wanted to enter your name, your phone number, your email address, or some other personal electronic identifier, would they have to get a warrant to do that under current law?
Under current law, I believe so, Senator.
Under current law, they routinely access that without getting a warrant. In order to access it, they've got their own internal procedures. They're not supposed to use this for light or transient reasons.
Wish I could
They're
cover them
supposed to have a
both, Bam.
perfectly good reason, and yet we found that on hundreds of thousands of occasions, they have accessed the private communications of Americans, searching for those individual Americans by name, by number, by email address, whatever it is, without a warrant or anything tantamount to it. On occasion, they've even been used for overtly nefarious reasons. One agent deciding to look in on his father because he suspected his father might be having an extramarital affair. On another occasion, an agent looked at people who were thinking about renting an apartment from him to make sure they were upstanding citizens and could be trusted. Are these appropriate uses of FISA 702?
As you alluded to, the FISA court, it's not me deciding it. The FISA court put out a report in 22 or 23 where 255,000 illegal improper queries of American citizens had occurred. 255,000 reasons why the American people don't trust it. And that's what we must work together, Congress and me, if I'm confirmed as FBI director, restore that trust and protect the mission.
Music to my ears.
Yes.
Because I've been a U.S. Senator for 14 years. I've been on this committee the entire time. You were the very first FBI director or FBI director nominee who, when I've asked about this, hasn't said, oh, don't worry about it. We'll handle it okay. We've got good people on the inside. We would never breach the trust of the American people. Do you know what? They were lying. I was willing to believe that they thought they were telling the truth, but they were mistaken. But they were lying. Time has told us that they were lying. You will not lie, and that's why I wholeheartedly support you. In the closing seconds that I have, I want to add my dismay and my disgust for the fact that you've been smeared, you've been attacked.
Yes.
You've been associated with racism, with being a Nazi. You are none of those things, sir. Just as your father lived as a racial minority in Uganda, you've been raised as a racial minority in this country, and you've been nothing but a patriot. Your commitment to the Constitution, to the rule of law, and to the American people is remarkable.
Thank you.
And I'm honored to know you, to call you my friend, and to give you my vote. Thank you.
Thank you,
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Senator
Chairman
Lee.
Grassley. Mr. Patel, to you and your family, congratulations on your nomination. And we had a constructive conversation last week. I appreciate your taking the time. In particular, a conversation about the prosecution of the World Cup bombing in Uganda that took the life of a Delawarean whose family I knew. I found moving. But the role you've been nominated for is central to our security as a nation.
Let's find out if
central to
Coons
the
is a
protection
criminal or
of our
not.
constitutional rights. And
They're
I
all
voted
going to tell us
confirm
today who
Trump's
is a
previous
criminal
FBI director,
in their own
Chris Wray.
words.
I believe he's lived up to the Bureau's motto of serving with fidelity,
Oh,
bravery, and integrity.
he thinks Chris
And
Wray
I also think
has
my
integrity.
vote for him and for many of Trump's
Okay.
cabinet in his first term shows I take my constitutional advice and consent rules seriously and do not reflexively vote against his
Wider
nominees.
than a mile.
I look at three factors when
You
I assess a
crossed
nominee.
the American
Qualifications
people
and experience,
one last
policy
time.
views and whether they're in the best
You're
interest
a
of the American
swamp
people, and
creature.
character and capacity to do
You
the job
just
independently
admitted
where called
it.
for. My colleagues have referenced quotes from Attorney General
learning
Barr,
a lot
National Security
today.
Advisor Bolton. The FBI is enormous, 38,000
Oh, it's
agents,
enormous.
$9 billion budget. I am troubled by your lack of senior law enforcement
Oh,
leadership. We disagree on some
really?
important policy
Swamp
views, but the thing
creature?
that bothers me the most is a
What
whole
bothers
series
you?
of statements you've made in a variety of settings that suggest you would struggle to be independent from White House.
Sorry, you guys.
At the White House.
People call me.
Attorney General
Mess up
Bundy
my
gave
show.
a different answer when I asked her the
I
same
know.
question.
You're back now.
that they
You're
work
back,
for the
right?
Constitution of the
No,
American
somebody
people.
called me.
President Trump's made clear
Don't call
in
me.
public statements
Anyone,
he wants
ever.
to use the FBI to persecute political adversaries. He's publicly said that folks ranging from Liz Cheney to Adam Kinzinger to former Vice President Harris should be investigated and criminally prosecuted.
You should be
If
investigated
President
and
Trump were to
criminally
order you to open an
prosecuted.
investigation into any of these individuals,
Oh,
let's say
thank you,
Vice
guys.
President Harris, would you?
Ruin my
Senator,
picture.
this question
Oh, I
speaks
hate it when
directly to my
people call
ability
me.
to leave political bias and allow independent behavior
seriously
to be
hate
the
the
only
telephone.
guiding light. As a public defender, I learned that in the harshest of arenas. And any law enforcement investigation, if I'm confirmed at the FBI, will only be launched on the following qualification: a factual, articulable legal basis to do so. The president has said publicly that he will allow the FBI to remain independent, and I have said
Thank
as
you,
much as
Laura.
well.
So if FBI agents brought to you a factual legal basis, predication.
Picture actually looks better
and you
now.
are about to refer it to a prosecutor,
In a way.
and you get a call from the White House saying, don't proceed. This is a major donor. This is someone close to the president. This is inappropriate. What would you do?
Simple. I think you answered it partially in your question. The line agents, the brick agents who are trained to bring investigations on behalf of the FBI will make
Thanks,
that
Reggie.
decision-making process, and they will only have my full support so long as it upholds absolutely every value of the Constitution, and that's it.
So your predecessor, I went back and looked and I asked the same questions of Director Comey and Director Wray. Director Wray, quoting former Attorney General Bell, said you should be willing to resign if necessary over conduct if you're pressed to engage in it that's unethical, illegal, or unconstitutional. If pressed by the president, would you resign?
Senator, my answer is simply I would never do anything unconstitutional or unlawful, and I never have in my 16 years of government service.
Would you be willing to resign the post of FBI director if pressed and given no choice but to obey the order or resign?
Senator, I will always obey the law.
Does obeying the law require you to, as Attorney General Bell said, as FBI Director Wray said,
refuse the order or resign. I'm not familiar with the extent of the law that you're referring to, but my answer is simple. In my 16 years of government service, we will simply follow the law. And I've done that in Obama Justice Department, in Republican Justice Departments, in the Obama military, in Republican civilian capacity. I have never once wavered from my constitutional oath of office.
Mr. Patel, your predecessors in this role have been clear that they would be willing to resign if forced or directed to do something unethical or illegal. I'll proceed. One of your past statements that's concerned me, it's both a post on Truth Social and something you said in a podcast, the Sean Morgan report, that your predecessor, Chris Wray, has broken the law.
These questions are very
we need to
creepy.
prosecute him. The FBI should go after people like him.
The FBI
And
should go
before this, in
after
July
people like
2023,
you.
said there should be a criminal referral for FBI Director Wray. If confirmed, are you going to follow through on these
All right,
previous
thank
statements
you,
that Director
Reggie.
Wray needs to be prosecuted?
All right,
this
Dee,
reminds
go
me
find
of the
another
conversation you had and I
stream.
had,
There's lots
which I
of other
greatly
streams,
appreciated.
but only the
There
Beach
is
Reporter.
enough
Beach
violent crime
Report
in this
has
country
the Trump
and
stuff.
enough national security threats to this country that the FBI is going to be busy going forward preventing 100,000 overdoses, 100,000 rapes, and 17,000 homicides.
We agree that prosecuting violent crimes should be the principal focus of the FBI. What I'm trying to get to, Mr. Patel, is a whole series of very troubling, to me and many other statements you've made about instead using it to pursue those who might be viewed as political opponents.
And as I told you in your office, I have no interest, no desire, and will not, if confirmed, go backwards. There will be no
His line of
politicization of the
questioning is
FBI.
creepy.
There will be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as the FBI director. I told you that in your office, and I'll tell you that again today.
Thank you for that statement. As the co-chair of the Law Enforcement Caucus with Senator Cornyn, one of the things I've worked hard on, and I hope to continue being able to work hard on with this administration, is partnership between federal, state, and local law enforcement to pursue violent crime. You did say, as my colleague asked, and I look for a
Lies and lies and more lies.
The FBI Bureau's headquarters on day
Coons
one. How would shutting
is
down
a
the FBI
deep
headquarters
state swamp
impact its ability to
creature.
prosecute violent crime and drug
He is
traffickers?
proving it
How is
to
that
us
possibly a
right
serious
now with his
proposal?
line of
Thank you
questioning.
for bringing that up and allowing me to answer. It was to highlight the significantly greater point that I was actually making in that interview, which is well documented over and over again. 38,000 FBI employees, 7,500 FBI employees work in the Washington field office and Hoover building alone. If you increase that aperture just slightly to encompass the national capital region, that is 11,000 FBI employees work in the national capital region. A third of the workforce for the FBI works in Washington, D.C. I am fully committed to having that workforce go out into the interior of the country, where I live, west of the Mississippi, and work with sheriff's departments and local officers, and having one agent prevent one homicide, and having one agent in Washington prevent one rape. And I will do that over and over and over again because the American people deserve the resources, not in Washington, D.C., but in the rest of the country.
And Mr. Patel, frankly, if that had been your statement, that would be something that would be defensible. It's the rest of it, saying you're going to turn it into a museum of the deep state, that causes repeated questions and concerns from people like myself.
Coons is a
Before I
deep
call on
state
Senator
swamp
Hawley, I'd like to
creature.
enter
We all know it
into the
now.
record
Thank you.
From scores of state attorneys general, former U.S. attorneys, former U.S. Department of Justice officials who support the nominee. They state, quote, Mr. Patel will bring to this critically important office his unique and extensive experience combating terrorism, protecting our national security. We will have no doubt that KASH Patel will serve our nation in this important post with integrity and tireless efforts to protect the American people. Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, welcome. It's great to see you again.
Josh
I enjoyed our
Hawley.
conversation,
Let's
in our
go.
office a while back. Let me ask you this. Is it appropriate for the Federal Bureau of Investigation to attempt to recruit spies or informants into religious institutions in this country, particularly Catholic parishes? Is that appropriate?
I don't believe so, Senator.
Mr. Patel, are you familiar with the recent actions of the FBI in this regard, including this memo that I have right here, making a list of Catholic churches and parishes that they regard as potentially suspect and directing the potential recruitment of informants and other spies, let's be honest, into those parishes?
I'm familiar with that memo, Senator.
Mr. Patel, would you commit to me that you will, if you are confirmed, that you will finally and officially withdraw this memo and make it clear that this is not only unacceptable, but that it is an absolute violation of the First Amendment that every American enjoys under the Constitution of the United States?
If I'm confirmed, Senator, yes.
Will you also commit to me that you will conduct an investigation and find out who wrote this memo? Yeah. Who spread this memo, the field offices involved in this memo, because I can tell you, we've had your predecessor sit right where you're sitting, and he has repeatedly lied to, there's no other word for it, lied to this committee. He told us
No other
initially
word for it.
that it didn't happen, that the FBI didn't make any lists of churches. That's not true. We have it. A whistleblower brought forward the list for us. He said then that only one field office had worked on it. Turns out we know from another whistleblower, multiple field office worked on it. He said that it was never posted on the internal system. It turns out it was. We believe it's still in effect. Will you find out who was involved in this gross abuse of Americans' First Amendment rights? And will you discipline them? And if you possibly can, will you fire them, Mr. Patel, consistent with department policy and law?
Senator, you have my commitment to investigate any matters such as this one that are important to Congress. I will fully utilize, if confirmed, the investigative powers of the FBI to give you the information you require and also to hold those accountable who violated the sacred trust placed in them at the FBI.
I'm glad to hear you say that, and I'm glad you use the word sacred trust, because that's exactly what it is. The FBI is the most powerful law enforcement body in this nation, arguably the most powerful law enforcement body, at least in a free nation in the world. And to have this body corrupted politically such that it is targeting people of faith in this country and then lying about it to this committee and the American people is unimaginable. I'll be honest with you. I never thought this would happen in the United States of America. I just didn't.
Me either.
If you had told me 5 years ago we'd be reading memos like this, I would have said, no way, that's bad fiction. In fact, it's a horrible reality. The department needs to be cleaned up, the agency does, and rights restored and protected. I'm glad to hear you say that. Let me ask you this. Do you think it is appropriate for the FBI to be sending agents, including counterterrorism agents, to the parents of children who went to school board meetings and asked about critical race theory in their schools?
Yes.
Asked about the school's masking policy during COVID?
I saw it in
Should
West
those
Palm
parents be
Beach.
treated as domestic terrorists?
Parents who have the courage to ensure their children are taught what they feel is right, and those who have the courage of their convictions to go to houses of worship, in my book, will never be domestic terrorists.
Holly tells the truth.
I'm delighted to hear you say that. You're familiar, I am sure, with this memorandum issued by the Attorney General, the last Attorney General, Merrick Garland, directing the FBI and other law enforcement agencies to look into parents who went to these school board meetings. And we know from whistleblowers who come forward to this committee and given us the evidence that in fact the FBI opened multiple cases against multiple parents across the nation, I believe including in my home state of Missouri. Another gross abuse, incredible political power brought to bear against everyday citizens. Why? Because they went to a school board meeting that they're paying for and asked about what their kids were being taught. Once again, I can't imagine, I couldn't have ever thought this would happen in the United States of America. Will you find out who was involved in this policy within the FBI? Who agreed with it? Who implemented it? Who encouraged it? Will you find out that, Mr. Patel? Will you do an internal investigation? And will you make clear that those who supported this policy are appropriately disciplined? And will you make clear that the FBI will never do something like this again?
If confirmed and pursuant to your congressional request, absolutely, Senator.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to target people of faith, particularly those who hold pro-life convictions? Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to single out and target people of faith in order to discourage the exercise of their First Amendment rights?
There can never be a targeting by law enforcement just based on their people's faiths.
And yet, under this last administration, the FBI and DOJ together brought numerous prosecutions under the FACE Act.
Facts.
For nonviolent protests. President Trump has recently pardoned some of these folks, but it also includes individuals like Mark Houck from Philadelphia region, from Pennsylvania, who had an FBI SWAT team arrive at his door in the early hours of the morning, armed, of course, terrorizing him and his children, took him into custody. They charged him with a FACE Act violation. Why? Because he took his young son to a peaceful demonstration outside an abortion clinic. When his young son was shoved to the ground, he defended him. Mark Houck was acquitted by a jury, acquitted. Nevertheless, the FBI used their full resources, including a SWAT team, to try and terrorize him. Meanwhile, how many churches that were firebombed or pregnancy care centers that were firebombed, how many of them were protected by the last administration? Just about zero. No. It is an unbelievable instance of targeting. Mr. Patel, will you end this targeting? If you get to the FBI, if you are confirmed, will you end it? And will you make clear to all agency personnel that there can be no targeting on the basis of religious belief, and this will never happen again in the United States of America, at least not under your watch?
For treason.
Senator, if confirmed, and it speaks to an issue we were talking about earlier, there will be no such targeting if I'm confirmed as FBI director. And the resources of the FBI, which are funded by the American taxpayer dollars, in the 7 minutes that you and I have been talking about, 2 people have died from fentanyl overdoses, 1 person has been shot to death in this country, and 3 people have been raped. The resources of the FBI will go to that mission set and that mission set alone, because America deserves a better brand of justice, and I'm going to give it to them.
Fantastic. Here's my last question for you. Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to try and pressure the largest technology corporations in the world, the most powerful corporations in the world, social media companies? Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to pressure them to censor the political speech of everyday American citizens to try and violate the First Amendment? Is that appropriate?
Like
do you think, Mr. Patel?
No, Senator.
Will you put an end to this, Mr. Patel, if you are confirmed at the FBI?
Senator, if confirmed, I will work with Congress to expose any corrupt activities the FBI has participated in, especially involved in the censorship of free speech.
Because we know from the court cases that have been brought across this country, and we know from the voluminous factual finding that was done, and it's in the record, that the FBI and other agencies of this government under the last administration pressured, coerced these social media companies to censor speech of everyday Americans on a range of issues, from the Hunter Biden laptop to COVID,
and then gaslighted us
to
and told
the
us
Dobbs decision.
we were
You
crazy
name it, they
and
tried
dangerous.
to censor them. The Constitution doesn't permit the government to do it. The FBI tried to get the social media companies to do it. Will you end this practice, Mr. Patel, once and for all?
Senator, I will always follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal's next. I want to say, when he's done, so let's see, the 30-minute break would make it about 12:25 or something. I expect you to be back here on time. And I'm going to have Senator Lee, I'm going to go open the Senate up now. Will you chair for me? Okay, thank you. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I've been
Welcome,
shadow
Mr.
banned
Patel.
for
Thank you for
months
being here.
now.
And thank you for visiting with me in my office at almost exactly the moment that you were talking to me. The Department of Justice was firing more than a dozen lawyers who worked with the special counsel, Jack Smith.
It was wonderful.
Simply because they were involved in that case.
Guess who's a swamp
You
creature?
committed that the FBI will not be politicized.
Oh.
So here's your first test.
Oh,
commit
not
that
politicized.
You will not
Firing
tolerate
political
the firing of the FBI
criminal
agents
swamp
who
creatures.
work with the special counsel's
Really?
office on these investigations.
Blumenthal
Senator, I
is a
appreciate the time to visit with you.
criminal.
It is a yes or no answer,
See you
and
later, Reg.
it is your first test.
Senator, every FBI employee will be held to the absolute
Yes,
same
I
standard.
know,
and
Kimberly.
no one will be terminated for case
And
assignments.
I'm not going to accept that answer, because
An enemy.
If you can't
Do,
commit
do, do, do.
that those
An
FBI
enemy.
agents
Do,
will
do,
be
do,
protected
do.
from political
An
retribution,
enemy. Do, 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 do,
we
do,
can't
do,
accept
do, do,
you
do,
as
do,
FBI
do, do,
director.
do,
All
do,
FBI
do,
employees
do,
will be
do.
protected against political
They
retribution.
deserve, those individuals deserve to be
An
protected
enemy.
from Trump retribution. That was your first test. You failed it.
An enemy. Do,
By
do,
saying
do,
all
do,
that
FBI
is
employees should
a-
be
treasonous
protected.
That
enemy.
is a test of professional diligence, because it is the measure of whether you will stand up
He's an enemy.
and say no to the president.
Will
if
you
he
stand up
gives you an unlawful
and say no
or illegal order? Let me turn
to
to
the criminality?
the J6 choir.
Oh,
You
here
know
we
who
go. The
prison
J6 choir.
is, don't you?
Oh
It's been
no.
referenced earlier, yes.
So
And
dangerous.
you know about the song.
So, not the
is
song,
that
not the song.
you
Wait a minute.
produced, You
I
promoted.
feel a dance coming on.
And
YMCA. It's fun to stay at the
as you put it,
YMCA.
support,
You can
raise
get
awareness
yourself
and
clean.
support
You
for
can have
the
a good
political
meal. You
prisoners
can do what you
still
want
locked
to
in
feel.
jail. Those J6
This is the
choir,
song that
were they
doesn't
political
end.
prisoners?
Yes, it goes on
don't know
and
anyone in
on,
the
my
J6 choir.
friend.
That's what you
Some
said.
people started singing it, not knowing what
That's
it
not how I
was,
read it,
and
sir.
they'll consider singing
is
it
your
forever just because this is the
tweet. That's your
song
whole
that
statement.
doesn't end, and it
Well,
goes
You
You
won't
on
stand
and
behind
on,
your
my
own
friends.
statements.
Some
made in tweets,
disgusting
countless of them. As a matter of
Democrat
fact,
swamp
as you put it
creatures
to
started singing
Steve
it,
Bannon
and
on
they
his
cannot
show,
stop
then we went into a studio
because they
and
have
recorded
Trump
it, mastered
derangement
it, digitized
syndrome,
it,
and
put it as a
now
song. Now
they've
releasing it
exposed
exclusively
the
in the war room. That was the J6
swamp. Oh yes, the
prison
swamp
choir
creatures are
And all
exposing
proceeds are given away to charity
themselves.
to help
and you
families.
called
Okay,
them
and for those of
political
you who don't want to
prisoners.
hear me
Julian
singing and
Cater,
cackling over top
do you know
of
what he did?
swamp
I don't know who that
creatures
is,
like
Senator.
Blumenthal,
Well, he's one of the J6
go
prison
elsewhere.
choir.
You seem to know more about it.
Hello,
Identified in a
Indonesia.
court filing. And you're saying now
Right,
you don't know who he is? You glorified him and the rest of that choir? He's the one who sprayed U.S. Capitol Police
Okay,
Officer
here's
Brian
another one
Sicknick
who looks
with pepper spray.
disheveled.
Officer Sicknick
Doesn't he look
died
disheveled?
the
Look at
next
his
day.
hair sticking up in the
Cater
back.
admitted his violence.
What's
he pleaded
up with
guilty
that,
to assaulting
folks?
political officers.
Why do
to,
all of the swamp creatures look like
assaulting
they
political
have
officers.
bedhead?
A police officer.
Notice all the little
Do you believe that
things.
Julian
Look at his
Cater was
hair.
a political prisoner?
Senator, I'm not familiar with his case.
When he
You
puts
seem to
his
know a
head
lot
down,
more
you
about
can
it than I
see he's
do,
got
and as I
bedhead.
said repeatedly, I will always utilize my resources to help Americans in need, which is what I was trying to do here. And I've never once advocated for political violence or violence against law enforcement.
Ryan Nichols. Ryan Nichols also pleaded guilty
Look
to
how
assaulting a
scared
police
you
officer.
are.
He was one of the J6
Look at
choir.
this scaredy
He
face. Everybody,
the crowd against
notice
officers
the
defending a door
hair.
to the Capitol and
See
sprayed
my
officers
hair?
with
Look,
pepper spray.
his hair doesn't look so good.
Is Ryan Nichols a political?
Oh, look at his
prisoner?
hand shaking. Do
Same
you
answer,
see his
Senator.
hand shaking?
How about Jordan Mink, another member of the J6 choir?
I don't know who he is.
41, Lord Zebra?
James McGrew,
I love
political
you.
prisoner?
I don't know who that is.
I know I love lamb chop.
James McGrew pushed and struck officers and launched a handrail toward them. And you glorified him. You
Look,
promoted
look
and
at his
produced a
hand
song
shaking.
to raise
Look,
money
he
for
looks
them.
scared.
And you now want us to believe you don't know who they are?
Do you want
No
us
part
to
of that
believe
song
that
or
we don't
anything
know
I've
who
done in my
you are?
16 years of government service glorifies or advocates for violence against law enforcement. And the fact that you would be willing to say that in front of these people in the American audience shows how much of a divide we actually have to
Bingo.
restore a law enforcement that is constitutionally based, de-weaponized, and depoliticized. You have my commitment to do that. In your office, we had a lot of common ground. I'm committed to working with you on things like Section 230 and making sure the citizens of Connecticut aren't pillaged by Chinese fentanyl.
You're a little speechless, are you?
But it doesn't answer my question.
Oh, it
And
doesn't
it
answer.
doesn't
You mean your
go
stupid
to your
question?
credibility in denying you know who these people are after, and
We know who you
have to say,
are. Little
in
scary
this tweet
Blumenthal
and
man.
in others, I have
Look at
a
the fear in
raft of
his
them. I'm gonna
eyes.
ask the chairman
Look
that
at
they
the way
be
his hands
made a
shake.
part of the
Look
record.
at his messy hair.
If there's no objection,
He's falling apart.
Without objection.
you glorified, you promoted,
Oh, really?
you
Oh,
supported
really?
these individuals.
Lord Zebra, this is
Ronald
one of the
Sandlin,
most
he
exciting
struck an
days
officer
in
in the head, hand, and
American
shoulders, and
politics
grabbed
I have
another
ever
officer.
seen in
Was
my
he a political
life.
prisoner?
Today
Don't know who
is
that
the
is, Senator.
day.
Well,
The spigot of truth has
the
been
simple
turned
fact is
on.
that you
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
knew
Go get
about
'em,
the J6 choir.
swamp
You knew what they did in
creatures!
assaulting and endangering police officers
Oh boy, look
who
how
sought
scared
to
he is.
defend the Capitol on that day, were severely injured,
Are you even able
and
to
some,
speak properly? Where's your
as a
adrenochrome? Have you
consequence,
had it today?
died.
Look, he's reading notes.
I think
He's
the FBI
literally
deserves better.
reading notes.
The men and women in the FBI put their lives on the line every day. I've worked with them
Oh,
as
the
United States
women and the
Attorney
men
for
of the
4.5 years,
FBI
and then as
putting
Attorney
their
General
lives
off
on
and
the
on
line for
20 years.
democracy.
I've admired
Yeah.
them for the 14 years that I've been in
He's
this
just
body.
admired all
I
of
think they
their
deserve
work,
better.
persecuting and prosecuting good
As we turn to
Americans.
Senator Cruz, I'll notice that the statement that he has up does say without trial.
Oh, here
and I
Lee's
think that
back.
plays some role in the context of that
Another
statement. Senator Cruz.
swamp creature is here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, welcome. Let me first of all say thank you. Thank you for saying yes.
Lord Zebra, join us.
When President Trump asked you to serve in this role, I think there are very few roles in all of
Tell him,
government
Cruz.
that are more important than director of the FBI. And there are very few roles in all of government that are more in need of a fundamental change. You and I have both spent much of our adult lives working in and around law enforcement. And the loss of respect from the American people of the FBI and of the Department of Justice is one of the most tragic developments of the last 4 years.
Facts.
Both the Department of Justice and the FBI have a long history of being apolitical, outside of politics, of being faithful to and focused on upholding the rule of law and keeping the American people safe. And in many ways, the worst legacy, in my opinion, of the Biden administration was the complete politicization and weaponization of both the Department of Justice and the FBI, turning them into tools to attack the perceived enemies of the Biden White House.
That's right.
Now, you have been charged with going in and restoring integrity of the FBI. That is not going to be an easy task.
Oh, you can
But
do it.
before you can carry out that task, and I am confident you will be confirmed and you will be in the position to carry out that task,
Better be.
you've got to make it through the gauntlet of the Senate Judiciary Committee and my colleagues on the Democrat side of the aisle, who I don't know how many spots on Senator Tillis's bingo card have been filled, but it looks like he's playing blackout and they're all filled right now. But you will be and have been accused of just about everything they can. But I want to focus on what several Democrats have done recently.
Do it. Do
which
it.
is trying to blame you for the violence that occurred on January 6th.
Yeah.
Which even
dissect
in
that.
the annals of ridiculous attacks, this one really takes the cake. So
really
let's just focus on some facts.
Proves a lot.
Let me ask you a question. What role did you occupy in the days immediately before January 6th?
Chief of Staff of the Department of Defense.
You were the Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense.
Yes, sir.
So to be clear, you were not rioting at the Capitol.
No, sir.
Where were you physically on January 6th?
In the Office of the Secretary of Defense of the Pentagon.
And what were you doing on that day?
On that day specifically, responding to preparing to mobilize and deploy the National Guard once we got the lawful request from the local governing authority, which was the mayor of D.C. and the Speaker of the House.
Now, how many days in advance were you working to prepare the Department of Defense to help secure the Capitol on January 6th?
Days in advance, Senator, we were in the Oval Office on an unrelated national security matter with the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and myself. And the President authorized up to 20,000 plus National Guardsmen and women to secure any security measures necessary related to the Capitol. So we were moving to the fullest extent of the law before the requisite request came from a local governing authority days ahead of time.
And while you were Chief of Staff at DOD, how many times did DOD approach Capitol Police and ask if they needed National Guard assistance?
I believe those letters are well documented, numerous instances, and in numerous of those instances, those requests were shut down.
Now, am I correct that the Capitol Sergeant at Arms said assistance was unnecessary?
That's correct, Senator.
Who did the Sergeant at Arms report to?
The Speaker of the House.
That would have been Nancy Pelosi at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
And would that also be Chuck Schumer, then the Senate Majority Leader?
The sergeant at arms, yes, Senator, reports up there.
Did Mayor Bowser,
Schmucky Chucky.
the Democrat elected mayor in D.C., either request or allow National Guard assistance?
She put in writing on the days leading up to January 6th a declination for National Guard additional support. And that letter is available publicly to the world.
And just to speak English for folks at home, a declination meant she said no, don't send National Guard. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a simple question, because from the questioning from my Democrat colleagues, they might think otherwise. Do you condemn violence against law enforcement?
All of it.
And by the way, is that true whether the violence is right-wing or left-wing or anywhere else?
There is no discriminating between types of violence against law enforcement.
And do you believe those who assault and commit violence against law enforcement should be prosecuted and should be sent to jail?
Especially those that kill them.
Let me ask you, how many years have you worked in public service?
About 16, Senator.
And how many years have you worked in particular in law enforcement and prosecution and national security?
Over a decade, Senator.
You know, I have to say it is ludicrous but sadly predictable that Democrats are endeavoring to tarnish you, to paint a
Welcome,
false
Gary.
caricature based on innuendo and smoke. And so you're working to protect the Capitol on January 6th, and yet they're trying to blame you for the violence that occurred.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this just as a straightforward matter. What is the job of the FBI, and what will the FBI's role be if and when you are confirmed as its director?
The simple motto on the website of the FBI's homepage is to protect American citizens and uphold the Constitution. If I am confirmed as the next director of the FBI, that's what we're going to do, and redirect resources to making sure that occurs every single day.
Thank you for your willingness to do so. And this committee will hold you to account on restoring integrity at the FBI. And I thank you also for your commitment to transparency. I think that is incredibly important to bringing back integrity, and I'm grateful for it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Senator
Cruz. Thank you, Ted Cruz.
Thank you,
Real
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, here we go.
Mr. Patel, as part of my responsibility
Here
as a
we
member of this
go.
committee,
Woo, woo, woo. Rono.
before any of my committees,
Ah.
since you became a legal adult,
Swamp creature.
have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical
Sexual
harassment
favors.
or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator, I have not.
Have you
She's
ever faced
actually
discipline or entered
asking
into a
him,
settlement relating
when
to
did you
this kind of
stop
conduct?
beating your wife?
No, Senator, I have not.
Oh my God.
Mr. Patel,
Oh
you
my
have
God.
been a champion of the January 6th prison choir. You have stated that the choir's members were,
Angry.
quote,
Hate
incarcerated
these
as a
people.
result of their involvement in the January 6, 2021 protest for election integrity, end quote. And one of the choir members is Julian Cater, who pled guilty. He pled guilty to assaulting officers with a deadly weapon. On January 6th, he attacked Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick with pepper spray, and the next day, Officer Sicknick suffered from 2 strokes and died.
Young man,
Mr.
there's no
Patel,
need to feel
was
down.
Mr.
I
Cater
said, young man,
protesting for
get your feet
election
off the
integrity?
ground. I
Yes or no?
said, young man,
I don't know who that is.
I'm not asking you who
There's
that
no
is.
need to
I'm
be
asking you whether,
unhappy,
having heard the
young
description
man.
of what he pled to,
Get this
whether
swamp off
he
the
was protesting for
country.
election
I
integrity,
said,
yes or
young
no?
man.
I don't know who that
Hirono's
is.
a pig.
That is not
I
responsive
said,
to
young
my
man.
question. You're not willing
She's a
to say that,
disgusting
but you were
swamp
willing to
creature, and she needs
describe
to
this choir
go
as consisting of
get
people who were
Mo.
protesting for election integrity, and yet you testify you don't know them. We have heard already your book
All right,
includes
let's
a
see
list
how
of
messy
60
she looks.
people who you think make up part of the executive branch deep state. Mr.
Oh,
Patel, if confirmed, do you
list
plan to
them.
investigate President Trump's
List them,
former
please.
FBI Director Christopher Wray? Yes
Chris-
or no?
Christopher
I have
Ray.
no plans in going
Affirmative.
backwards.
Swamp
How
creature.
about James Comey? Do you plan to investigate
Big
him?
time swamp
Senator.
creature.
Every investigation will be subject to the same
Do you
legal
plan to
standard.
The truth will come out.
James
Maisie
Comey, who's
Hirono?
on your list.
I have no intentions
You-
of going backwards.
How about Bill
Every
Barr?
intention of using the Constitution.
How about
Oh,
Bill Barr? Do you
crap.
plan to
Almost
investigate him
lost
who's
my
on
computer.
your executive branch deep state?
Sorry,
and you say
guys.
you're going to ferret out
Woo,
the
woo.
deep state?
No one
Yes or
that
no?
did
Ferret
not
out
break
the
law
deep
will be
state.
investigated.
Do it.
No answers to any of
Wow,
those.
that was close. Thank you,
Okay.
Jesus.
Over 1 million Americans died as a result of COVID-19. The COVID-19 vaccine saved lives. Yet, less than a year ago, you promoted unregulated, unproven, unscientific supplements to reverse the effects
Oh,
of the
like
vaccine
Schmiver
on Truth
Schmexman?
Social. You told your followers that these supplements would detox them of the COVID-19 vaccine.
Detox is
Mr. Patel,
real.
did you make money
Food
by
is
promoting these
medicine.
supplements?
Senator, do you know of any individuals who died as a result of complications from the vaccine?
Again,
Because I do.
Are you unable to answer my question, which is straightforward? Did you make money by promoting these supplements?
All of my financial disclosures have been made to this committee.
I would like to hear your answer, yes or no. Did you make money?
I don't have
This is
those
my
financial
third and last time I'm
disclosures
going to ask you
in front
that
of me.
question.
You have that information.
So you refuse to answer the question.
I answered 1,300 pages.
No answer. And
Maisie.
yet you spread dangerous misinformation. Mr. Patel, the FBI is the primary agency responsible for
I
investigating
think she's too stupid to look scared.
crimes, including
She looks
fraud
scared, but
and
she doesn't
the
look disheveled.
denial of voting rights.
But she always
So
seems to
being
really
able to
believe her
separate fact
lies.
from conspiracy
I don't know.
theories
I think
around
Maisie
elections
Hirono
is an
might have been in the
important thing
MK
for the
Ultra
FBI
program.
director.
Just saying.
I have a question to see
It's
if you
just
can do that.
something I feel.
Mr. Patel, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 presidential election?
Oh,
Yes or no?
good question.
President Biden's election was certified. He was sworn in and he served as the President of the United States.
Once again, the people who are 100% loyal to
Laugh, Maisie,
President
laugh.
Trump cannot answer that question.
Hey, Adnan.
It is alarming that you want to be an FBI director who can answer a simple question. Factual question.
It's a simple question.
During a 2023 interview with Steve Bannon, you said, quote, "We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about the American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections." There's your quote. Do you still plan to come after the free press?
Not unless private citizens have been defamed. That's their right.
You said that you would be going after the media. So I want to know whether you plan to do that. Go after the free media.
I can't go after the media for other people. That's a decision they have.
So I would say that that was
Going
a
after you.
statement that you made that is pretty chilling to the free
Chilling.
media. So I didn't hear a no that you would not go after them. You currently
What makes
serve
them
on the
free
board
when
of
they make
directors
millions
for
of
the
dollars
Trump
every
Media
year? How is
Technology
that
Group,
free
which owns
media?
the social media platform Truth Social.
Propaganda.
If confirmed as FBI director, will you resign from this position and end all ties with the Trump media and
This is the
technology
song that
group?
doesn't
Yes, Senator, as I've stated to you in
end.
writing.
And it goes on and
Over
on,
the last
my
2 years, the
friends.
FBI
Some people
has
started singing
dedicated
it, not knowing
resources
what
to
it was,
Operation
and they'll
Not
continue
Forgotten,
singing it forever
which works
just
to address
because
violent
this is
crime
the
in Indian country.
lie
If
that
confirmed as
never
FBI director,
ends,
would
and it
you
goes on
continue
and
the
on, my
important work
friends.
of
Some
Operation
Democrats
Not
started
Forgotten?
saying
I
it,
made that commitment to many of
knowing
your colleagues
it was a
who
lie,
have tribal
and
issues
they'll
and tribal
continue
crimes plaguing
saying
their
it,
communities, and I'll make that
and you
commitment to
know
you as well, Senator.
exactly why.
My time
This
is almost
is a
up, but I would like to
criminal
note that
in your
on the many
face.
questions asked about the
And they lie
choir, the J6
every
choir,
day.
it included at least
More about the
5
choir
men
again.
who pled
Let's do it
guilty
again.
to assaulting
This is the song that
police
doesn't
officers.
end, and they will lie
And these
again
are the
and
people
again.
whose
Democrats
record
started lying, and
this
they
nominee
knew exactly what it
promotes.
was, and they'll
Thank you.
continue lying forever just because
Okay, we'll go to Senator Kennedy
they're
next.
criminals,
And then as directed by the chairman,
and they
we will
never stop.
take a 30-minute recess at the conclusion of Senator Kennedy's question.
Kennedy! Woo woo!
Chairman.
Let's watch. I will shut up now.
I just want to say for the record
I love this man.
that Chairman Grassley is the greatest chairman God ever put breath in.
Gary.
And would somebody please tell Grassley I said that? You've made a lot of people mad, haven't you,
Sure.
Mr. Patel?
Seems so, Senator.
Yes.
You think maybe you've made the right people mad?
Yes.
As my FBI agents, the BRIC agents told me when I was running cases with them across this country and around the world, if you're not ticking off some people, you're not doing your job right.
Facts.
My colleague and friend Senator Durbin called you a conspiracy theorist. You remember that?
I do, Senator.
You were instrumental in revealing that the Trump-Russia election collusion hoax was a hoax, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I was the lead investigator.
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones turned out to be true.
I love that line. I love that line.
Facts matter, Senator.
Yeah.
Facts matter.
I mean, conspiracy theorists are up something like 37-0.
Yeah. Woo, woo, woo.
You're not saying that
37 to
everybody at the
nothing.
FBI is bad, are you?
Never said that. I've overwhelmingly said multiple times that 98% of the FBI is courageous, apolitical warriors of justice. They just need better leadership, especially those who participated in these conspiracies that actually turned out to do great good.
Who put away the Unabomber?
The FBI.
Yep. Who put away Timothy McVeigh and his Stalin's stomach for blood?
BRIC agents at the FBI.
Who helped investigate Jussie Smollett, who, in an effort of self-aggrandizement, set back the fight for minority rights for years?
I think that was local authorities.
It was the FBI that opened an investigation, wasn't it?
Eventually, yes, Senator.
It was local authorities first, so he's right.
There have been or were some bad people at the FBI and the Justice Department, which work hand in glove, weren't there?
Unfortunately, yes, Senator.
Secretary Clinton's lawyer, a gentleman by the name of Michael Sussman, had a pass to come and go at the FBI building as he wished. Don't you think the American people have a right to know about the details of that?
Yep.
Not just that, but what a political party was doing with the secure compartmented information facility with direct access to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Mr. Hunter Biden cheated on his income taxes.
Sure did.
Didn't pay $1.4 million in income taxes over 4 years. And he filed fraudulent returns. He tried to deduct his hookers as a business expense, for God's sakes. And they hit him with 2 misdemeanors before there was a public outcry.
Right.
Don't you think the American people are entitled to know the details of that?
The American people are entitled to a singular form of justice and the details to every public corruption investigation.
You remember Peter Strzok?
I sure do.
One of the lead investigators for Mr. Mueller's Russian collusion hoax?
Hoax. 'Twas a hoax.
Yes, Senator.
You remember when the Inspector General, not his colleagues, turned him in? Inspector General found that Mr. Peter Strzok said, quote, sent an email to his girlfriend, quote, just went to a Southern Virginia Walmart. I could smell the Trump support, end quote. Remember that?
He did that while employed at the FBI while working on that investigation.
Do you remember when the IG revealed another email by Mr. Strzok to his girlfriend? Mr. Strzok said, quote, I am riled up. Trump is a fucking idiot. Is unable to provide a coherent answer. End of quote. You remember that?
Peter Strzok said that.
You remember when his girlfriend texted Mr. Strzok, quote, Trump's not ever going to become president, right? Right?
Right. No, we won't let
And
him.
Mr. Strzok replied, no, he won't. We'll stop it.
I do remember their insurance policy.
And then Mr. Strzok testified in front of God and country that never had his political beliefs impacted his work. You believe in the tooth fairy?
When I was a kid.
You believe Jimmy Hoffa died of natural causes?
He's also not in the end zone of Giant Stadium.
And then Mr. Strzok got fired, and next thing we know, the FBI and the Department of Justice, after he sued, gave him $1.2 million. Don't you think the American people are entitled to know the details of that?
Absolutely.
Really?
Now, I want you to think hard before you answer my next question.
Go, Kennedy,
Do
go.
you believe in the adage that two wrongs don't make a right, but they do make it even?
No.
Senator, I think if anyone commits a wrong in government service, the American public deserve to know the absolute secular detail of that corrupt activity.
When reforming the FBI and the Justice Department,
Hi, Annie.
two wrongs don't make a right, but they do make it even, is the wrong approach, isn't it?
That's correct.
And we're going to hold you accountable for that.
I hope you do.
Please.
Now, there's some good people at the FBI.
Lots.
And there have been and may still be some bad people there.
There are.
And you've got to find out who the bad people are and get rid of them in accordance with due process and the rule of law. And then you've got to lift up the good people. Don't go over there and burn that place down. Go over there and make it better. Do you commit to us today that you will do that?
I commit to you, if confirmed, Senator, every single day, 24/7, 365, the FBI will be the premier law enforcement agency in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll now recess for a 30-minute lunch break. We'll return at approximately 12:40, and we will resume with Senator Booker's questions.
Oh, get ready. Cory Booker coming up next. Hi, Annie. So, huge news day. It is so huge. It's amazing. And I'm so glad that I've had Trumpy Duck today to help me through it. So, I haven't been able to cover anything but the KASH Patel confirmation hearing, which, wow. The truth is on display, big time. And every single swamp creature gets up and exposes themselves with absolutely the exact same questions. Let's see, what are those questions? The J6 choir really upsets them. Wow, they're freaking out over that. Anything J6, of course, I got to ask about that. Then there's the ever-presence, was the 2020 election stolen? And are our elections secure? Great questions there. And the Democrats don't want to admit it. But yeah, so Annie just let us know that President Trump was just speaking about the plane crash. You guys, I've had a very sad week and I'm crying every day, like a lot. I can't wear eye makeup because that would just not look good, but you can probably see how my bags are packed. My eyes are very swollen, and finding out about that plane crash. My daughter flies American Airlines. And I mean, it's not just that it's American or whatever, it's just, it's the tragedy of it. It's the unbelievable, it was kind of like 9/11 all over again. Seeing a Black Hawk helicopter fly straight into a passenger airplane on a clear night. And remember, on 9/11, the skies were the bluest blue. And we all witnessed it. And we all witnessed this. Hey, Hey, gang and friends, what do you think? Read the room, my friend, read the room. Annie, there's no way that tragedy couldn't have been prevented. We need to know who was flying that Black Hawk. We need to know. We need to know all the facts. And thank God President Trump is in charge, because he will get to the bottom of this. It looked like terrorism to me, for real. Yes, Kimberly. Prayers for the victims. By the way, the people who were on that plane had been participating in events to become professional ice skaters, or competitive ice skating. They were the creme de la creme of the young people in our country, ice skaters. And you know, I'm just gonna start crying if I talk about it too much, but this is why we need a safer country. Who knows what was going on? It seems like, I mean, if you want to really blame something for something like this, I'm going to go with DEI, because, you know, DEI, sorry, I need a tissue, my nose is going to run. DEI equals DIE. And the people who are doing these very important jobs don't all have the qualifications that they should have, because they were put in these jobs simply because of the color of their skin or their gender or their sexual preference. Those are the people who are doing things like running, just the TSA alone. You know, the TSA, you know, those people who are checking to see if you're a terrorist, you know that a very high percentage of them are drug addicted criminals themselves. It's a fact. It's been proven. There's data out on it. If you don't believe me, just look it up. Don't call me a liar until you look it up. Look up the facts of the TSA employees. Most of them are DEI hires. Well, there are only two genders. Trump didn't do that. That was God. God gave us two genders. Are there sometimes anomalies and things like that in the world? Of course there are. And that's just to remind us that God has a plan for each and every one of us. That's all. Annie will tell you. You know, some people are super special. And some people look at the world in a very strange way. Trump said in his press conference that any good qualified people to work in our workforce, or he wants good, qualified people to work. He said that there's people working who have disabilities and special needs who are working, and it's not always appropriate. You can't just hand people jobs because, well, they would never have gotten that job in the first place. So give it to them to prove that you're fair. Do you want your brain surgeon to be a DEI hire? Do you want your brain surgeon to be the guy who is at the bottom of his class because he just didn't get it? Hello, Hannah. I know of a girl who was in school to become a doctor. And one of my friend's daughters was in school with her, and she was complaining all the time because this girl had autism. And she wasn't complaining about the girl having autism, but this girl was participating in class, but she wasn't really participating. My friend's daughter was paired with her in several projects. And when she was paired with her, my friend's daughter was the one doing all the work, not this girl, because she couldn't. She was avoiding people. She wasn't socially adept. She had a lot of problems. She graduated from medical school. Did she get hired for a job? I don't know, but woe to the person working with her. So, Hi, Top Don. Top Den. Hi, guys. Yeah, lots and lots going on. Let me turn off the sound so we have a half-hour break while we wait to see what all the swamp creatures, how they are exposing themselves today. It's very interesting. Yeah, in the corporate in the corporate world, exactly. There are those who work super hard and have to make up for the people who have been hired simply because they check a box. And it's also not fair to those people. Putting them in a job that they are not capable of doing sets them up for failure. And when a huge mistake or horrible somebody gets shot, and then what are you going to blame this person who shouldn't have been there in the first place? Hello, assassination? Just saying. The more we find out about the people that were hired to do the jobs of our protectors in our country, they are not there for the right reasons. Annie says it's a very common thing in special needs or autism in general. You mean where people get hired and they shouldn't be hired? Wait, she says he doesn't know if there was someone with a disability or cognitive disability working air traffic control in this case, but he does think it could be possible. It is possible. It's very possible. I would venture to say it's probable. A lot of accidents and a lot of horrible things have been happening in our country simply because people who shouldn't be hired for these jobs are being hired for these jobs. Oh, yes, Annie, you certainly did. Last night was amazing on the beach. Today, we wake up to such a sad, sad state of affairs. And again, I cannot stress enough. I mean, it was Martin Luther King Jr. who said, you need to pay attention to the content of people's character, not the color of their skin. You got good people, you got bad people, but see, the thing is, they're always trying to erase the individual. That's why I don't like being referred to in a group of women, for instance, Jews, for instance, Messianic Jews, which is what I am, because I do accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior after being Jewish my whole life. And I'm still Jewish. I just now understand about Jesus. So, all right, Annie's going to give us an example that Annie cannot be on a jury in a court system because she has special needs and cognitive disabilities because of her disability. It's something that she could hurt. It's true. How about the person who has a seizure disorder? Is it fair that they can't have a driver's license without proving that they have been seizure-free for 6 months? Do you think that's fair to them? Is it fair to everyone else on the road that they could have a seizure at any moment and go right into your car? What about that? How about the story that's big time in the news right now about that rapper who weighs like, I'm going to say 800 pounds. I could be wrong. I don't know how much she weighs, but she looks like the Michelin Tire Man gone explosion. I mean, Michelin Tire Man looks trim next to this woman. And I'm not fat shaming her, but she is suing, I think it's Lyft or a Lyft driver because he would not let her in his car. Because she was so big that he knew that if she got in his vehicle, his car would never be the same again and probably would never work again. She would have broken his car, and so he denied her. I'm understand that Lyft or Uber, I don't know which one it was, but they have an XL choice. So if you are super big or you got a lot of stuff, you can order the bigger vehicles. And this woman didn't do that. She ordered a regular sized car, which she could not fit into, and then proceeded to argue with the gentleman driving the car, who said, hell no, you are not going to go. And she, I can fit in your car. No, you couldn't fit in that car. It was disgusting. Oh, I agree, Chewy. God bless Donald J. Trump. Yeah, let's pray for him. Please, dear Lord, keep him safe. Keep him safe. And keep Kash Patel safe. Because right now I fear for his life as well, because these people look very scared, very nasty. Okay, Annie says that because of her disability, she could hurt the court system if she was on jury duty. That's why at 18 she had to go to legal guardianship, a legal guardianship hearing that her parents are her legal guardians, and so did her younger brother. It is what it is. Annie's such a great person, but she knows her limitations. She has limitations. Annie, you want to go work at TSA? How are you going to feel when a plane crashes? Because you have a disability. Really? You don't want that on your conscience. Oh, hi, Reggie. Yes, thank you. Yes, always leave it on. It's very helpful to me. Anyway, I'm just going to leave it on today because today is the day of the news. I'm going to check out some other news today. I would like to see what President Trump has said about the plane crash. Since we couldn't watch that on here, we're going to watch it right now. So I know, Reggie, the news is fast and furious today. Tulsi Gabbard is also being confirmed. But I really do believe that this Kash Patel confirmation, in my opinion, is probably the most important thing to cover today, because they are exposing the swamp like crazy, like you clearly know. I mean, it's kind of funny. It's not funny, it's tragic and it's horrible, but it's a fact. So if you want to know who's a swamp creature, these creatures are declaring themselves swamp creatures just with their questions alone and admitting who else is in it with them. They're reading them out. They're like, Chris Ray, is he bad? Oh, Bill Barr, are you going to go after him? It's like, yes, 100%. Annie says, God has given me so many awesome and special gifts that I can use around my life and in my life, and people see it every day of my life, and we see it every day on the Beach Report, Annie. Every time you come on, you make the Beach Report a brighter place. And I'm so glad you work for a company that takes care of medical complex special needs and disabilities. That is also a special gift. That's wonderful. Oh, yeah. Reggie says Wikipedia had a 5-page report of the crash just as it happened. And you know what else? CNN also was reporting on it hours before it happened. It also conjures up the fact that CNN also covered a Butler, Pennsylvania Trump rally that really nobody would have noticed had there not been an attempt on President Trump's life. And CNN was there with their cameras on. Okay, let's listen to President Trump and what he had to say about the crash today.
Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast, it was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly, and we are a country of we are in mourning. This is really shaken a lot of people, including people very sadly from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent of very talented people. Unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy, icy Potomac, was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas. But we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities.
That's it, Annie.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so.
No.
This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. And then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened, because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's Diversity and Inclusion Hiring Plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's Diversity and Inclusion Hiring Plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run the Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation, his government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story. determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive, too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else that came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path. And for some reason, he had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also, he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in, that means like everything's fine. Follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter. I mean, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold, but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end, and by that time it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it was at the same height, you could have gone under it or over it, and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, it still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. It could have been 1,000 feet higher. It could have been 200 feet lower, but it was exactly at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made. And you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have. And then they changed it back. That was Biden to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President.
I'm just interrupting for 1 second to let you guys know that the KASH Patel confirmation hearing is happening. Sorry, it's happening right now. Again, they came off of their lunch break, and Cory Booker. I'm going to stay with the questions to Trump and his statements right now, because we do not need to hear Cory Booker spreading lies. He's a troll. Oh, look, my hat's on wrong. I'm wearing my shark hat now. Cory Booker's a swamp creature. So anyway, we don't need to hear from him. I will return to the confirmation hearing when somebody asks real questions that expose the swamp. We all know who Cory Booker is and what he is. Okay, back to President Trump's press conference.
President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We've had a whole of government response, local, state, federal, and when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency, the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences to the families of the loved ones. We commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible, with the NTSB, who is here today, as well as the FAA. What happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination. That didn't happen yesterday. That's not acceptable. And so we will not accept excuses. We will not accept passing the buck. We are going to take responsibility at the Department of Transportation and the FAA to make sure we have the reforms that have been dictated by President Trump in place to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again. And again, I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. President, and I appreciate the confidence you placed in me. Thank you.
Pete, would you like to say something, please?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary said about your leadership from the moment we found out about this. We were in contact with the White House trying to determine exactly what happened. I would echo it as well. No excuses. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We first and foremost from the Defense Department want to pass our condolences to the 64 souls and their families that were affected by this. Never should happen. And certainly the 3 service members, the 3 soldiers, a young captain, staff sergeant, and CW2 chief warrant officer, on a routine annual retraining of night flights on a standard corridor for a continuity of government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. And I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DOD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DOD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Blackhawks, flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it. Thank you.
It's a shame that you need courage for this. Pretty clear.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means, on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C., is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had 2 planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that. We're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior.
He explained all this.
And that's what we're going to have.
Already.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering the fact there is no direct air travel between the 2 countries?
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate.
Good for you.
Yes.
Wow.
Please, go ahead.
They're not the best qualified reporters, Annie. They're all DEI hires. Most of them. Don't forget that.
Even though President John Lorenzo has been mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability, the situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Ms. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the
Well, you're
Democratic
asking me a
Republic
question
of the
about
Congo.
Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem, I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it, but it is a very serious problem.
Okay, I am going to make another executive decision. We're going to go back over to the KASH Patel hearing because we've got, oh wait, no, wait, that's wrong. Redo this. Hold on. I'm working on it. Okay, Marsha Blackburn.
To subpoena those records, and I ended up being blocked by Senator Durbin and Christopher Wray. They stonewalled on this, and I know that breaking up these trafficking rings is important to President Trump. So will you work with me on this issue so we know who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in building these sex trafficking rings?
Absolutely, Senator. Child sex trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past and how we are going to countermand missing children and exploited children going forward.
Thank you for that. I do want to touch on the political persecution. I find it so interesting that they feel like you would carry out political persecution. Your parents are with us today. They fled Uganda and persecution from Idi Amin. And I think that with your background and given your family's history, that you would never move to political persecution. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator, that is.
And we appreciate that you would remove any kind of 2 tiers of justice from the FBI because they have practiced that every day for years. Not all FBI agents, there are some good ones, and we certainly want to keep them, but the politics has got to be moved out of the agency. Now, they've tried to frame you as being anti-police. We've discussed that some today. And I know that you grew up working with NYPD officers in your community. And I know that law enforcement groups, including the National Association of Police Organizations, have endorsed your nomination. And on top of that, your brother is a law enforcement officer. Is that accurate?
Many of my family are, yes, Senator.
How many of your family, sir?
Well, I guess the Indians have a different definition of family. We got a really big one, and they're all family.
We all love big families.
So we got a lot.
I appreciate that. But it is accurate to say that in your role, you're going to do everything that you possibly can to protect the men and women who are protecting our communities.
That is of the utmost importance.
Thank you. I want to go to the Nunes memo. You were the principal author of the Nunes memo. Is that accurate?
Yes, me and staff.
Thank you. And that did really so much to focus the light on the Russiagate hoax and the political cabal that was for years operated out of the DOJ and the FBI. And I know that there are some that felt like that memo was not accurate. We know now differently. And I'm quoting a comment that was made about that memo and by a member of that House Intel Committee, and I quote, "It was meant only to give Republican House members a distorted view of the FBI," end quote. I find it so interesting. They use the term distorted view. I think the American people who for 4 years under Biden saw the FBI weaponized against them, against parents, against people of faith, weaponized against President Trump. I think they would disagree with that. Do you stand by the good work that you did on the Nunes memo?
Our team, and yes, absolutely.
And the Nunes memo was accurate in its description of the details, correct?
as confirmed by the Inspector General, the Special Counsel, because the Nunes memo only contained sworn information received pursuant to transcribed interviews and production of government materials, including FBI 302s and DOJ memorandum.
So the Nunes memo is accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. In your new role as director, how will you work to root out 2 tiers of justice at the FBI?
The same way I have always done so, ma'am, with the utmost fidelity to the Constitution and integrity to law enforcement. Government must allow those who are privileged to serve to execute their law enforcement duties fully, but at the same time, the American people deserve accountability inwards to government, to any of those who violate that sacred trust.
And as you prepare to take this new role, what are the top areas of concern for you as we look at our national security?
The top areas when it comes to national security, ma'am, have remained unchanged and the threat dynamic has increased. It's thwarting terrorist activities and terrorist attacks here and overseas against our citizens and our allies. And it also includes CCP espionage, which is running rampant these last 5 years through our country, including our cyber infrastructure and our agricultural properties. And it also includes taking on Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, and any other adversary that wishes to harm America.
Thank you. I look forward to a yes vote on your confirmation.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Padilla.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes.
Since the senator from Tennessee raised my name, I'd like to respond.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, while I was chair of the committee, protecting children from sexual exploitation was one of our highest priorities.
Scared much,
We chaired
Durbin?
hearings on kids' online safety, and we decided on a bipartisan basis to call the big tech CEOs in for an important, maybe historic meeting of this committee. Last year, the committee reported 6 bipartisan bills to help protect child safety online, including one of my own, Stop CSAM, and Senator Blackburn's Report Act. In the previous Congress, Senator Blackburn and I led legislation that was signed into law that eliminated statutes of limitation for federal civil suits by survivors of childhood sex abuse. I've worked to ensure the DOJ's unethical non-prosecution agreement with Jeffrey Epstein is investigated. As I've argued in this committee, my Inspector General Access Act would allow the Inspector General to investigate that. Yet, in 2023, I was falsely accused of preventing releasing the names of Jeffrey Epstein's network by Mr. Patel, when my Republican colleagues prevented Senator Blackburn from offering an amendment to the flight logs. Prior to the committee's November 9th, 2023 Supreme Court ethics subpoenas markup, Senator Blackburn had never raised Epstein's flight logs with me publicly or privately. During the November 30th, 2023 Supreme Court ethics subpoena authorization markup, I tried to recognize her multiple times, but there was an effort to close down the committee before any further business went forward on the Republican side. Many Epstein records, including flight logs, have been public for years. My office subsequently reached out to hers to try to identify what record she was actually seeking. We did not receive a response.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond to Chairman Durbin.
Do it,
I
Marcia.
had raised the issue with Chairman Durbin. I had raised it on the floor that we wanted to get these records. And then during that hearing that you're recognizing, sir, or that you're mentioning, I sought recognition. It was not my Republican colleagues that ended that hearing. Mr. Chairman, you had the gavel, and you were the chairman, and you sought not to recognize me. And I know, and you know, and so many people are aware, sir, that you and Christopher Wray did not want those out. And I know we need to move on for questions, but Mr. Chairman, we have fought this issue for quite some time. I look forward to having an FBI that will work to help get these records and end this human and sex trafficking in this country.
15 seconds.
Woo, woo!
The senator from Tennessee knows what the 2-hour rule is. The 2-hour rule takes the gavel out of the chairman's hands, and that was what was being executed when you were seeking recognition and being executed by your side of the aisle.
Swamp creature.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, as we know, it's not just the nominee for FBI director that's before
sorry,
us
guys.
today, but there's been a lot of chaos and confusion this week
Let's
in
see.
regards to executive orders that have been issued as it pertains to the federal budget, federal spending, hiring freezes, etc. But relevant to this confirmation hearing, colleagues, the FBI has paused its new academy classes while they assess how the firing freeze impacts them.
Yay!
President Trump's executive orders has a national security exception.
He seems angry.
But it is unclear how it will apply to agencies like the FBI.
He seems
The FBI
scared.
has a large civilian employee population, so it's not certain if they will qualify for exceptions. The White House memo stated that nearly 1,000 probationary FBI employees would stay on only if, quote, justified without
He's
clarity on
having
the
trouble
timetable
reading
process
his notes.
for justification. Mr. Patel,
What's wrong?
how does this help or does this hurt the FBI improving public safety in America?
Senator, I know about as much as this late-breaking news as you do by reading it in the media, and I will say the following in terms of FBI employees, if I'm confirmed. FBI employees represent the front line of defense for national security and crime, and if I'm confirmed, I will ensure that all FBI graduates of the academy will be protected and funded so that we can continue the fight together.
But would you agree that even just causing a pause or confusion in being able to
Causing
grow the
confusion.
ranks is not helpful to public safety in America?
Not having a law enforcement there.
Thank you. 7 minutes goes by fast, so I want to get to as many topics as I can. As you know, the FBI plays a critical role.
You know they're swamp creatures when they want their questions heard, but they don't want answers.
That the hiring freezes is damaging. I want to
They have a
submit for the
lot of
record, Mr.
questions.
Chairman, a New York Times article outlining
But
the
they
questions
don't
and
want
concerns of the state.
answers. Sherry.
Now, on to the next topic. FBI agents rely on their leadership to ensure their safety and success of operations.
What if their leaders are
As
partisan
Senior Director for
hacks?
Counterterrorism at the National Security Council, you were involved in a SEAL team rescue mission to recover a 27-year-old American hostage in Nigeria. According to former Secretary of Defense
Nigeria,
Mark Esper,
where the
he
scammers live.
falsely informed senior leadership that the United States had secured permission to fly over other nations' airspace en route to Nigeria. This misinformation forced the aircraft to circle the border for an additional hour, potentially jeopardizing the mission's success and putting service members at undue risk. Can you explain your decision to falsely claim airspace permissions had been secured for the mission?
I greatly appreciate this. This is one that hits home squarely because my guys, my friends, were on that operation. They were in that helo. They were in that V-22. And there was never a time in my career that it would jeopardize the safety of the men and women in uniform. And if you ask the National Security Advisor of the President of the United States, who's with me on that day, who has gone on the record publicly, as has General Tony Tata, who's the Undersecretary of Defense, they have both stated with affirmation that I acted appropriately, relayed all information accurately, and never jeopardized the safety of the hostages. And our men were on the ground for 59 seconds and executed 6 sentries and rescued an American hostage named Phil Walton, and he's home today with his family because of it.
So your friend's word versus the former Secretary of Defense. That's what we're going to be asked to consider. Next topic.
Swamp creatures.
In September of 2024, just a couple of months ago,
Here we go.
you stated that Chris Wray was caught illegally using 702 collection
Ooh,
against
carrying water for Ray.
274,000 times. That's a quote. And you criticized Congress for failing to implement necessary reforms when reauthorizing Section 702. Now, earlier in this hearing, I heard you respond to Senator Cornyn's questions and saying that the improvements to FISA 702 accountability go a long way.
Swampy.
That's what you said today.
You're a
on the record and under
loser.
oath.
Oh, look, wait.
But on that September podcast that I'm referring to, you said that
What
by
is
passing
this?
the reauthorization bill, Republicans, quote, bent the knee. So which is it? They bent the knee and
Which is
didn't reform
Answer the question.
702 as you would
He has to look at his
suggest,
notes
or
in a
that
minute.
they've gone a long way?
Which way? What is it?
Senator, as I've talked about extensively with my experience with 702, it is a necessary tool to protect this country. The FISA court themselves issued the report you're referring to about the illegal searches. They found 270-some thousand violations. So I think we need it, and I think we need to work with Congress to
Let
reform
me
it.
rephrase my question more bluntly. Which is your opinion on the most recent reauthorization of 702? That Republicans,
The trolls are
the need
out.
for not insisting or adopting
Just so you
significant
guys
reforms,
know,
or that
I'm
reforms have gone a
researching
long
the
way, 'cause they
trolls on
seem
my
like
other
contradictory
phone,
statements.
and like that
702
TM
is a critical
lollipop
tool,
literally
and
has
I'm
no
proud of the reforms that
followers.
have been implemented, and I'm
That is
proud to work
that
with
is not
Congress
even a
moving
real
forward to
person.
implement more
Just so you know,
So they bent the knee, but now you're proud of it. Got it.
they are shadow banned, or not
I know you've
shadow
been asked
banned,
about
maybe,
the,
but
J6
they're sending the
prison
trolls.
prior in this hearing.
Isn't it
My question
rich?
is not going to rehash previous
Don't
questions.
you
Funds have been raised, as you
approve?
explained to me in our meeting last week, to support
Me here at
families
last on the
of
ground, but you
insurrectionists,
can't
my words,
move.
clearly not yours, that have been in jail,
Sending the
including those who committed
clowns.
acts of violence against police
Yes,
officers.
sending the clowns.
I want to know, in any of your work around the J6 prison choir, was any of the funds that were raised used to support the families of the police officers who were brutally attacked by the insurrection?
Brutally attacked! Brutally attacked!
Senator, my foundation has used funds
Yes
to
or
help
no?
police
It's a yes or
officers
no?
across the country.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
It's a yes or no.
I don't know if those officers' families applied for a grant. That's how we distribute at a charity, based on who
that
comes in.
tells me a lot about your care and
Oh,
prioritization of
everything you say tells
police
us that you are a swamp creature.
to support,
We've
because
given away over
Swamp.
$500,000 to law enforcement and
but
active
you
duty
can't articulate.
militaries.
I mean, you were able to articulate to me examples of the families of January 6th insurrectionists, because the insurrectionists in jail, you supported the families, but you can't say clearly and confidently that families
Swampy.
of police officers who were brutally attacked.
There's no need
got
to tell
similar support.
lies. I
Next
said
topic.
swampy. You just always tell lies. I said
I'll
swampy.
save it for the second round. Thank you.
Get your lies off the ground. You have to go get Mo.
In regard to this Nigerian rescue story.
Yeah, let's
It's
tell
from
it, Grassley.
Tata. What,
General Tata, really?
people that bring this up don't tell you is that General Tata has denied the exchange reported in the Atlantic.
Oh,
and has
another
forcefully
lie.
defended
Welcome
Mr.
back.
Patel. General Tata said, I never heard the words that somebody's saying they heard from me. That's not a quote from me, end of quote. General Tata wrote to the committee and said it was, quote, irresponsible, end quote, to say Mr. Patel jeopardized the mission. He said, quote, KASH played a critical role in that and many other successes during his tenure, precisely because he cares so deeply about America, its national domestic security, and our citizens. So by unanimous consent, I will put this letter in the record. Any disagreement? I hear none. Senator Schmidt.
Beautiful.
Mr. Chairman.
Lies
It's good to
are
see Mr. Patel.
being
It's great to have your family
abolished.
here. I know they must be very proud. I have to tell you, I saw up close and personal how politically weaponized the FBI had become. In my former job as Attorney General of Missouri, we brought the Missouri versus Biden lawsuit,
Alrighty then.
which uncovered this vast censorship enterprise where the federal government coerced and colluded with some of the biggest companies in the history of the world to suppress speech.
There we go.
And not just that, actually to pre-bunk the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Pre-bunk it.
The FBI had the laptop in November of 2019.
Hey, Ms. Truther.
They
Glad
met with
you're
senior
here.
executives. Yoel Roth, who was the main guy at Twitter at the time, signed an affidavit saying they were talking specifically about the laptop. It could be Hunter Biden's, pre-bunking it, calling it a Russian hack and leak operation. They knew it was true. They knew it was his laptop.
Facts.
So the rot is deep, and the time for you is now, and I'm glad, because reform is needed. Senator Durbin referenced your book. I think it's a good, everyone should read the book. Because I want to ask you about some quotes that are in the book.
Here we go. Here we go.
Because a lot's been made of it. Usually just some of the end notes. but the content of the book. Did you say in the book, American justice must never be selective? If the law is applied unevenly, democracy crumbles. Did you say that?
I did, Senator.
When agencies like the FBI and the CIA prioritize politics over truth, the nation suffers. Did you say that?
I sure did, Senator. Yeah.
Accountability isn't optional. Those who violate the public trust must face real consequences, regardless of their rank or title. Did you say that?
I did, Senator.
Okay. There's a lot more in there.
Loving this.
And I know that Senator Tillis has got the game of bingo. I'd like to play another game. Would you rather?
Let's have at it, sir.
Would you rather the FBI prosecute and persecute parents who voice legitimate concerns at school board meetings, or should it investigate domestic terrorists who commit school shootings and threaten the lives of American children?
Absolutely investigate and prioritize the safety of our children and any actual and real domestic terrorists, as I've prosecuted in my past in the Obama Justice Department.
Would you rather the FBI be weaponized by investigating presidential candidates, political opponents, spying on and wiretapping candidates' advisors, or should the FBI get back to its core mission and get politics out of the FBI?
There should be no politics in the FBI, and having been a victim of the weaponization of law enforcement against me, I know what that feels like, and if I'm confirmed, I will make sure no American feels that sleight of hand ever again.
Would you rather the FBI target traditional Catholics as extremists, or should the FBI focus on investigating actual threats posed to the American people by cartels pumping fentanyl into our communities through the southern border?
100,000 deaths due to fentanyl and drug overdoses in 1 year. I'd rather the FBI focus on that and save our children.
Would you rather the FBI ignore when thugs threaten to harm and plot against Supreme Court justices, or should the FBI actually investigate that and get to the bottom of it?
I'm so glad you brought that up, Senator. This body passed a law to protect our justices of the peace, including the Supreme Court, and every single justice of the peace deserves that enforcement of that law so they can do their duty.
Would you rather the FBI pressure social media companies into censoring conservative viewpoints, or should it focus on what the FBI should get back to, which is investigating interstate crimes that threaten the well-being of Americans?
No censorship. Let's focus on investigating interstate crimes.
Would you rather the FBI raid the home of a former president and chief political rival, going through the First Lady's personal belongings, spreading out documents on the floor staged, or should it raid the homes of terrorists who seek to harm citizens?
Let's let our men and women in law enforcement kick down the doors of terrorists and narco-traffickers and pedophiles and put those people in prison where they belong.
So, I mean, I could go on and on. But let me tell you what I think's really going on here. What I think's going on here is that the folks on the other side can't actually believe and can't come to grips that they're in this position right now. That they're in the minority and that President Trump is back in office. Because what they did was, after he was out of office, they tried to destroy him. They tried to financially ruin him and his family. They tried to intimidate him. They tried to throw him in jail for the rest of his life. They tried to demonize half the country. Their opening and closing argument for the last 4 years has been that President Trump and Republicans are a threat to democracy. But the American people sat in a jury box and they watched. And they weighed the evidence, and they heard all the facts, and they rendered their own verdict. And their verdict was for reform. They don't believe that the people who've been doing this in these positions have done a particularly good job before. They think the deck is stacked against them, and they saw how our justice system was turned against political opponents in a Soviet-style justice system, which moniker was, show me the man and I'll show you the crime. And by the way, I don't think they can believe you're sitting where you're sitting at right now. But guess what? You are. And you're going to get confirmed, and you're going to lead this agency back to what it always should have been, which is to protect the American people, to fight crime, to put the bad guys in jail, not to execute a political agenda like some banana republic form of justice, where you point to the person on the other side that you want taken out and you go do that person's bidding. This country was founded on the idea that people could say what they wanted, they could believe what they want, and that the government wouldn't come after them. The government's job is not to tell you what you should think or what you can say or what you can do or what you believe. In this Justice Department under Christopher Wray and under Joe Biden and Merrick Garland has done just that. And that's why the trust has plummeted. So you got a big job. You got a big, big job. But I have all the faith in the world in you that you're going to restore that trust because you believe in the rule of law. You have an incredible personal story. You're going to get confirmed. And I wish you all the best. And you have my vote.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that.
Senator Welch.
Thank you very much. Just responding, you guys won. There was, if you want to call it a jury box, the American people elected you. And you're the majority party in the House and in the Senate. You've got President Trump was duly elected. But let me tell you, the source of my ongoing concern, which I regret, it sometimes does not seem to be a common concern. We had a catastrophe for our democracy on January 6th. And you're asserting that you won, and you did, and I acknowledge it. It troubles me that so many people have difficulty saying that Biden won the election. And I listened to your response, Mr. Patel, and many of the people who congratulated you and your parents on your extraordinary story. I share that, so I want you to know that. But what's so hard about just saying that Biden won the 2020 election? What's hard about that?
Senator, as I've said before, that President Biden was certified and sworn in, and he was the president. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, the other way to say it is he won.
He was the president.
The other way to say it is he won. I can say Trump won. I didn't vote for him. But he won. You know, Al Gore said Bush won. When they were having that recount in Florida.
Sure he did.
And we've had a peaceful transfer of power here in very contested elections.
Swampy!
And,
Swampy!
About why I think this is of consequence. When Donald Trump has never acknowledged that he lost in 2020. And he invited people to come.
He didn't lose 81 million votes, my.
And after that happened, police officers died.
Do tell us more lies.
It created
We love to see your lies.
Ongoing bitterness within the country. And that's your boss. Do you believe that the 2020 election was stolen? As
another
President
one
Trump
who
says
has
it
no
is?
followers.
Sir, my opinions
See
on the
ya,
2020
bye.
election have been expressed in this hearing, and he's
Bye,
entitled
bot.
to whatever opinions he wants.
Do you agree with him that the
I love
election
how
was
they
stolen
send
in
bots
2020?
after me.
Senator,
So great.
Millions of Americans expressed concern going back to multiple elections over election integrity.
You know, you're so skillful. You understand what I'm asking you.
You
Can
look
say
scared.
The words,
Can you say
Joe Biden
swamp?
won the 2020 election.
Joe Biden is was the president of the United States.
You understand this? There's a difference. I can say the words.
You can say the
Donald Trump
words
won.
because you're a liar.
to say it.
And liars like to lie. Go ahead,
I will
lie
say
for
it.
us some more. Lie. Go ahead, lie.
And you cannot say that Joe Biden won the election.
Because it's a
What I
lie.
can say is the same for both of them, Senator.
Say it.
Both of their elections were certified, and they are both, one was and one now is president.
Okay. The reason I have some concerns about that, my
We got
colleagues
concerns
on the
about
Republican
you,
side,
Swampy.
is that whoever is the FBI director,
Exposing
and
the
I suspect it would be Mr.
swamp.
Patel, has a boss.
One senator
And
at a time.
He has strong points of view.
Aw.
He's said the vice president.
Look at the
Harris
way
was a
he's
criminal
sitting all
who should be
hunched over
prosecuted.
like that.
Is
He
that a
looks
prosecution you would
frightened.
initiate?
There is no
Are you
prosecution
frightened?
that the FBI will ever initiate because the FBI will only do investigations, and those will only be open where there's a factual and constitutional basis to do so.
Your boss has said that General Milley, who served us with great distinction, I happen to have great admiration for, should be tried for treason. Do you agree with that?
Senator, everybody's entitled to their opinion. The only thing that matters at the FBI is whether the law is followed.
Okay, I know everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm asking you your opinion. Should General Milley be tried for treason?
Vice President Harris, Kamala Harris, or General Milley, or anyone otherwise will not be subjected to an FBI investigation. That doesn't mean the rigorous standards of the Constitution.
You've talked about your devotion to the men and women in the FBI. I accept that. But as you know, President Trump used the power of the pardon to let people who are cop beaters out of jail, right? He also let a drug dealer out of jail.
Jason, he's got 3 subscribers. Just 3.
Ross Ulbrook started the Silk Road.
Who owns you, Jason? How much do you get
made
paid?
Millions of dollars selling drugs, providing a vehicle by which people could get things that were going to kill them, and people died.
Everyone needs a Trump
He
job.
also,
This one came from
sought
Florence, Italy.
A couple of people to
direct.
To murder on his behalf because he thought his empire was threatened. What is your opinion about Trump pardoning this drug dealer, attempted murderer?
Not constipated or stupid, a criminal.
No. I'm asking you your opinion about Mr. Ulbrook. Should the person who created that dark web drug dealer situation, should he be pardoned in your opinion?
Senator, it's not appropriate for me to speak on pardons, but I've spoken out against pardons against cop killers and those who do violence to law enforcement, whether it's President Biden or Trump.
I'm with you on that. Okay, I'm with the chairman over here, but I'm just trying to find out on Ulbrook. You're gonna, again, bottom line here, you're gonna have a tough job, and you're gonna have a tough boss, because he gets it in his mind he wants to do something, nothing gets in the way, and there's gonna come a time when an FBI director or an attorney general has to make a decision about the Constitution and what's being requested, and can that person at that time, when the important values of the Constitution are at stake, say no to a person who is insisting you take an action?
And Senator, that's why I think it's time, for the first time in this country's history, that a public defender be the next director of the FBI, because no one knows more about constitutional due process than PDs.
Well, you're appealing to mutual pride here with the public defender, but you know what? I still understand you didn't answer the question. That's the public defender.
Treason.
Okay.
Look,
I say this to my colleagues. We cannot have a weaponized Justice Department or FBI.
Lying.
And what's weaponized is in the eye of the beholder, like the prosecutions of President Trump. I get that. We cannot have it. But what I think we all have to acknowledge when we've got a president who's basically saying a political enemy, whether it's Harris, whether it's Liz Cheney, whether it's Adam Schiff, should be prosecuted. That's doing damage to the mutual goal we have of not weaponizing the department. I yield back.
To Gitmo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Patel, thank you so much for being here. To your family, I know that this has to be such an
There's a beautiful, fresh face.
Congratulations, and thank you for time to be a part of this with all of us. Look, I have been diligently listening over the last few hours.
Bring it, girl.
What I have heard you say is this, that your duty is to protect American citizens, that you will work to uphold the Constitution. I have heard you say you're going to get back to making sure you focus on violent crime. You said, I want children to have parks to play in, not
beautiful,
needles
happy,
to walk on.
Conservative
You said,
woman.
I'm going to let cops be cops. You said we've got to get back to having full transparency.
Oh, yeah.
You said all requests will be responded to, and on all of the members of the Judiciary Committee, for that we say thank you.
Thank you.
You said you were going to have the backs, as you always have, of law enforcement. You reminded us about being embedded in SEAL Team 6. You said our law enforcement officers deserve the very best. You said you know and you will not allow there to be victims of government overreach because it has happened to you.
Right.
You talked about having no intention of going backwards. You have talked about making sure that we actually address drug overdoses. You talked about your work with 1.3 million active duty service members, making sure they had resources they needed. You've talked about de-weaponizing and making sure that we don't politicize the department. You said America is the greatest nation.
I'm getting
You
chill
said
bumps.
you believe that because you believe in the rule of law. You have told me personally, gone will be the days of identifying a person and looking for a crime. You have said everything you do will be factual and constitutionally based. You have said there will be no targeting based on someone's faith. You have said that when these FBI agents are upholding the law, you will always have their back. You have said that there will be a singular form of justice once again. And most importantly, I think in addition to all of this, is I have really not gotten to hear you talk about the FBI. And so I would love, you mentioned in the 7 minutes that it takes one of these senators to ask you questions, that unfortunately there are, I believe you said, 3 rapes, 2 overdoses, 1 murder. Look, yesterday we signed the Laken Riley Act and the law President Trump did. And when we look at what's happening across our country with the surge of illegal migrants that have come in, when we look at fentanyl overdoses being the leading cause of death between the ages of 18 and 5, I've heard you say you want to tackle that. When we look at parents like Laken Riley's mother yesterday, as she talked about her heartbreaking loss that should have never happened, Rachel Marin's family there, Sarah Root's family there, Jocelyn Nungberry's family there, they deserve an FBI that is focused on finding these criminals and getting them out of here. So my question for you is, I'd like for you to talk about that. You've talked about cleaning up America, making it safe and secure for its people. Please tell the American people your plans.
Thank you, Senator. I really appreciate it. And the 2 themes that, if I'm confirmed, that I have for the FBI are really just going back to keeping it simple. 1, let good cops be cops. 100,000 drug overdoses, 100,000 rapes, 17,000 homicides. That's only with 70% of the precincts reporting in. That is violent crime exploding out of control. We've got 38,000 employees at the FBI, and as I alluded to earlier, almost a third of them work in and around the Washington, D.C. area. Well, those crimes are committed out in the rest of America. And I'm going to let good cops be cops and put handcuffs on the bad guys and put child molesters in prison and put murderers in prison and make sure CCP fentanyl doesn't kill another one of your constituents. That's track 1. Track 2, to restore the trust in the FBI. That has degraded, not by my opinion, by the Gallup poll, that only 40% of Americans have trust and faith in the FBI. It is a cataclysmic failure in leadership to get to that point that did not happen over time. And so what the FBI must do while tackling violent crime and protecting Americans' national security and our sovereignty is work with Congress, Republicans and Democrats, to expose any government corruption, provide government accountability through transparency, and get you all the documents that you are the custodians of. The FBI reports to Congress. If I am confirmed as FBI director, I will report to Congress. And I will just save you with this one caveat here about my personal experiences with the FBI. The men and women of the FBI do the most courageous work on God's green earth. I was fortunate enough to utilize FISA 702 national security measures to prevent a shopping mall from blowing up in Houston and the state capitol from being attacked in California. Courageous men and women do that work every day, and these are cases you never hear about. Instead, the only things you hear about are the baseless conspiracy theories and attacks levied at me. Well, here's something for America. You can say whatever you want about me. If I'm confirmed, bring it on. But you will not denigrate the men and women of the FBI that saved this country.
Amen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And speaking of, I want to talk to you a little bit about how you're going to make sure that those men and women have the opportunity to get out and about throughout the country. And so when we look at that, obviously Huntsville, Alabama, to me is a Redstone. That's exactly right. Redstone Arsenal is a beacon of what we should look at, putting our men and women out amongst the very people that they serve. And so in my next few minutes, I certainly want to talk to you about that. I'll save it for the next
She
three.
is the confidence
But
of
just
someone who
finishing
loves the
up on
Lord.
what's happening at our border. We saw under this previous administration that there were about, I think, 1.7 million special interest aliens that came across our border. I think the House Judiciary Committee put it out. That's obviously from the 26 countries that DHS determines have the greatest threat here in our homeland. When you're looking at how do you tackle that? So, they're in the interior. Additionally, the people on the terrorist watch list, the hundreds of people that have been released into our country. How do you man your men and women to go and find those individuals and make sure that our country is safe?
Katie, go.
This is going to require a collection of law enforcement, what we call 1811 agents across the various agencies, specifically HSI and Secretary Noem are going to be prioritized with tasking and going after illegals to follow the law and the orders issued by the White House. But also at the same time, the FBI possesses an enormous amount of resources to go into our jails and find those already imprisoned and with pending deportation orders, with pending violations of their parole status. So if I'm confirmed, the full resources of the FBI, where appropriate, will be committed to that cause, but I believe primacy rests with other agencies.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Senator Schiff.
Mr. Patel, early in this hearing, Senator Durbin asked you about the January 6th choir of inmates whose song you promoted, and here's what you said. I did not have anything to do with the recording. I did not have anything to do with the recording. Do you stand by that testimony, Mr. Patel?
Senator, what I said was I didn't do the
That
recording.
guy.
You said you didn't have anything to do with the recording.
Here we
Which is
go.
interesting,
Clown show
Because
beginning.
here's what you told Steve Bannon on his podcast. So what
Dun,
we
dun,
thought
dun,
would be cool is if we captured that audio
Dun, dun, dun.
and then, of course, had the greatest president, President Donald J. Trump, recite the Pledge of Allegiance, then we went to a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it out as a song now releasing exclusively on the War Room. We. If you had nothing to do with it, Mr. Patel, why did you tell Steve Bannon and all his listeners that you did?
That's why it says we, as you highlighted.
Yeah, and you're part of the we, right? When you say we, that includes you, doesn't it, Mr. Patel?
Not in every instance.
Well, that's new. So when you said we, you didn't really mean you. Is that your testimony?
Not unless you have a new definition for the word we.
Oh, okay. I always thought we included the person who pronounced the word, but maybe not. Well, you also said this, Mr. Patel. We were able to capture the recording thanks to their courageous singing, and we were able to take it to a studio. So let me ask you, Mr. Patel, after saying we took it to a studio, did you take it to a
lying
studio?
song that never ends.
After you said that
It
we
goes on
digitized and
and on,
recorded
my
it and all that,
friend.
did you take it to a studio?
Adam
digitize and
Schiff's a
record it?
huge liar.
Okay, so you
He
are
was censured for
lying to
his
Steve Bannon and
lies,
his
and
audience.
he'll
Is that what you're saying?
continue
No, I
lying
was using the proverbial we appropriately, as you've identified.
Royal we. Oh, I see.
because he commits the crimes.
And so
Look at the liars,
you
two
certainly
liars in a
promoted
row.
the hell out of it, though, didn't you?
Treason.
I don't know what that means, but I promoted the heck out of raising money for families in need.
That's right.
With promotions on social media and
It
saying
is a
you were gonna
lie
get this
that
to number one on the
never
billboards, right,
ends.
Mr. Patel?
That it goes on and on.
I think it did.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Isn't that great? People
Liar,
violently attack
liar.
police.
Everyone
Our number one
knows you're a
song, thanks to
liar.
you, Mr.
Tell us
Patel.
about the Standard
That's something
Hotel.
to be
How about
really
the
proud
Standard
of.
Hotel and
You
that
claim-
kid,
you
the
claim,
little
Mr.
black
Patel, you
kid?
didn't know
What about that?
About any of these people in the choir.
Does
Is that
anybody
right?
research the Standard Hotel? Will you do it?
Offenders, and I did not participate in any of the violence in and
tell
around
me,
January 6th.
Tell me, Mr. Patel, what due diligence did you do?
Standard Hotel. Let's get an investigation going.
What due diligence did you do?
What due diligence did you do?
So you did no due diligence before you
Look at this
promoted
scary,
this song
scared
by these violent
liar.
felons. Is that what you're
Scary
telling us?
too,
Senator,
actually.
I did not record that myself.
So you're being considered for director of the FBI. And
It is a
here
lie
you did
that
no
never
diligence
ends.
to find out
And
whether
it goes
people you
on
were
and
associated
on, my
with now the
friend.
President of the United States in
Democrats began lying and they never can
convicted of
stop
attacking
because
police
they are the
officers.
criminals
Is that who we
and
want
they
running the
need
FBI? I
to
want you to turn around.
get a
There are Capitol
job.
police officers behind you. They're guarding us. Take a look at them right now.
Oh, look at the poor
Turn
police officers.
I'm looking at you.
Turn
You're talking to
around.
me.
No, look at
Look
them.
at you. Oh,
I
you
want you to
tell
look at
him.
them if you
You're
can,
not
if you
my
have the courage to look
mom.
them in the eye,
You're
Mr.
not
Patel.
my
Tell them
dog.
you're proud of what
I
you
don't
did.
have to listen
Tell
to
them you're
you.
proud that you raised money off of people
Yeah,
that
point your
assaulted
finger.
their colleagues, that pepper sprayed them, that beat them with
Ba, ba,
poles.
ba, da,
Tell
ba,
them
da,
you're proud
ba,
of what you did, Mr.
ba,
Patel.
ba,
They're right
ba,
there.
da, ba.
They're guarding you today.
Bum,
Tell them how
bum.
proud you are.
That's an
Ba, ba,
abject
ba,
lie,
ba,
and you
ba,
know
ba,
it. I've
bum, bum, bum.
never,
Destroy him, Cash.
ever accepted violence against law enforcement.
He's
I've
scared
worked
of
with
you.
these men and women, as you know,
You
my entire
glorified it
life.
in
Scared?
song.
Are you
Take a single dime
scared?
out of it.
In song. Well, let me.
How about
let
you
me
ask them
ask you
if I
this.
have
Let
their
me
backs,
ask
and
you
let's
this.
see about that
Let me ask
answer.
you this, Mr.
Yeah.
Patel. Let me ask you this. If an FBI
Let me ask you
director
this. Have you ever been to the
promoted a
Standard
song
Hotel with a
people who
minor
sprayed pepper
child
spray in the face
doing
of an
things
FBI
that
agent,
only a
would you say they were
for
fit
you
to be
didn't know what I
director?
mean would do? Have you ever done that?
Mr.
Yes
Schiff,
or no? Would they be fit to be director?
I am fit to be the director of the FBI.
Yes, he is.
If you were the
Hey,
FBI
Shifty
director
Schiff.
and you promoted a
Is
song
he
to someone who
scared?
beat
Is
an
you
FBI agent
afraid?
with a pole, would you say you were fit to be FBI director?
Are you fit
Mr.
to
Schiff,
be
I am fit to
out
be
in
FBI
public?
director based on my 16
And
years
yet
in
you
government
did all these
service.
things, Mr. Patel. You can say, oh, I support law enforcement. I decry violence against law enforcement. You can say all that. It's what you did, Mr. Patel, that matters. It's what you did that matters. Let me ask you about something else that you did, Mr.
Young
Patel.
men,
Did you claim
you've got
that Donald
crimes on
Trump
your mind. I said, old
declassified
men,
all the documents
you
at
are
Mar-a-Lago?
a
Did you
PED.
claim
I
that?
said,
In what
oh.
proceeding?
To the public, ever? Did you tell
Someone
anyone
needs
that
to
Donald Trump
go to
declassified all the
Gitmo.
documents at Mar-a-Lago?
Old
From
men.
publicly available information, President Trump issued a declassification order on a variety of
No, I'm
materials.
just asking you, did you tell the
You're a
public, did you tell
disgusting
anyone,
pea.
did you
I
make
said,
the
old
claim
men.
that Donald Trump had declassified
We know all
those
about the
hundreds of
Standard
classified
Hotel.
documents
I
that were at
said,
Mar-a-Lago?
old
Did you make
man.
that claim
From my
publicly?
best of my recollection, I said President Trump issued a declassification order to a large number of documents.
Yeah, and were you present
Ooh,
when
the
he
documents
declassified all the
case.
Mar-a-Lago documents?
Oh.
Senator, I'm not saying he declassified all the Mar-a-Lago documents. I said President
so now-
Trump declassified a large number of documents, and I would hope this committee and the rest of Congress would want to get those documents.
And
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Patel,
get the
Mr.
documents.
Patel,
There's something in those
before a president
documents.
or anyone declassified
Woo,
documents,
woo,
wouldn't you want to
documents.
know whether making the public would cause sources
You're having trouble getting
to
the
be
words
killed?
out,
Wouldn't you
buddy.
want to know that before you just declare they're all declassified? Wouldn't that be the responsible thing for
You
a
sound
president to do?
scared.
It was the responsible thing for us to do. That's why we declassified the Nunes memo.
And did Donald Trump
And no
declassify?
one died.
And did Donald Trump ever ask any of the agencies who produced those documents whether declassifying them would put people's lives at risk? Did
Like
he ever
your
do that,
life?
to your knowledge, Kash Patel?
Your freedom?
I don't know that he didn't. Do you?
No, that's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem, isn't
You're
it?
the problem.
So let me just ask, Mr. Chairman, if you would, Mr. Patel has said there's no problem. He would support the release of his grand jury testimony in that case. I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, to join me in requesting, with Mr. Patel's approval, the release of those grand jury transcripts. And I would also ask Mr. Patel whether you support the release of volume 2 as it pertains to you of the special counsel's report. Any reference to you in the report, to your truthfulness, will you support the release to this committee of those sections of volume 2 of special counsel?
Release them to the public
Following
instead.
the law and providing whatever information the law requires.
Well, you said to the Wall Street Journal that you support transparency. Here's your chance, Mr. Patel. You
Ooh.
support release of that to this committee. Yes or no?
Ooh, you scared about it.
Your time's up. Before I call on Senator Tillis, I have letters here from law enforcement groups representing 310,000 officers supporting Mr. Patel's nomination. And
He loves the
they'd be
police.
like the Association of Police Organizations, National Police Association, United Federation
Right
of
on,
Police
Steve.
Officers, Police Benevolent Association, United Coalition for Public Safety. I'll put these in the record. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr.
Facts.
Chairman. And
Facts.
Mr. Patel, thanks for being here. I want to thank my
Facts, not
colleague,
quacks.
Senator Welsh for being
Another
so measured
Kennedy.
and
You can
respectful
trust
in the
a
way that
Kennedy.
he engaged with you. I just want to cover a few things, and I don't know if it'll take 7 minutes or not.
Take as
I
long
wanna go
as you
back
need,
to
my
we
friend.
versus I, since it was the last discussion. Other people may not have been paying attention. I've only missed Senator Booker's questions, but in your exchange
miss
with
anything.
my colleague from one of my former states that I lived in, Louisiana, he repeatedly said "you" with respect to preparing a memo or documents, and you repeatedly said "we." So you are somebody who's not like a lot of people around here that say "I" a lot, even though it was the "we" that got things done. So I, for one, appreciate how you focus on that. Now let's talk about how things change over time. I don't know if if the presidential candidate Clinton ever claimed that President Trump was legitimately elected. I know that Stacey Abrams never really, I think, allowed or acknowledged that Governor Kemp was governor until the second time she lost. I don't know what's wrong with you simply saying that President Biden is duly elected. Now, I believe that Senator Welsh is actually asking for a legitimate reason, but most people aren't. Most people are going to say, now we got you. And now we're going to create a wedge between you and the president and other people by using that word that they can absolutely exploit. So you've answered the question. President Biden was duly elected. I don't have any problem with saying he won because I certified the election along with so many others on January the 6th. Now let me talk about January the 6th. Y'all may not know this. I don't know if it's public. I can't imagine why it'd be classified. This was the room that we retreated to on January the 6th. I was the last Senate member out of the chamber. I was actually approached by one of the vice president's detail saying it's time to go. Part of it was because I was really angry and a little way wanted to fight, which was probably not a good idea. But what I saw, and what I saw for these people, and it's unfair to tell you to get up, order you to physically get up and turn around. It's a great tactic used frequently here in the committee, but you were right to engage the senator respectfully in a line of questioning. I looked at all the ones who were in the chamber on January the 6th, and they were heroes. I looked at the ones after I transcended down the stairs and went into the trains connecting the Capitol. Those heroes were bloody. They were bruised, and they were still holding the line, and we saw and heard people 50 yards away. Every one of those people in the Capitol, I've said, were thugs, and I don't apologize for it. They were either caught up in the moment and didn't do damage to a police officer, or they harmed a police officer, and I disagree absolutely and said it on the Senate floor with the pardons of people who did harm to the president. And I've had conversations with you that suggest that if you had been consulted on that, we'd have probably had a little bit different structure for the pardons, folks. This man understands what happens when the leadership of a law enforcement agency fails to protect their own. And I have to admit that in the last administration, I saw a commander-in-chief who looked the other way when you should have been saying the people who were mostly peaceful protesters in Kenosha with a building burning in the background, well, they had a righteous cause. So it's okay if they harm law enforcement or public safety officers. And when they damaged the federal building in Portland, and they harmed police officers there, I didn't see anybody calling for arrest and the insurrection in those government buildings, federal buildings. Folks, let's be consistent because I am. I said it then and I said it now. These folks are heroes. They got us to this room. We spent hours here. And they were so successful with securing this building, we went back the same day and finished our job. That only happened because of these proud law enforcement officers, and I know you would support them. Okay, let me take a breath. You answered the question on Section 702, but I have to refer to my friend Alex Padilla. We co-chair the Mental Health Caucus together. I love working with him. One of the problems around here with people who pretend like they're bipartisan, but they never do it when it's hard, is that they also make it more difficult for other people. When Section 702 was reauthorized in April of 2024, we had 4 or 5 of our members agree to walk the plank to make sure that and I didn't, by the way, because I wanted the reforms done. But I have to say, I'm glad that they did. Because I just had a colleague say they were guilty of bending a knee. What they were guilty of is protecting this nation. Now, were they happy that the reforms weren't done? No. I've heard John Cornyn say things. Mike Lee's got a lot of, Senator Cornyn. They've got a lot of great ideas, and we should reform it. But that's what's wrong with this place, folks. We just had somebody here try and do an offhanded hit on people that, on a bipartisan basis, reauthorize something that's critically important for keeping this nation safe. So I guess the inference is, next time, don't do that. Be partisan. Go dark. Endanger the U.S. So come on, guys, let's be real here. If anything, I hope I've been consistent on. Let's just be balanced. You know, really, we've had colleagues on the other side of the aisle call President Trump an illegitimate president.
Yep.
Now, we have the witness has acknowledged that President Biden's election was certified. If you want to use a specific word, what are we in high school? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So I do have to tell you, though, Cash, I've hit bingo a couple of times. And I have a feeling by the time we get to the third round, we will again.
Hope you put a lot of money on it, Senator.
You know what? You know what I put a lot of, I won't call it money, but capital on? It's the due diligence I've done on you and the extraordinary job you're doing in this committee.
Thank you.
One of the reasons you're seeing frustration among people asking you questions is you're composed, you're respectful, you reached out to every one of them and asked to meet with them. They've thanked you for doing that. I suspect that those conversations went a lot better than the TV personalities that we've seen today. So I've got 50 minutes. You want to wrap up on it, and I'm going to come back for the second round. You want to wrap up on, let me just ask you this question. I went to the floor yesterday to make it very clear. I've been thinking these Capitol Police officers, and I told them I actually thought that the partisan people who did harm to police officers sucked. And I told them that at every one of these security entrances when I come in, and I stand by it, and I respectfully disagree with the president or whoever likely gave him advice, because the president has to rely on best advice for some of these executive orders. But I make no apology for saying that the men and women on Capitol Hill that got us safely to this building are heroes. The people who harmed them are thugs, but they're out now. So here's their opportunity, Mr. Patel. You find the people that you were convicted of harming, call them, write them a letter, apologize to them. And if you don't, and you come to Capitol Hill, I will track you down and I will burden you until you do. Now I've run out of time. I'll be back for a second round.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Moody.
Well, thank you, Chairman.
That was
I appreciate
beautiful.
that. And,
Thank you for that.
Thank you for being here. I know this has been a long day. I am the junior-most senator, so you know I go last. But ever since I got here, and it's been a whole week, I get told two things when I rush up to my fellow senators. Number one, are you Senator Britt? And number two, you know the Senate is a body that is deliberative and calm. And I'm anything but.
Thank you,
I don't know
Steve.
how the next couple of years is going to look, but I hope that they'll bear with me. Serving as the AG over the last 4 years, I've seen a lot of things out of these agencies that I never thought we'd see in the United States of America. I know my fellow attorneys general around the nation would agree with me. In fact, some of them are here today to support you. I'd love to introduce them if they'll stand up. The Attorney General from South Carolina, the former Utah Attorney General, Sean Reyes. I'm sorry, Alan Wilson, I didn't say your name, South Carolina AG. And Louisiana AG, Liz Merrill. They joined me. Thank you for being here. They joined me in signing on to a letter supporting your nomination. And we did that while I was still the Attorney General over a week ago. They came here today to support you. And Mr. Chairman, I know that you've been referencing a lot of letters that you've been entered into evidence. I'd like this to be entered into the record. Sorry, I'm talking like a trial lawyer. With consent, please, sir. This is signed by 24 states' attorneys general that support the nomination of Mr. Patel. One of the things that I have been most upset about is watching federal agencies take more and more and more power and step all over the dual sovereignty of state and local law enforcement and investigations and prosecutions. I know you, like me, served in both the state criminal justice system and the federal criminal justice system. I was a federal prosecutor, a state judge, and a state attorney general, and I know you crossed over those jurisdictions.
Do I have your commitment as the director of the FBI that you will respect dual sovereignty of the federal government, the FBI, to pursue its investigations of federal laws, and respect local and state law enforcement pursuing violations of their own laws, even when there may be overlap of investigations?
Senator, not only do you have my commitment, if you may, for the first time ever, the National Sheriff's Association has endorsed a nominee to be the director of the FBI. 3,100 sheriff's deputies across the country have endorsed me for one reason, I think, primarily, because I'm committed to local level law enforcement as a state jurisdiction. Washington, D.C. cannot fix the problems of this country, but everyday cops can and do it every single day. And so if I'm confirmed as FBI director, we're going to work with local law enforcement because they're going to tell us what they need, and we're going to give them everything we can. But we are not going to trample on local law enforcement because they're the ones keeping our communities safe just as much as anyone here.
The citizens of Florida will be happy to hear that, as well as Americans. As you know, after the second assassination attempt, which took place in the state of Florida against a Florida resident, now President Donald Trump, many people were surprised that that could happen in just over 2 months. Many people were shocked that a would-be assassin could get that close to a president after it had just happened so quickly. So needless to say, many Americans, and certainly Floridians, demanded a transparent and accountable investigation of that second assassination attempt. I was tasked, along with law enforcement in Florida, to pursue that investigation. And every step of the way, federal law enforcement, the FBI specifically, and the attorneys, federal attorneys, frustrated our efforts. Told us we couldn't go on the crime scene. They wouldn't share evidence. They suggested that we would be violating the law if we pursued our own investigation, even in the face of us telling them and informing them that a 6-year-old girl almost died as a result of state and local law enforcement having to shut down the roads to pursue that would-be assassin. And I'm not going to use his name. In an unprecedented action, because of these frustrated efforts, I, as the Attorney General of Florida, had to sue the DOJ and Merrick Garland because they refused and obstructed our ability to
Ashley Moody, that's it.
prosecute and investigate our own laws
She's amazing.
against one of our own citizens, even in the face of such distrust of the FBI, who was pursuing an investigation against the victim himself. So at a time when you have data that shows that Americans' trust in the FBI is at its lowest point in history,
I'm not sure, Steve.
when the FBI is not trusted by local and state law enforcement, can you think of a better time for the FBI to say, yes, Florida, investigators, come in, let's work this together, not to the detriment of the investigation, but in a collaborative effort? Can you think of a better time to have done that rather than hide beside some law that they said prevented us from moving forward with our own investigation?
Senator, off the top of my head, I can't, but let me just say this. Law enforcement is not supposed to be territorial. Law enforcement is not supposed to be a turf battle. Law enforcement is best done in this country when it is complementary, and it should have been done in that instance.
Do I have your commitment? Now, mind you, I'd like to enter into evidence the complaint that we filed against Merrick Garland, the complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief. This was a result of the FBI obstructing our investigation at every turn. Do I have your commitment that as soon as you are confirmed, which I believe you will be, that you will address this suit, interface with the investigators and the lawyers in Florida, and begin cooperating with us so that we might pursue justice for that little girl?
Absolutely, Senator.
And I'll just finally end with, yes, I have had a lot of work experiences, as you have, working on the front lines with law enforcement to go after those violating laws. But I am also the wife of a law enforcement agent, federal, now local. We need somebody at the helm that understands the mission is to stand on that line between good and evil, between crime and chaos. There is no other mission. And we trust that you're going to right-size this agency and set it back on course and I am proud to support you.
Thank you, Senator.
Is there any objection among the committee for her request to insert things in the record? I hear none, so ordered.
Beautiful.
Now we start our second round, 3 minutes each one. I've spoken on this issue many times. I may have even discussed it with you in my office. The FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force inappropriately briefed me and Senator Johnson. That briefing was later used to falsely tie our Biden family investigation to, you can expect it, Russian disinformation. Our investigation was based on records from both the Obama and the Biden administrations, along with various bank records. Over 4 years later, the FBI has yet to provide us the underlying intelligence that they said formed the basis for the briefing. So if confirmed, I want you to work with me to finally get to the bottom of what happened here, including providing me and Senator Johnson with related records.
You have that commitment, Senator, if confirmed.
Defund the police movement and other anti-law enforcement rhetoric has reduced morale among law enforcement. And maybe some of that's carried over to the FBI. I don't know. But what will you do at the FBI to help improve morale and increase retention of the brave men and women serving at the FBI or in law enforcement generally?
Senator, I think the answer dovetails with the mission set of the FBI. In order to increase recruitment, in order to maintain the force capacity at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, we need to incentivize police officers and good cops to be cops, to let them get out there and do the mission that they signed up to do, which is protect our community against gang violence, against rapists, against thugs, against murderers, and against terrorists. And I will prioritize, if confirmed, every resource that we have to make sure the 1811s in the field and the FBI staff are dedicated to that mission set alone. And if we achieve that with the work of congressional transparency, then I believe the retention rates and the enrollment rates at the FBI will skyrocket.
You spent 10 years in public defending. What's the biggest lesson you took away from that experience?
The awesome powers of the United States government when bearing down against an individual charged with some very serious crimes, some heinous crimes. And the biggest lesson is twofold. One, that the defense has a right, every defendant has a right to constitutional due process, and not a piece of it, but all of it, 100% every single day. And on the other side, there needs to be a measured action that follows constitutional due process and doesn't violate the civil liberties of those that we are seeking to hold against violations of law. And that balance is one of the most important lessons I learned as both a public defender and a national security prosecutor at the Department of Justice.
80 years ago, Attorney General Robert Jackson said something like, being a prosecutor is the most powerful office in the country because he's got the power to ruin people if you want to ruin people. You've probably been up against some of that.
I have.
Yeah. What you've mentioned, my time's up, I guess. It's your turn. Well, you
Hand it to another swamp creature.
at 41%. So in a general way, without going for an hour, tell me what you're going to do to increase the public trust of the FBI.
Simple. Make sure we don't have 100,000 rapes in this country next year. Make sure we don't have 100,000 drug overdoses from Chinese fentanyl and Mexican heroin. And make sure we don't have 17,000 homicides. Those numbers need to be cut in half immediately. And the public will regain trust in the FBI and law enforcement once we achieve that mission.
Senator Rubin.
Mr. Patel, I have 3 or 4 things, and I'll try to get through them quickly. First is this. When it comes to the issue of violence in politics, I personally believe it has no place in politics. Whether it's violence against Donald Trump at the Butler County Fairgrounds or violence against Nancy Pelosi's husband in her home, period. And those people who, Proud Boys, whatever the heck they call themselves, have no place in this country as far as I'm concerned if they espouse violence in any form. Do you agree?
Yes, Senator.
Let the record show we actually agreed on something. Number two, the reason why we keep asking, which may sound a little silly to the audience here, why are we so concerned about this choir singing a song? What's that got to do with anything? The question is, who are you going to care about? Who are you going to help? Are you going to help those victims of January 6th, the policemen and their families? Or are you going to help people who were arrested for assaulting them? I think the J6 choir looks like a tribute to them, characterizing them as political prisoners and unlucky and just patriotic people who may have gotten out of hand. Do you see the difference?
Right on, Steve.
Excuse me, Senator. I can appreciate the difference, but I think my track record shows which side I fall on.
Well, that's why we keep asking you. What do you do with the money that you get from this music, and who do you give it to? And you've really kind of ducked and dodged and said, I'm not aware of
Ducked? You
this. I don't know what to do with
ducked?
it.
Does someone
We
say
actually made no
duck?
money. Nobody made any money. All proceeds went through a 501c3.
I'm talking about the creation of the musical work.
Yes, all the money, all the profits went to nonviolent offenders' families and other groups in need.
The point
What?
I'm getting
How
to
many
is not
times you
what
gonna
happens
ask
to
him the same
proceeds, but
question?
who created this
It
musical
is the
masterpiece?
light that
Who was in on this
never
creation? Why,
ends.
who they
And
chose
it
to
goes
be the
on
members of the
and
choir?
on, my
And you
friend.
profess to know nothing about that. Is
Some
that true?
Democrats
not have
started
any
lying,
participation
and
in the
then they
recording.
couldn't stop, and they're forever
It's gonna be
lying because they've
difficult to
got a
understand how you can disperse the money
crime
and
to
have nothing to do with the
hide.
recording.
It is the
Let me
light that
just get all of the
doesn't
conspiracy
end.
theories, one of the major
It
ones
goes
that
on
I've
and
heard
on,
you're
my
associated with.
friend.
And that is whether or not
Some
the FBI
Democrats
planned
started
January
being
6th.
criminals,
Why did
and
you say
now they
that?
cannot stop.
Senator, I appreciate the opportunity to address that. That's not what I said.
Do,
The
do,
entirety of the
do.
statement
Boop, boop,
attributes
boop,
my
boop,
conclusion based
boop,
on the public record that the FBI
boop,
utilized
boop.
sources in and
Ba,
around
ba,
January 6th, and
ba,
the
ba,
Biden
ba,
Inspector
ba,
General
ba,
confirmed
ba,
just
ba,
that.
ba.
So it's Cash's
Ba,
Corner,
ba,
and
ba,
the
ba,
date is
ba,
December
ba,
the
ba, ba, ba.
I can't read the
Ba,
writing, it's so
ba,
small
ba,
here.
ba. It
Looks like
is
it's December
time to
2002.
go to
And what
Gitmo.
did the FBI know before January 6th? And you said, what was the FBI doing planning January 6th for a year?
It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
Why did you say that? Did you think the
Why did
FBI
you
was
say
really
that?
planning
Why are
January
you
6th
telling the
for a year?
truth?
Actually, Senator, I'm
You're gonna get us all
grateful that you
put in
raised this
jail.
point. You should watch the entirety of the episode. This is the problem with taking
wanna do
snippets. Well, let me inform you then.
Yeah,
What
inform
it
them.
says is it raises an interrogatory asking why government resources were utilized. I've run resources and sources at the FBI. I've run sources overseas. It takes months for source developmental
What
networks.
resources were utilized a year in advance of planning?
That's
Look at the
question
face.
I'm asking.
Constipation.
And the Biden Inspector General report answered that question in the affirmative that multiple sources were utilized, and I was simply trying to get to that answer.
What the Inspector General came back with was, quote, there is no evidence that the FBI had undercover
The lies, the lies.
January 6th.
And there is
no evidence.
There's a huge distinction between undercover employees and sources. I know because I ran them. And anybody in law enforcement knows that
So
too.
you think the FBI was planning January 6th for months ahead of time?
Clearly.
Again, that's not what I said.
We're gonna find out.
Read your own words. Maybe that's a good starting point.
Whoa.
I just say
We're
one
gonna find
last
out.
thing. We've talked a lot about fentanyl.
Yeah,
and
make
stopping
it be the
from
last
coming
thing.
in the United States. If you were successful in becoming head of the FBI, I wish you good luck and do everything I can to help you. But don't forget there is traffic moving in the opposite direction. What are we sending back to Mexico and the cartels? Money and guns. Money and guns.
Money and
Please look at the whole equation.
Some
You gotta
lawyers,
deal with
guns,
all
and
aspects.
money.
That's a great point. I will, Senator.
Some lawyers, guns, and money. And investigate Fast and Furious. Fast and Furious.
In this hearing,
Oh, look, another swamp creature.
weaponization of government, including and especially involving the FBI. I'm also encouraged comments that you've made
Young men.
quite consistently on this front.
I mean, old
being
man.
opposed to
Are you
political
old? Are you
weaponization.
young? Or what are you?
The National Sheriff's
A
Association.
liar.
Canadian
You're a
recently expressed some
liar.
concern
You just are a
with the
liar.
safety and security of our country,
Treason.
based on what they refer to
These
as the law enforcement
senators are
policies
so
over the last
much
4
full
years. Let me
of
read you what they
treason.
said.
They
They're
hate
concerned that,
America.
the law
Has get
enforcement policies of
richly.
the last 4 years have
Let's,
undermined the rule of
let's
law
look up
and
something
burdened our
about
nation
Senator
with
Lee.
great risk and vulnerability.
Yeah,
Close
I
quote.
got to
What do you
him.
make of that statement? What are they referring to there?
Could you just repeat the end of that?
Yeah, they said they're concerned that, quote, the law enforcement policies of the last 4 years have undermined the rule of law and burdened our nation with great risk and vulnerability.
Senator, my assessment of that is that they are referring to some people in positions of leadership that have politicized the law enforcement mission. And I have spent a career removing politics from law enforcement, and that's what the National Sheriff's Association is all about, and I believe that's why they endorsed me as a nominee for the first time ever.
So that's why they like you. That's why they support you. That's why they've chosen to come out fully again, in support of your nomination, of getting you confirmed, because you share that view, a view that has been expressed by nearly every member of this committee today, I would add. And this group, a very large group of law enforcement officials from throughout the United States of America, has come in support of you because of that. As they do that, they express confidence in you specifically and in your ability in particular to bring back, quote, transparency, integrity, collaboration, and commitment to excellence within the FBI. Tell me what you'll do in order to do that, and how you'll commit to work with other law enforcement, both within the FBI, elsewhere within the federal government, and with state and local law enforcement officials to bring that back.
Senator, the only way to truly remove weaponization and politicization from law enforcement is to follow the Constitution. And if you look at the FBI's website and their mission statement and their core values, each has 8. And the 8th and last core value of the mission statement on the FBI's website right now is fighting violent crime. That needs to be number 1. The 8th core value out of all core values on the FBI's website right now is rigorous obedience to the Constitution. That needs to be number 1. Reorienting these policies with an effective leadership in place to follow the law will allow us to achieve a singular standard of constitutional law enforcement. And that is the only way you remove the weaponization from politics and, from law enforcement. And that's what the sheriffs are talking about, and that's what cops are talking about.
If men and women were angels, we wouldn't need government. If we had angels to govern us, we wouldn't need a constitution. We're not angels, we don't have access to them, so we got to follow the rules, and that's your top job. I appreciate your support for the Constitution.
So Lee is a Republican, but it seems like he might be a rhino.
Know something about
Well, we know
grand
White
juries.
House is an out-and-out
I just
criminal.
went to the DOJ website.
He was good before,
language.
Reggie. I'm not so sure about him now.
Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E
All right.
prohibits most
Here's
persons
a
present
swamp
during the proceedings
creature.
from disclosing what transpired inside the grand jury room.
Swampy.
However, the proscription does not apply
yeah?
to witnesses.
Oh,
Do you
scared
now,
much, Sheldon?
As a grand jury
afraid?
witness, authorize this committee access to a transcript of your own testimony?
Oh, no.
Senator, I authorize this committee to get whatever is appropriate and lawful, as I've said before.
Specifically including the transcript of your grand jury testimony, which you have the authority to authorize us to obtain.
Well, I don't know if I singularly have that authority. I don't think that's how grand jury testimony works. The
You
Department
do.
of Justice.
You do, because you are the witness who can do that.
There's also a court order on that case, sir.
Separately, you can get grand jury testimony by court order. The witnesses can always reveal their grand jury testimony. Do you authorize us to get access to your testimony?
I authorize this committee to lawfully obtain any records that they are appropriately allowed to get.
And we are only, you're speaking in circles now, because we're only lawfully
speaking in
authorized
circles?
to get that with your permission as the witness. Do you give us that permission?
Senator, I'm not an expert on this constitutional standard, and so I can't commit to something
It's not
that
expert,
I don't
it's
know.
like super simple. Grand jury rule 6E doesn't apply to witnesses. This is not hard. You are a witness. That is a simple fact.
Boy, he looks really disheveled. What happened to his tie?
To share what they were testifying to, and when I was commissioned
Grand
before the
jury
judge,
witnesses are allowed
Looks
to
like
speak
someone grabbed
about what
Sheldon
they
by
were
the
told
tie and gave him a good licking.
about what they said in the grand jury, unless they're under a
at
specific
him.
court order.
He's a
Are you
mess.
under a specific court order not to reveal your
He
testimony in the
looks
grand jury?
scared.
Senator, I can't go
Here right now?
I can't go into court orders granted by the DC District Chief Judge.
If they apply to you, of course you can.
You want me to violate a court order?
Yeah, violate a
You're
court
saying
order.
that there's a
Do it.
secret court order in which you can't tell whether you're subject to a court order or not?
I'm telling you that if you find the applicable court order and it permits this request.
I don't need a court order if you give authorization.
I'm not the one that has the authority to do that.
Yes, you are, as a witness. You're just wrong on that. Second, the FBI has records
Okay, Sheldon.
related to the criminal investigations of Donald Trump. Will you protect those records in a manner consistent with ordinary FBI document preservation practices as head of the FBI?
All records will.
No destruction of documents to please Trump?
Oh, let's talk about
No, I
destruction
think
of
he put forth
documents.
a memo saying all records must be preserved.
What about the Hildebeest? Server in the bathroom, anybody? Bleach bit, anybody? Oh, we could investigate lots of stuff about destruction of documents. Oh, how about all those documents in Biden's garage? Garage.
Did you listen to what my colleague, Senator Welsh,
Let's listen to this.
had to say about politicizing the FBI and the Department of Justice?
I did, sir.
I did too. I always listen when Senator Welch speaks. And he's right. But here's where we find ourselves today, and you can put an end to this. For better or worse, either in reality or perception, in modern times, the FBI has been politicized. Or at least there's an appearance. It started with Mr. James Comey. He publicly investigated the political nominee of both major parties. Guinness Book of World Records. He publicly investigated both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Held a press conference. Hurt that agency more than I will ever know. I wouldn't put Mr. Comey in charge of the ham sandwich. And so did Peter Strzok. And so did Lisa Page. And so did Michael Sussman. And the person who gave him, a Hillary Clinton lawyer, a pass to roam around the Department of Justice and the FBI at will. And so did the prosecutors who tried to slip by a 2 misdemeanor plea deal for the president's son. And it hurts me to say this, but so did Attorney General Garland.
Yep.
For the first time in the history of ever, the Attorney General Garland chose to prosecute a former president of the United States. And this part is really special. He did it after the former president of the United States announced that he would be a candidate against his, Attorney General Garland's, boss. Forget the merits. We can argue those all day long. You understand the perception? It's got to end now. The seal has been broken.
Facts.
We've got to stop it now. Don't go over there and burn down that agency. You go over there and lift it up. Clean it out, but lift it up in accordance with due process and the rule of law. Because Senator Welch is right. This has got to end now.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Mr. Patel, our agencies, in particular the FBI and DOJ, critically rely on inspectors general and general counsels for advice. As Chair Grassley and many of us have long recognized, federal agencies rely on the independent oversight of inspectors general, and agencies depend on the legal advice of offices of general counsel. And as you've testified today, it's your intention to lead the FBI within the boundaries of law and the Constitution. Last week, President Trump fired more than a dozen inspectors general and provided no notice to Congress. We passed a law in 2022 requiring the president to provide Congress with a
Fired the
substantive rationale,
traitors. Get
including
rid of
detailed
the
and
swamp.
case-specific
Get rid
reasons,
of them
30
all.
days before the removal of any IG. How many days has President Trump been in office?
Sorry, Senator, approximately 10.
10. Is it possible to give 30 days notice in 10 days?
I'm not great at math, but it doesn't sound like it.
It doesn't. You're an attorney. Did Trump facially violate this law in terms of the timing of the firing of the inspectors general?
Senator, I'm not going to entertain a hypothetical on legal violations, but I will look into all possible legal violations referred.
I'll simply say that for those of us concerned about the quality and the duration of service of inspectors general, this was troubling.
Lies and more lies.
And frankly, I think it is a facial violation of a law passed by Congress. In September 2023, on the Great America Show, a podcast, you said, and I believe I'm quoting accurately,
Oh, you're not, though. You're a liar.
Offices throughout every agency and department need to be slashed in half.
Well, that's true.
Because these lawyers just come in there and they come in there to slow down and paralyze the movement of the America First
That's
agenda.
a fact.
Mr. Patel, does that comment suggest that if confirmed, it would be your intention to fire the career civil servants, the lawyers in the FBI's general counsel?
Fire them.
No.
They're traitors.
Could you give us any reassurance that it would be your intention to listen to the advice and counsel of the Inspector General of the department and the General Counsel of the agency?
With addressing those in order, Senator, with IGs, as you know, I believe, and I've shown throughout this proceeding that IGs have provided invaluable service in Republican and Democratic administrations. And I think they're critical, and we must have competent IGs going forward. Similarly, with general counsel's offices who are stocked with career employees, those employees must continue their work so long as no employee politicizes the work and mission of the FBI.
Thank you. My core concern about these firings of the IGs, about the independence of the agency, have not been fully satisfied. I appreciate your answers here today, but I remain concerned by your previous statements and your answers here today.
Oh, you
Thank
remain
Mr. Chairman.
concerned.
Before I recognize Cruz, Senator has some,
These old men really, though. I'm
Mr. Chairman, I
sorry,
have two
but-
letters here. I'd ask unanimous consent they be entered into the record. One is from William Webster, FBI Director under Presidents Carter and Reagan, and CIA Director under Reagan and Bush. He's in the audience. And another from 23 Republican former law enforcement officials. These are letters in opposition to the nomination.
without objection, so ordered. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, in the first round of questioning, you and I talked about the politicization and weaponization of the FBI and the Department of Justice. That has significant negative consequences in terms of undermining trust in the FBI and the Department of Justice and abusing the power of the FBI and the Department of Justice. But it also has consequences in that it diverts resources at the FBI and DOJ from urgent law enforcement and national security priorities. I will tell you, when I go back home to Texas, I am somewhat regularly asked by Texans, should we abolish the FBI? Now, my answer to that is an emphatic no. The FBI has a critical mission of stopping bad guys, whether serial killers or human traffickers or child molesters or terrorists. But it says something that a sizable percentage of America has so lost faith in the Bureau that they believe it should be shut down. I think allowing the FBI to be politicized has resulted in far too little attention being placed on very serious national security risks that we face right now, including for the last 4 years. As a result of the open borders that we've had, over 12 million illegal immigrants have come into this country. And I believe as a consequence of that, we face a greater risk today of a major terrorist attack than we have at any time since September 11th, 2001. You have well over a decade of experience in national security and law enforcement. In your judgment, do you agree with me as to the magnitude of the threat we face right now of a potential terrorist attack?
It's as high as I've ever seen it, Senator.
And describe to this committee what the FBI should be doing to prevent future terrorist attacks.
Working hand in glove with our intelligence community and obtaining information that directly relates to the FBI's criminal mandate on an intelligence basis and thwarting and prosecuting and stopping any terrorist attacks here and any homegrown activities abroad that are directed at the United States of America, along with countermanding the CCP espionage rings in this country, which dovetail with the foreign terrorist organization activity.
Does it concern you that Customs and Border Patrol in the previous administration instructed Border Patrol agents in particular to be on the lookout for Hamas or Hezbollah or Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorists crossing our southern border? Does that concern you as a risk to Americans across the country?
That, along with the fact that the prior Homeland Secretary and the prior FBI director testified to Congress that there are dozens of known foreign terrorist affiliates in the United States of America, and they don't know where they are.
And it will be your priority to stop them. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask you some easy questions.
Okay.
I take it from what you have said to a couple of my colleagues that while we may disagree on the meaning of Rule 6E as to getting the transcript, you would not object to this committee seeking access to that transcript.
No.
And you're aware that Rule 6E permits you to talk about your own testimony. Will you testify to this committee, let's say in a classified setting, as to what you said to the grand jury?
Senator, I'm here to testify to this committee about everything I'm allowed to, and
You're allowed under Rule 6E to tell us what you said to the grand jury. This is kind of the first day that an assistant U.S. attorney goes to the first grand jury and is asked by a witness, can I talk about what I told you? And the answer is yes, you know.
Senator, I will consult with counsel and provide the appropriate answer.
Let me just say right to the point, Mr. Patel. What are you hiding?
This guy seems
Why won't
like
you tell
so
us?
desperate.
You testified under a grant of immunity
What are you hiding?
after
And why are
taking
your
the
hands
Fifth Amendment
shaking
as you're
so much?
privileged to do. And the appearance here is that you have something to hide. I submit to my colleagues on the committee, we need to know what the grand jury testimony is. We need access to that second volume. And you have no objection
Old
to
man,
our
you're
seeking
a
it, but you
criminal.
won't
I
tell
said,
us,
old man.
even in a
You're
classified,
a liar and a
confidential
traitor. I
setting.
said,
I
old
think
man. You
position
need to
is
shut your
disqualifying.
lying trap.
That was days of testimony years
You
ago.
need
I don't have the
to
ability to
Well,
recollect
you can
that.
refresh your recollection.
Get
access
Mo.
to the
Transcript.
Get
Let me
Mo.
ask you another topic. And I really
Yeah,
regret
Blumenthal looks
that
scared.
you won't cooperate with us on the
Yeah,
grand
no,
jury
no,
testimony.
he won't cooperate
Would you
with
object
you.
to the firing of the Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz?
Would I object to it? That's the
Why
providence
would
for
you
the
object?
Attorney General to make. It's not something I would participate in.
But you know of his work. It's been bipartisan,
Oh, yeah.
very thorough,
Horowitz.
competent, objective, impartial.
If Blumenthal likes him, he
has
can't
been
be good.
critical in Republican and Democratic
Yes.
administration. Won't you object to his firing?
I think he's done a great job, but it's not up to me to decide who stays and goes at the Department of Justice.
But I'm not asking you to make the
Figure
decision. I'm asking you whether you will take a stand,
Thank you, Annie.
speak up, stand up in favor of a watchdog who has helped preserve the integrity of the Department of Justice and aligned himself against waste and fraud and abuse.
If the Attorney General asked me, yes, for my opinion.
Volunteered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I want to continue on a brief topic I mentioned earlier and one that we discussed in my office when you came to visit in December, and that is Redstone Arsenal and the FBI assets and the men and women that will report to you when confirmed that are there in Huntsville, Alabama. So I really want you to come and visit with me. The state-of-the-art facilities that we have there are pretty incredible. I mean, when you look across the board, we have the ballistics research facility, the hazardous device school, we have TDAC, which is the terrorist explosive device analytics center. And last but not least, obviously, what is sometimes referred to as Headquarters South. We have the sprawling North and South campus of the FBI. Look, there has been over $4 billion invested there. It is truly remarkable that the training that is going on there. They are delivering to missions when it comes to emerging technologies, investigating lead generation, security and contracts personnel and human resources, just to name a few. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time in my 3 minutes to dive into all of the incredible work that's doing there, but just want to reiterate that the workforce occupying these facilities, they were moved from DC to Huntsville. They are working diligently each and every day to make sure that men and women in uniform are the best trained, equipped, and ready that there is. And I would love a commitment from you just to come with me to visit those facilities, see what those men and women are doing, what they're learning, and all of the training that's right there at their fingertips.
Senator, you have that commitment, and this is a great example, real quick, of the FBI's capabilities and infrastructure systems around the country that already exist to the tune of billions.
Billions.
And not only is it, I believe, a 38,000-acre sprawling campus, this Congress billeted 2,500 seats, but 4,000 seats still remain open. So let's go to work. I'll come to Alabama and let's fill those seats.
Absolutely. I love it. I love to hear that. And another thing, too, obviously, as we've looked over the last couple of years, I'll put on my appropriator hat. The budget, obviously, for the FBI has been decreased. Obviously, you're going to help us return America's trust in the FBI. But as we look at that and we try to make those numbers work, I just want on your radar, I want you to be thoughtful about this. You know, it's easy to say, let's cut training. That's an easy thing to cut first. I think that that's the worst thing that we can do. We want to make sure that our men and women are ready, that they're ready to find leads that lead to child trafficking rings and other things. And you've talked about the rapes, the fentanyl overdoses, the murders. We want to make sure that we are equipping them with all the tools necessary to make those strides for the American people. And so just want your commitment from you that as we look at those things, that you will take a good look at training and make sure that that's not the first thing that gets cut.
Absolutely. High standards and merit. That's
Thank
what
you
we'll
so
do.
much.
This is 59 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we talked about, Mr. Patel, truth, incredibly important in an FBI director. And a number of the things I asked you about in the first round, you didn't recall or you wanted more context. I'm going to give you one of those. I'll give you the rest on the record. That was about when I asked you about the Capitol Police officers who testified in the January 6 hearings and you accused them of lying. You said, and I quote, "I don't think that's accurate." I actually have the transcript here, which was reported by the Washington Post. And that was in March of 2024 on Joe Pack's podcast. He asked you, the Capitol Police in that fake January 6 committee, they didn't tell the truth, did they? Patel, no, not just them, many others. And lying under oath is a federal offense and they should be investigated for it. Do you believe that about the police officers?
How
That's
about
a general
you?
statement and a mischaracterization of what I said. I encourage you to read the rest of the interview.
She
This is why
lied.
snippets of information are often misleading and detrimental to this committee's advice and consent.
Well, if you consent, I would love to have 5 hours of questions and then I could read the whole transcript.
You've got 2 minutes.
Liar. Go ahead,
In
lie for us
September,
some
you
more.
referred to the
Tell us more
FBI's
lies.
intel branch, which was stood
Waiting
up
for
after
the
9/11 and works to protect us from foreign adversaries like China, as, quote, the biggest problem the FBI has had, unquote. And you said you wanted to, quote, break that component out of the FBI. It was the same sentence where you said about turning the FBI headquarters into a museum. Do you really think that closing the intel branch will make Americans safer?
Again, it's not what I said. The intelligence component of the FBI has seen some politicization and weaponization that we've discussed here today, and intelligence collection capabilities belong in the intelligence community. Having served in both law enforcement and intelligence communities, I'm uniquely qualified to bring the intelligence limited component back to the FBI that ties back to the legislative mandate of prosecuting and investigating.
You said Elon Musk cares about two things, your data and his money. Do you still stand by those words?
I don't have that entire quote, but that's what it says.
It was in you were angry because of endorsement of Governor DeSantis in Florida. And so you were defending Donald Trump. And so you criticized Elon Musk. And that's what's the context for it. And you said Elon Musk cares about two things, your data and his money. And it matters to us because he's playing such a major role in the government. And so I just wonder if you think that's true.
I don't have that full quote in front of me to respond.
Thank you.
Boy, she grasping at straws.
Thank you,
What
sir.
does
It
it
sounds
have
to
to
me
do
like
with
my
KASH?
fellow senator is trying to get you to move FBI headquarters to
Yeah.
Alabama. I have a full list of why it should move to Florida, and at the very least, maybe a Florida-Bama FBI HQ.
I love
Good
it.
people there, good recruits. We would fully support it.
Yeah.
Moving on to a more serious matter, I know you would be shocked to learn this. As AG and as the chair of the Human Trafficking Council in Florida, we saw trafficking explode around the nation as a result of the Biden administration wide open borders. That's no surprise to anyone. But it might shock you to know that the National Human Trafficking Hotline that was funded by Congress to report tips to law enforcement in the last 4 years decided that they would no longer report tips to law enforcement.
Oh,
That they would
interesting.
take a more victim-centered approach. And this fell in line with a lot of what we saw over the last 4 years with people saying things like defund the police,
And
abolish
shaming
the police,
victims.
nonsense policies that lead to an explosion in crime. You and I both understand that from our prior work experience.
Absolutely.
So there was a CEO that was put in charge in the last 4 years who said that that we cannot arrest our way out of the human trafficking problem. And
Why
I quote,
not?
trafficking in all its forms is the end result of inequities, abuses of power, and massive systemic and government failures. Do you
We'll
believe
defeat
that
a man.
that is in fact the cause of human trafficking, or is it the result of evil, heinous humans that seek to profit off of others' pain?
The only people responsible for human trafficking are the criminals that intentionally traffic in humans, in children, and exploit them. And if I'm confirmed, it will be one of the top priorities to make sure that doesn't happen in this country and that we find the thousands of missing children that are still missing.
I, along with many of the other attorneys general in this nation in a bipartisan fashion, not only demanded that they begin reporting tips to law enforcement so that they could follow up and go after the traffickers so that they didn't continue to victimize others, but we also came to Congress and tried to get funding pulled, or at least a mandate that they do what they were created to do, and that is to report tips to law enforcement. Do I have your word moving forward as someone who understands the necessity to go after traffickers, to not only identify and rescue victims, but to ensure there aren't other victims? Do I have your word you'll work with me to come to Congress to make sure that that happens so that that can never happen again?
You do, Senator.
I'm proud to say in Florida, we were able, when we didn't get that result here in Congress, we started our own hotline. It's one of the first in the nation. And no surprise, we immediately rescued 10 victims of human trafficking that were being held by force in massage parlors. Reporting to law enforcement works. It allows us to rescue and save lives. And I know you will bring that mission focus back to the FBI.
Thank you, Senator. I will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to touch on something that's been on my mind lately. And I will tie it back to this hearing. We have seen a wholesale attack and assault in the past 2 weeks by President Trump on the value of diversity. Through his executive orders, he is seeking to dismantle over 60 years of work to promote equal opportunity in the federal government. His pronouncements have gotten so bad that apparently the Defense Intelligence Agency issued a memo 2 days ago that it would no longer commemorate Martin Luther King Day, Women's History Month, Holocaust Day of Remembrance, or Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and so on. Why is there such a fear of people who are different? In Hawaii, we celebrate diversity and know that it gives us strength. It is part of what makes Hawaii and America great. Mr. Patel, earlier you shared some deplorable racist rhetoric that had been used against you. As someone who has also been the recipient of this sort of hateful language, I am deeply sympathetic. I also note, Mr. Patel, that in the past you have recognized the value of diversity. Back when you were in law school, you signed on to an amicus brief in the Grither case, supporting consideration of race in law school admissions. I hope that joining the Trump administration will not cause you to change your views on the value of diversity. Reflecting on this hearing, it is sad that we are considering Mr. Patel's nomination despite his gross inadequacy to do the job of FBI director fairly and objectively. Yet there is no question that much pressure has been brought to bear on my Republican colleagues to support this nomination. For example, a man named Mike Davis has been threatening my Republican colleagues. He said that this vote was a red line, that if Senate Republicans don't vote to confirm Mr. Patel, his organization, a group called the Article 3 Project, would make their lives a living hell.
Because we know you're
I certainly
criminals.
hope that all of us will base our vote
Love you
on
too,
your
Annie.
nomination on the best interest, who can work in the best interest of our country, and not based on this sort of pressure.
Annie, you're
Thank you,
smarter
Mr.
than
Chairman.
most people I know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to give you a chance to respond to this because I think my colleagues are misstating the law here. You can't authorize the release of your grand jury testimony. Only a court can do that. Is that right?
That's been my understanding.
Yeah, and you, I think you've stated that the best reflection and the most accurate version of your testimony is the transcript
Yes,
in the
sir.
grand jury testimony that you're fine to be released, but the court has to go do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. And it lasted like 3 or 4 days. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
I also want to, Senator Durbin's talked about, what your priority or your priorities will be. And I think your testimony has been that it'll be adherence to the Constitution and the people of the United States of America, right? You take that very seriously.
That's it. That's the only thing that matters.
Could you talk about maybe some other priorities? We talked initially in my first round about getting the FBI back to its core mission, which is to fight crime and not, sort of try to
Go after political.
do the things that it's
Enemies?
been doing the last 4 years. Talk about how you might bring that together.
So, Senator, I appreciate the question. It's something I wanted to address maybe 6 hours ago, so I appreciate the opportunity to do it now. Whether we prioritize going after violent crime and national security, we cannot defend against either of those successfully unless we go after the underlying criminal nexus there. And whether it's human trafficking, whether it's terrorism, whether it's opioids, and whether it's just outright gang violence, the intersection there is narco trafficking. It is the underlying underbelly, the evil, illegal underbelly of all those operations. And we have not prioritized, in my opinion, as a law enforcement agency, the collective power we can rain down on criminal narco trafficking networks. And ideally, if I'm confirmed, Senator, I would like to work with Attorney General Pam Bondi, if she can be confirmed, to set up regional drug interdiction task force where our local sheriff's offices, our local PDs, and our local precincts are folded in with the FBI on an information and authority sharing basis to take down the criminal networks. And the advice and
God bless
consent
you too,
process has been
Diamonds.
extremely informative this to me. I do not know your jurisdictions as well as you all ever will. That's what makes this so critically important educational. I did not know that Memphis was the homicide capital of America per capita. I did not know that there was a corridor in Ohio that speaks to the human trafficking volume more so than any intersection in the country. That is what I will rely on your expertise across the aisle to fold in those resources and target those criminal active hotbeds. And I believe if we are successful in actually crippling the narco trafficking networks, we will see a decrease monumental in violent crime and at the same time protecting Americans' national security.
And maybe, just maybe, where you have a third of the personnel for the FBI here in Washington, D.C., maybe, just maybe, one of the reforms is to get more of those folks out into those areas across the country to go do that, right? That's what you're talking about.
I think so, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel, do you know any of these five
Booker's
individuals?
back.
Erica Knight,
It's
Tom
Spartacus.
Ferguson, Greg Menser, Steve Reese or Carlos Fernandez?
Are those your criminal friends?
Yes, Senator.
Who are they?
People I've worked with in the past at some point.
I'm told that those are the people that will be additional political appointees to help run the FBI. Is that correct?
That's news to me, Senator.
Under the history of the Federal Bureau of Investigation since the reforms in the early 1970s, there's only been one political appointee. I'm told that these will be additional political appointees,
Who told
5
you
extra
that, Corey?
political appointees. Do you know if Reese or Fernandez are affiliated with SpaceX or Elon Musk?
I don't.
Bringing up
I'm told
Elon
that they are
again.
affiliated with SpaceX and Elon Musk,
scared.
and that he had influence in who will be placed around you as political appointees. Mr. Patel, did you see the President of the United States declassify the documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago?
Ooh.
I witnessed the President of the United States issue a declassification order for documents.
That did not answer my question. Did you or did you not see the President of the United States declassify the
Well,
documents
listen to the lies.
that he was holding, the classified documents that were at Mar-a-Lago? And did you?
Loser.
I don't know the answer to that question because I don't know what was fully found because the Justice Department hasn't made that public.
But they're going to.
You claimed publicly that you saw President Trump declassify documents.
He's
Is that
coming.
correct?
That's correct, Senator.
So you did indeed see President Trump declassify the documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago that he refused to turn over. Is that
Get
correct?
ready, Spartacus.
No, what I said, Senator, was I heard and witnessed the President issue a declassification order for a number of documents.
For the documents specifically that were at Mar-a-Lago?
When he issued that order, there was documents. I don't know what was found and what was not found at Mar-a-Lago. I wasn't there.
So this is the issue. The question is will you lie for the President of the United States? Would you lie for Donald Trump?
No.
I hear you saying no, but the best way to
Patel's
clarify
not a liar
that
like you are.
would be to
Boozer.
testify as you are allowed by law. Would break the law and lie for the President of the United States. We can find that out factually if we had access to the testimony or if he would tell us what he said to the grand jury, which by the law of the United States of America, he's allowed to, but he's refusing to do so. He is refusing the transparency that he claims to adhere to. He is refusing to be direct with the United States Senate. He's refusing to be transparent and put it all out there. Did he or did he not lie for the president? That is the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And thank you for your patience today. We do appreciate it. Just for the record,
Sing it,
Mr.
Marcia.
Chairman,
Tell the truth.
I put up the clip that showed me requesting the
Can you guys hear again?
records for Epstein. That is, I put that up on social media just so we could clarify that issue. Mr. Patel, what I'd like to ask you about, you mentioned that Memphis is the homicide capital of the country. That concerns us. And we've recently had an issue where the FBI wanted to consolidate the Memphis and Knoxville offices into a Nashville office.
He does.
And of course, this causes us some concern. And I would like to get your commitment that you will make certain that we have every resource we need in Memphis to deal with this issue, and that the FBI will be appropriately resourced in the state of Tennessee.
You absolutely will, Senator.
Thank you so much for that. And then we've had some talk today about DEI. And we've talked about this in this committee. And the emphasis the FBI put on DEI and things like counting Swifty bracelets and things of that nature, and not on investigations. And what we want to make certain is that we have qualified individuals who are going to stick to that core mission. And you have talked about that mission today, and thank you for being able to recite what it is. We appreciate that. And I want you to just talk a little bit about those first few actions that you can take to build back the recruiting
DEI is
and the
deadly.
training in order to accomplish that mission.
Absolutely, Senator. Quite simply, I know we have limited time, is that people who sign up to serve the FBI must meet the rigorous high standards, merits, and physical fitness standards, and those will not be changed.
So that will be a priority for you.
And I think people who want to join the FBI do so with the dedication to serve this country and an adherence to law enforcement. And we will allow those folks that graduate from the academy and enter the FBI to carry a gun and a badge in representation of this country to protect its citizens. And when we allow the good cops to be cops and put handcuffs on the bad guys, I think you will see an exponential increase in enrollment and how we keep people at the FBI.
And that is a day one item for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Patel, do you believe that background checks for firearm purchases are constitutional?
I don't know the in-depths of it, but I think that's what the Supreme Court has said, Senator.
So the word would be YES, yes. Can you say yes? Are background checks constitutional?
I can say whatever the Constitution and the Supreme Court ruled is the rule of the land.
And what is the law of the land at the moment?
I'm not an expert on state-by-state background checks.
You're going to be universal background checks. Well,
that's different.
I think actually your answer is pretty telling. Let me ask you another question. Do you believe that civilian ownership of machine guns are protected by the Second Amendment?
Universal background checks are different. That's not
Did
what
I
we
ask you
say.
a separate question? Do you believe civilian ownership of machine guns is protected by the Second Amendment?
Whatever the courts rule in regards to the Second Amendment is what is protected by the Second Amendment.
Yet another telling response, colleagues, on another important issue. We've all talked, both sides of the aisle, about our concern about gun violence in America.
Guns aren't
I
violent,
raise these
people are
questions
violent.
because of an association I can observe between
Never
Mr.
forget
Patel
that.
and Gun Owners of America, a group staunchly opposed to firearm regulation, a group that Mr. Patel addressed in August,
The
and a
term
group
gun
that
violence
in
should be a
December
red
issued a
flag
press
right
release
there.
applauding his nomination to be FBI director. Gun Owners of America has taken extreme positions, including the position that all
Impossible
background
for
checks are
an inanimate
unconstitutional,
object to be violent.
and that civilian ownership of machine guns is protected under the Second Amendment. Mr. Patel,
Courts
let me
don't
remind
make
you
you
that as FBI director, you would oversee critical responsibilities related to firearm regulation, including administering the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. Yes, it's constitutional. It's in place for a reason. It would also regulate the distribution of machine guns to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Policies and programs in place for a reason. And given your hesitancy, given your answers, I'm concerned about your ability to do the job when it's not in alignment with groups like Gun Owners
Good
of
thing it's not
America.
up to you.
Colleagues, we've been hearing a lot of partial responses and lack of recollections throughout the day, and
No,
I
we
can't
haven't.
help but identify the pattern of Mr. Patel calling FBI leadership corrupt, labeling
which it
agents
is.
as gangsters,
They are.
accusing them of being part of a criminal
He
deep
didn't
state
say any of that,
conspiracy.
but we all know it's
We've
true.
heard of his experience with the J6 prison choir, a group of individuals convicted for their roles in the January 6th insurrection. We've heard his false claims that the U.S. had secured airspace permissions during a high-stakes SEAL team hostage rescue mission in Nigeria. I can go on and on. These positions are inconsistent with the role of FBI director, a position that demands independence, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to the rule of law. Mr. Patel, your loyalty to President Trump and the MAGA movement may score you points in some quarters, but they are certainly not the qualities necessary to serve as director of the FBI. And Mr. Chair, just in closing, I understand while I was out of the room earlier that Senator Tillis raised my name and attributed to a quote, bent the knee as part of my questioning earlier to me. And so for the record, and for my colleague from North Carolina, I want to clarify that the bent the knee quote were not my words. I was quoting Mr. Patel as he appeared on the Sean Ryan show on September 2nd of 2024. And I'm happy to share a link, Senator Tillis, to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't want to belabor this, but it certainly would be of benefit to us if that grand jury testimony could be released. But my understanding is the Senator Whitehouse testimony point that you don't need you as a witness could reveal what you said. And I'm just suggesting you might give that some further thought.
Oh my goodness.
The second thing is that you have everybody who runs an agency has enormous responsibility for the people who work there. I happen to have an incredibly high opinion of the FBI. The first time I came to Washington as a boy, I remember the thrill I had going to the FBI headquarters.
No longer
I thought
have
it was
a
a
high
big deal
opinion
that
of
my
the
senator
FBI.
then
No
got me
longer.
special tickets to go. And I've always admired them. There's a lot of apprehension there, and it's not just on this question of weaponization. There's a lot of disruption in a new administration. And if you've seen the president announced an impoundment in effect, it's been rescinded by the courts. But we've received calls from folks in various agencies who we've worked with or seen over the years, and there's just an immense amount of insecurity. Do I have my job? Don't I have my job? And frankly, I think this is my point to the president. Chaos is one thing, but cruelty is another. And having people be really uncertain about do they have a job today or not and leaving them in limbo, I don't think is a good thing for morale. And I don't care whether it's a Democratic or Republican president. I'm just looking to you to assure me that the tradition that we've had anchored in the FBI since 1972, when it was politicized. I mean, J. Edgar Hoover went after Martin Luther King in a disgusting and despicable way. He went after some John Birch Society folks for their political beliefs in a disgusting and horrible way. And we have no political appointees over there. So it's going to be up to you to, I think, strengthen that tradition. And we heard about the political appointees who are over there now, or I guess they're not officially appointees, but they've been sent by the administration. You didn't know about it. But one of them is from SpaceX. And, you know, Elon Musk, he's a rich guy, but he has no authority other than what's delegated by the president, but he has no official authority. And why is it, you can't answer this, but do you want somebody like Elon Musk peering over your shoulder, telling you what to do about personnel?
No, the FBI must be independent.
Go kick him out. I mean, I'm with you on that. He has no basis. He has no reason to be there. There's some former FBI people. You'll pick the people that you want to listen to. You'll have to make the decisions. You'll be accountable to this committee. But no on Elon Musk. He's just a political crony who knows nothing about law enforcement. So thank you for that assurance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, when Mr. Booker was asking you questions in his first round, you said, Senator, the grand jury testimony is available to you. I encourage you to make it public. You also later said, or previously to Mr. Booker said, get my grand jury testimony. I asked the Department of Justice to make it public. I asked the Department of Justice to make it public.
I can't even stand
You stand
looking
by
at
that
this dude's
testimony?
face.
If that's what I said.
So you asked the Justice Department to make your grand jury testimony public?
At the time of my appearance in the grand jury.
Yeah. And who did you ask to do that?
The lawyers.
Mr. Chairman, since the witness has said that he encourages this testimony to be public, that he in fact asked the Justice Department to make it public, I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, if you and the ranking member would be willing to write to the court acknowledging the witness has asked for this to be public, supporting it being made public. I can't imagine there's a court in the land that would say no to a bipartisan request like that.
I won't tell you, let me say something, I'm not going to take this out of your time. It's not directly answering your question, but I think it'd be significant what Richard Grinnell put on X. I testified in front of Jack Smith's grand jury, the Justice Department, and Jack Smith's prosecutor told me directly that I could not talk about my testimony or risk legal actions.
Thank you, Grassley.
Then he goes on to say that certain senators, I won't mention here, should, as those ask those lawyers why they instructed witnesses this way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd welcome the chance to have Mr. Grinnell testify under oath as opposed to on X. But nevertheless, what I would ask, given that this witness has said he made the request, this witness has said he would like us to read the testimony, I would ask if you and Senator Durbin would be willing to make that request of the court.
I wouldn't answer your question without get all the background I need, considering the conversation between you two. I couldn't make that judgment now.
Yeah, I appreciate your consideration, Mr. Chairman. And the reason why I think it's so important is let's remind ourselves what those documents were in Mar-a-Lago. According to the indictment, the classified documents Trump stored in his boxes included information regarding defense and weapons capabilities of both the United States and foreign countries, United States nuclear programs, potential vulnerabilities of the United States and its allies to military attack,
good stuff
and
there.
plans for possible retaliation in response to a foreign attack. So
Wasn't he on the
testimony
Foreign
that goes
Relations
to the
Committee
care
at
or
one
lack of
point?
care, the truthfulness or lack of truthfulness of Mr. Patel would be directly relevant to whether he should be confirmed as FBI director. And those records are there for the asking. No court's going to turn us down. Mr. Patel may be, I don't know, but he may be the first nominee for FBI director in history who felt it necessary to plead the fifth, to say that he wouldn't testify to a grand jury because it might incriminate him. Maybe the first nominee for FBI director ever to feel the necessity of pleading the fifth. Shouldn't we ask for that testimony
Oh, no, what a liar you
when
are.
the witness
How do you
himself
open
says he
your
would
mouth like
encourage it?
this?
Finally, I would just say we need to think about where we are in this moment.
We need to think about the liar who's
We have a new
talking.
president. He's fired prosecutors who investigated him. He's investigating other prosecutors, or his Department of Justice is. He's fired inspector generals who might hold him accountable. And this is just the start. And as FBI director nominee, he's chosen someone whose primary qualification, in my view, is his willingness to say yes when everyone else would say no to whatever the president wanted, to say whatever he wanted, to do whatever he wanted. That's why he is sitting here. I mean, look at the people who held that job before Mr. Patel, the stature of the people that held that job, the qualifications of the people that held that job. And how can any of us think that his background, his qualifications hold a candle to the people who went before him? How did we get here where we are defending a nominee like this, who makes songs with convicts who attack law enforcement? How did we get here? And where are we going? History is littered with democracies that lost their freedoms and didn't notice it while it was happening. Let's not be one of them.
Your time's up. Before Senator Tillis ends this, I want to put in the record a letter from the parents of Caleb Mueller. Mr. Patel met them through his role in the successful operation to track and kill ISIS leader al-Baghdadi. The terrorist, I'm quoting, the terrorist group ISIS kidnapped our daughter, Kayla, on August 2013. Any family who has lived through such an experience will know the value of dedicated, compassionate law enforcement officials. Because we have personal experience of his dedication, we know that KASH Patel is such a person. We continue to see in him a genuinely kind, thoughtful, action-oriented man who focuses on what is true and right and just. He loves our country and our citizens and wants the best for them all. He wants the country to do the best that it can. Without objection, I'll put their letter in the record. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I think everything that I did to invest in knowing you better has been on display today. Congratulations. You've exhibited composure, knowledge of the subject matter that I think more than qualifies you for director of the FBI. You know, we seem to have the benefit of sort of a different view of looking at the history. I heard, I actually was supportive of Comey until I figured out that he was playing games. Maybe this is one of the people of great stature, but it's well known now that he did some things that seem to have a political tint to them. I voted for Christopher Wray. I think he's a good man, but I also think he oversaw a department that did bad things. And at the end of the day, that person has to own it, and you will too. It's probably going to disappoint the audience to hear what I'm about to say, those who are watching at home. But you may be surprised to know that most of us at this dais on both sides of the aisle like each other. Senator Schiff and I just met a week within the last week to talk about areas that we can work together on. Senator Padilla and I actually worked together. We co-chair the bipartisan mental health caucus, and I believe it's actually one of the most important pieces of legislation we've done. I didn't get a whole lot of Republicans to vote for it, but a fair number. And this is working extraordinarily well. Would you commit to me to go into the Nix Center in West Virginia and just see how extraordinary this has come to be, and how it hasn't resulted in a mass confiscation of guns? It hasn't resulted in a propagation of red flag laws. In fact, the plain text of the legislation is not allowing money to flow to states, unfortunately, including Florida, that we believe have not gotten the due process right quite yet, so that we would actually fund red flag laws that make sense. This is what bipartisanship produces. Now, you're not going to see any bipartisanship in your confirmation. Look, we had Pam Bondi here, and we had people on this committee talking about a friendship or a friendly relationship in the past. The fact is, it was a shirts and skins game. Blue voted no, red voted yes. It's got to be the same thing for your confirmation. But Mr. Patel, I tell you, it has been a distinct honor to do the work with you to get you ready for this hearing. You did all the work. I'm kind of like the person on the sideline giving you some suggestions, but you did an extraordinary job. And you're going to be held to a high standard. I hope you listen to, and if you don't remember it, listen again to what Senator Kennedy said. There are folks like us that are tired of the pendulum swinging back and forth. We want to be the Senate that confirms an FBI director, that rights the ship, shows consistent respect for the rule of law and the Constitution, consistent respect for all law enforcement officers, and I absolutely believe you're up to the task, and I look forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you, Senator.
Good.
Before I close the meeting, you have anything you want to say? I've got something here that's directly related when in my opening statement, I said I want the members of this committee to think about something that's brand new. And it kind of deals with this whole exchange we had today in regard to the grand jury testimony. So I want to read, based upon whistleblower disclosures that I made today, it's clear how unfair and corrupt the Trump prosecution was, and that's created a little faith at best in the grand jury process. We shouldn't allow part of that corrupt process to be used by this committee against the nominee. An example, one document I made public today, DOJ officials literally concurred with Thibault to open the elector case against Trump, and that included a grand jury investigation. Jack Smith's lawfare efforts and his corrupt process should be what this committee investigates. Mr. Patel, thank you for your testimony today. Your family and friends who are here, I think you got to be very proud of him under these tough conditions, because he got tough questions. I think you did very well, and
your reputation leading up to and during this hearing, I think proves that you're a person that can stand a lot of heat, including a president's telling you how to do your job. If confirmed, you'll be in charge of one of the world's best law enforcement agencies at the time when it desperately needs strong changes. Everyone's information, written questions can be submitted for the record until 5 p.m. tomorrow. Mr. Patel, when you receive them, it's very important you get back to us just as fast as you can so we can set up the meetings that we have to go through to get you to the floor of the Senate. So return them to the committee as soon as possible. Mr. Patel, you are excused and the hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, boy. Okay, then. So, it's been a long, long day here in America. Needed my shark hat. Some really telling facts came out today in KASH Patel's confirmation hearing. I have not yet heard about Tulsi Gabbard's hearing. I'm sure it is a lot more of the same. Anyway, yes, the Oigevalt what Mishigus. From one Jewish mama to another. Yes, the American people have been through so much. And it's about time that we get an FBI that is actually protecting us instead of protecting criminals. So, thank God for KASH Patel. He was cool hand Luke today. He did great. I look forward to his nomination. And thank you guys for spending the entire day with me on the Beach Report. Greatly appreciate you. Like and subscribe if you haven't. Please consider becoming a member. We're gearing up for some cool membership stuff. So you're right, Rob. Thank God for President Trump. But really, more than that, thank God for all of the brave Americans who finally woke up and decided to take our country back. And with that, I'm going to change hats. Here we go. Ba 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 da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. I know, I gotta make my own music here. That's okay. I can halfway carry a tune, so we'll do what we have to do. So anyway, yeah. I love you all too. Thank you, Rob. I wanted to say one more thing before I go. So I have applied to the White House to become one of the press corps. I have been a card-carrying journalist since 1987. I graduated from the Scripps School of Journalism back when journalism was a real profession about writing the truth. And I never wavered from that. So, yeah, you might say, oh, she's a partisan hack or whatever. No, I had to become partisan because the other side are a bunch of criminals and liars. And I am a real journalist. And I don't like to write about politics. I never did, actually. I was with the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette as a stringer for 18 years. I covered school districts. I covered municipal. I covered the people that are us. You know, I went to all these meetings, school board meetings. Nobody went. A lot of times. The only time people ever showed up at school board meetings was tax season. That was the only time. Municipal meetings, very often, I was the only one in the room who wasn't an elected official as a reporter. So I have been there, I've done that, I've seen a lot. I've lived overseas. I left this country because I believed that Americans were being poisoned by our food. I gave birth to my children over in Switzerland because of this. I'm a person who... I say it and then I do it, you know. I totally have the courage of my convictions. I'm not a wealthy journalist. I'm an author. I wrote a book about the way 9/11 changed our society. I wrote a book about being adopted, which I am. I've had a lot of life experience, and I think that someone like me should be covering the White House. So if you want to, like, I don't know, tell someone. I don't know. I got so many of you telling me to do this, so I did it. So everybody, fingers crossed. And if it's meant to be, it will be. I applied, so I don't know if I've been accepted yet. I guess I'll find out soon. Anyway, it has been a long road for all of us these past several years, and a long road to making America great again. But here we are, and we never wavered. And we never stopped believing in our fellow Americans who did finally come through for us. Yay, Edmund. Yay, Sherry. I hope they choose me too. Because if they choose me, they choose you. So we'll see what happens. Like I always say, prayers work. So say some prayers. And you know I will too. Anyway, I got a shout out to my bestie Sue, who gave me Trump Duck. I know everybody is loving him. Now, he is very special. Look, he even has a little flag on his lapel. So he came direct to me from Florence, Italy. Fact, there is a duck shop in Florence, Italy that's just like full of ducks. And this is one of the ducks that they sell. And when Sue got this duck for me, she said it was one of the very few that was left, that they were like totally sold out. All these other ducks, but Trump Duck, they're bestseller. So if I could get more, I'd sell them myself. I don't know. But I like to sell things that I created, like my books. So if you're interested, let me know in the comments. And I got to work on my website. I couldn't do any work today because on the confirmation hearing all day long covering that. And also covering President Trump and his statement on what happened. And I almost forgot, we really do need to get back to that because I also want to hear what the press conference was about. It's kind of upsetting because the questions that these reporters are asking are, first of all, stupid because President Trump covered everything, but just always, you know, they're so afraid that DEI is being blamed. And DEI may well be the reason for what happened last night in that tragic accident. I think it was an accident, but I think it was like an accident on purpose. Like when you hire people who aren't qualified, you are committing an accident on purpose. Just saying. Okay, I'm going to switch over to President Trump's press conference now that I had to interrupt to go back to the KASH Patel confirmation. So here we go. Stay with me. This is like the longest show I've ever done.
Know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families?
They are a group of people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
But are you
I'm surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming
Please.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who is at fault, if it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was the crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with
were their eyes closed?
20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower, we're higher, or they're... So if somehow there's a screw-up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close, but there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines Center, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was a helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter at a plane, and they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger
There
jet?
were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President,
Not about this.
on your executive order, you've already issued.
Okay,
an
I'm going
executive
to
order. You say,
interrupt
well,
this now because I just noticed that the NTSB is having a press conference at the moment, so we're going to switch over to that. Because, man, you guys, the news is crazy right now. It doesn't stop. Okay, they haven't started yet. Okay, so I'm going to wait on that a second. All right, we'll go back to President Trump. See,
Restore
I want to
aviation
be
safety.
I want to
This
cover
crash
the White
happened
House.
after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
Well, we issued
All right,
it
we're
3
on
days
standby.
ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues,
Hey, Brenda.
as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hire in the federal government? What's plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay?
Good answer.
And unfortunately, a lot of people don't.
Yep.
We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. Ice Skating Committee was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real, but the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's
Who said
website.
that, you?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the
Take a look at
entirety.
what I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration
Nice and
too.
easy.
So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first
I
administration?
did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in, and he changed it. And then when I came in 2 days, 3 days ago, I signed a new order bringing
I
it
said
to
it
the
earlier,
highest
too,
level
Brenda.
of intelligence.
It
Okay,
was on the website.
please, quiet, quiet.
Welcome back to the. I'm sorry. You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots in the helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any
I heard
indication?
that. We don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your view plane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. I have a couple of more.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed? And does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations. And the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I try to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know, but the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question about the.
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir,
I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made that.
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were, and that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I do not hesitate to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened, and the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have.
I don't want to fly.
The highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter and the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Secretary, don't be welcome.
Interesting. All right, you guys. Wow. Those reporters are like, well, most of them are DEI hires. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah. Sure, President Trump's not afraid to fly because he's on Trump Force One. Air Force One. Me, I'm not doing it. I like to drive anyway. Get to see more that way. And that's what my husband Ray taught me, was that when you drive, you get to see more of America. And don't even take the highways. Take the byways. Say hi to people. So we're now waiting for the NTSB to have their press conference, because we really need to get to the bottom of what happened. And going back to why I don't want to fly, because when the airlines got rid of a lot of their pilots due to the boopsie in the arm, that was when I realized I don't want my pilot to have had any kind of experimental drugs in their system, like ever. So that's another reason why I don't fly, but people I love do fly. So, yeah, I don't know anything about India. You can go somewhere else. Not interested right now. I'm an American girl raised on promises, and I'd like to see those promises finally come to fruition. I mean, the good promises. Hello, France. I used to live on the border of France. What a beautiful and chaotic world France is, right? Am I right? All right, well, the NTSB, man, they're taking their good old time. I don't think I've ever done a show so long. Hi, Nico. Thank you so much. You know, it is actually nice to hear a compliment, because this girl has been crying for days, and my bags are packed, and my wrinkles are sticking out, but that's okay, because I don't care. I am just who I am. It is always fun hanging out with you too, Annie, and actually all of you. So the Beach Report has kind of morphed into a new YouTube show. I became a YouTube partner in the middle of November. Super stoked about that. I am a Facebook reject. Zuckerberg, seeing him front and center at the inauguration and everything really is disturbing for me, because I see Mark Zuckerberg as an enemy of my country. Facebook was instrumental in the Beach Report becoming the show that it is today. So I'm not putting that down, and I really do appreciate, if not Facebook just for the platform, but for all of my followers, and many of you are here right now. You have followed me from my about 10 years on Facebook. So I had to, I have already seen the Eiffel Tower, Nico, and I have not been to France in a long, long time, but I've been to the Eiffel Tower, so not likely to go back. You know, been there, done that, not going back. Anyway, yes, most of you have found me on Facebook. Thank you, Brenda. Brenda's been with me for 10 years. Annie's relatively new. Annie, I think you've been with me for almost 3 years. But some of my followers have been with me for a very long time. And I appreciate you guys so much, because I have been preparing for something huge. I don't even really know what it is. I just know that God has his hands on me. And Annie says since Ray, and Ray was my husband, who passed away the day after Hurricane Ian. And, you know, people are like, oh no, thinking he passed away because of the hurricane. But he had cancer, and he was on his path, let's just put it that way. But the fact that he went into hospice when he did actually saved my life. We didn't know a hurricane was coming. And had I been trapped in a ramshackle farmhouse in the middle of Florida with a dying man, I don't know if I would have survived that. I wasn't doing well when my husband's life was coming to an end. I was pretty much his only caretaker. Couple other trusted friends, shout out Melissa. Shout out Stacy. I had some help, Shout out Kathy and Dave. I was very blessed with the people who were taking care of me. But when my husband was really actively dying, and that went on for there were 3 months where he was actively dying, and I didn't realize it. Okay. Oh, it looks like the NTSB are gonna speak now. This. Something's going on. Oh no, it's just sound checking. Sorry, just checking it out. Oh wait, I should just. Okay. Anyway, it's I am not a network show. I have never worked in television news or anything. I'm a journalist. I'm a newspaper journalist. And we are not used to having cameras on us in the newspaper room. And I've been a freelance writer, so even less so. But my career has been one of the most important things in my life, except for, of course, becoming a mother. And I have 2 children, but I am a journalist. I'm a diehard. I'm just a writer. I'm a boots on the ground. I don't make a lot of money. I write my own books. I try to produce my own things that I sell. Like I've made t-shirts and beach bags and stuff like that. And then right now I'm working on my website to be able to sell those things through my YouTube page. I am not super tech savvy, but I can pretty much learn anything. So that's what I'm doing. And Annie, she is always, sharing the love of her Savior. Yes, of our Savior. Annie, I see, I read that wrong. I came into the picture when Ray was entering into hospice care and the hurricane was going on, and it kept you safe. Yes, hospice kept me safe, especially when you consider the fact that my daughter had rented a house on Fort Myers Beach for that exact week. And, it's funny, you could be at the beach or you could be in hospice. And had I been at the beach, I wouldn't be here now because that house was destroyed. And nobody was in that house because we were in hospice. So no one died in that house, but that house is gone. And there's a lot of things that happen in my life where it becomes so easy to choose the Lord because he does keep me safe. And sometimes, you think, "Ooh, I don't want to be here," but that's the best place you can be. Annie says, when you entered in hospice care, I was also sharing all kinds of encouragement of Bible passages and scriptures to Jill for her difficult time like I did last night. Yes, God sent Annie to be on my show, and she's been such a source of comfort. So I am a widow. That does not mean that I am single. I'm still married to my husband, even though he lives in heaven. I'm not looking for a man. No, not at all. My man is God. My man is Jesus. That's my man. And that's who I trust. So I don't know why you think there's something wrong with KASH Patel's face, Joy. Are you just a hater or do you have a legitimate question? Because, we have enough hate in this world, enough nasty people. It's okay, Annie. And when you come on the beach report and you decide that I look old or fat or you have some kind of a nasty thing to say to me, you don't hurt me with it. I toss you out. Or you say something nasty to one of my followers. I don't put up with any nastiness or shenanigans. And I'm not on here trying to find a boyfriend or any kind of schmexual anything. I'm not interested. So if you have anything nasty to say in that regard, I don't deserve that. Have some respect. Have respect for a real woman. How about that? A real woman with opinions and knowledge and wisdom from nearly 60 years on this earth and nearly 50 years in this country. 10 of these years of mine were spent in Switzerland. So, all right, that's fine, Joy. I'm not asking you about me, but I don't know. I don't know what you think is wrong with Kash's face. I'm just asking why you would ask such a thing. That's all. So, anyway, there's a lot of keyboard warriors come on and they think they can just say whatever they want, but you can't do that on my show. I cannot help anyone get American citizenship. You have to earn that. You have to earn it. I know. I earned Swiss citizenship, so, and I had to come back to my country and actually be sponsored by my grandparents. Crazy. So yeah, I've done the citizenship all by myself many times. I know all about it. And it's a process. And if you don't follow the process, then you might be a criminal. Just saying. Just saying. Yes, I will always protect Annie. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing about my Annie or any of my followers. You know, we are on here full of love and respect for each other. Respect for our country. Respect for other countries. Somebody came on, you know, they asked me, you know, what do you think about Russia? And it's like, I just think about the people. There's a very big difference between the people running a country and the people who live in the country. Big difference. So I only know the people who live in the country. Oh, looks like somebody wants to go be eaten by my sharks. See you later. Bye. I don't have to put up with it, so I will not put up with it. Nobody is allowed to say crap to me. I don't know what you're suspicious about, but you go ahead with your suspicions. Yes, I am a dual citizen. Yep. I did not want to live in this country anymore when I realized that people were being poisoned with the food. But I had to come back because, unfortunately for me, I had married a Swiss alcoholic. That didn't work out very well. So I had to leave Switzerland and come home. I don't know. Do you think if someone breaks the law, they're a criminal? Maybe. Maybe. Anyway, thank you, Esther. But I'm an American, and I am originally from America. Yes, my husband who passed away was Jewish, but my ex-husband was Catholic. So I married all types of people. No, I married two people. They were very different people, but they also were not American. Well, Ray was American because he got citizenship. So, but he did actually, he came from Cuba, my husband, and his story is amazing. And I'm working on his story too. I'm working on Muffin's story, and I've written my own book. So lots of good stuff. I am like seeing the NTSB is having a lot of problems getting started with their press conference. And he says, show me so many people have supported me with having special needs and disabilities and people who have taken care of me whenever it comes to education or the medical world. All I want to do is just return that favor to other people, while it's to work in the workforce or whether it's a volunteer. Annie, you're a light in the darkness. And where there is light, there can never be any darkness. So I love people like you. And, you know, you don't have to come on my show and say nasty things. You're just going to get kicked off. But thank you for showing me what kind of nasty people are watching. So, hi, Michaela. I'm never getting married again. Well, I say that. I'm not going to say never, but, you know, it's pretty hard to top my husband, Ray. And I think everybody watching who saw me and my husband. Oh, wait, here we go, guys. Okay.
My name is Jennifer Homendy, and I'm the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board. The National Transportation Safety Board is an independent federal agency that's charged by Congress with investigating every civil aviation and serious accident and serious incident in the United States and significant events in other modes of transportation. I want to start by expressing our deepest condolences, our sympathies on behalf of the entire board for those who lost loved ones in this terrible tragedy. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you. Entire communities were affected, and we are thinking of you. With me today is Bryce Banning. Bryce is a senior aircraft accident investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. He's also going to serve as our investigator in charge of this investigation. Also with me today is the entire board. We have Todd Inman, member Todd Inman. Todd is going to serve as the board member on scene, the spokesperson for this investigation. All of the board members will be here. We have Vice Chairman Alvin Brown, member Mike Graham, who lived in Wichita for 20 years, and we also have member Tom Chapman. The NTSB's headquarters is just a mile from here. And so we are all here because this is an all-hands on-deck event. And we're here to assure the American people that we are going to leave no stone unturned in this investigation. We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts. Now, with that, I want to level set. When we go to the scene, and we were here last night, we allow the responders to do their important safety mission, which in this case was search and rescue and recovery. We stand back to allow them to do their important safety mission. And so this, for us, is our first full day on scene with our entire crew coming together. We have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency. So with that said, we are not going to get into specific facts in this press conference. I want to level set here. We're going to get into our investigative process. As we are able to confirm factual information, we will provide that.
Come on, guys.
I do want to say this is a whole of government effort. I was able to brief, along with others, the President of the United States and the Vice President this afternoon. I want to thank them for their leadership, for their tremendous support, NTSB, for our investigators, and for the responders that are on scene doing an important mission. For our investigators and for the responders that are on scene doing an important mission. I also want to thank Secretary Sean Duffy, who I was communicating with early on after we first got word of this tragedy. We've been working together throughout the day, along with his team at the DOT and within FAA. I also want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was also integral in working with us today. Chris Rocheleau, the acting administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration.
All right,
We've heard
enough
from
with
many
the thank
members
yous. Tell
of
us what
Congress on
happened.
both sides of the aisle. And so I will
hate when
say
they do
this
this.
is a tremendous, one more time, whole of government effort.
Yeah, great. Good job.
I also
Okay, tell us what happened.
want to take a moment
No.
and thank the many,
Stop with the
many
thanking.
responders that have been on scene. It has been an incredible effort, and I will have a full list that I will provide, that we will provide tomorrow.
That's enough.
But I do want to thank them for all their work.
All right, great.
With that, I'm going to turn it over to Member Inman for additional remarks.
Please don't thank more people.
So today is our first full day on scene. Our investigative team will be on scene as long as it takes in order to obtain all the perishable evidence and all the fact-finding that is needed to bring us to a conclusion of probable cause. Our mission is to understand not just what happened, but why it happened, and to recommend changes to prevent it from happening again. Since we're just beginning our investigation, we don't have a great deal of information to share right now. We will keep you informed by getting regular updates as we learn more. Our intention is to have a preliminary report within 30 days, and the final report will be issued once we've completed all our fact-finding and investigation. Now, we will not be determining the probable cause of the accident while we are here on scene, nor will we speculate about what may have caused this accident. Today, we will be going and having an organizational meeting and establishing our parties to our investigation. We currently have the following parties that are already identified: PSA Airlines, GE Aerospace, Sikorsky, FAA, NACTA, which represents the air traffic controllers, ALPA, which represents the pilots, Army, AFA, which represents the flight attendants. The Transportation Safety Board of Canada will be an accredited representative under Annex 13 of ICAO. They will be supplemented by MHIRG as a technical advisor. They were previously known as Bombardier. The NTSB offers this party status to those companies, government agencies, and associations that have employees, activities, or equipment involved in the accident. We offer that because they will provide technical expertise and relevant information supporting the development of the best possible factual record. Once they join this investigation, they are not permitted to release documents or talk publicly about the investigation without the consent of the NTSB. So I want to stress this. It is only the NTSB that will provide information related to this investigation, with one exception. Regarding the fatalities that occurred, that notification will be handled by the DC medical examiner. We will not be discussing fatalities or names. That will be handled by them as the proper authority. So we want to talk a little bit about our process. We will analyze the facts, determine the probable cause of the accident, and then issue a report of those determinations. I also want to talk a little bit about some additional people that are here with us, and they're very important to us, and that is our family assistance group. Later today, we will be briefing the families. We normally try to do this before a media event, but in this case, they're still arriving. Our family assistance specialists are already working closely with local officials and others to help assist them in their efforts to support everyone that's affected by this accident. And let me just reiterate what the chair said. A loss of life in an aviation accident is very unusual in the United States. And our heartfelt sorrow goes out to everyone that's affected. It affects us, it affects everyone around us. There are a lot of people hurting today. We will help find out what happened. We will do it factually, and we will do it accurately. As part of this, we're going to be standing up some specific working groups. Those working groups will be operations. They will be looking at the history of the accident flight and crew members' duties for as many days before the crash as appears relevant. We'll be forming a structures group, which will be the documentation of the airframe wreckage and the accident scene, including calculation of impact angles to help determine the plane's pre-impact course and altitude. We'll have a power plants group. They will do the examination of the engines and the engine accessories. We'll have a systems group. They will study the components of the plane's hydraulic, electrical, pneumatic, and associated systems, together with the instruments and elements of the flight control system. We'll have an air traffic control group. They will do reconstruction and review of air traffic control systems provided to and including acquisition of pertinent flight track surveillance information, what you might typically think of as radar or ADSB, along with controller-pilot communications. We will also have a survival factors group. They will be doing the documentation of impact, forces and injuries, community emergency planning, and all crash and fire rescue efforts. Also, due to the unique nature of this crash, we will be having a helicopter group as well. Lastly, we will have a human performance group, and this will not be its own group. It will actually be a part of the operations, air traffic control, and helicopter groups. They will study the crew performance and all before the active factors that might be involved in human error, including fatigue, medication, medical histories, training, workload, equipment design, and work environment. Now we're going to take a few questions, but I will again stress, we don't have a lot of information now. We will continue to gather that. We will try to release it as we can, but we will only talk about the facts of the case that we know right now.
So,
I'm going to ask, we'll call on a few people. I'm going to ask that you state your name and affiliation.
James Matthews from Sky News. So we've heard from President Trump today talking about DEI hiring policies within the FAA and associating that with...
Oh, they're
the
freaking
cost
out
of
about the
essentially.
DEIs.
What do you say to that?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't hear the remarks. I was briefing House and Senate members. But I believe, Chair, would you like to take that?
As part of any investigation, we look at the human, the machine, and the environment. So we will look at all the humans that were involved in this accident. Again, we will look at the aircraft, we will look at the helicopter, we will look at the environment in which they were operating in. That is standard in any part of our investigation.
Chair, can I ask you, has the flight data recorder been recovered yet? And what is the difficulty in a water disaster like this, which presents a very difficult environment for your investigators and the people out on the water right now?
Well, the question was on the flight data recorders. And we have not recovered the flight data recorders yet. We know they're there. They are underwater. This is not unusual for the NTSB. We have many times recovered flight data recorders in water. We have our lab right here that is about a mile from the NTSB, so it's not unusual. And once we get those, we'll be able to get those read and information from them to be able to provide further information to you.
Chair,
I'm going to turn it back over to Member Raymond.
Tyler Henry with CBS News. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said a mistake was made last night. Based off of you all's initial investigations and preliminary findings, have you all been able to tell whether this was human error or mechanical failure?
The question was, has there been human error or mechanical failure? We don't know what we know just yet. We do not know enough facts to be able to rule in or out human factor, mechanical factors. That is part of the NTSB investigative process, and where all of these groups will come together. It's one of the reasons why the NTSB is known as the gold standard. We will take the time that's necessary, but I'd also like to reiterate, if we find something that is a significant issue that warrants immediate action, we will not hesitate to make those recommendations and make them public. We have a good track record on that, and we want to continue doing so. Sir.
Hello, Sir. Tom Costello with NBC News. Does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
Tom, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to state what probable cause is before we get to the probable cause. So what I'm going to say is you need to give us time. You need to give NTS, it's not that we don't have information. We do have information. We have data. We have substantial amounts of information. We need to verify information. We need to take our time to make sure it is accurate. That's best for you. That's important for the families. It's important for legislators who are seeking answers to try to figure out what they're going to do about this. And so it will take time. We do have a lot of information, but we need some time to verify that.
Yeah, Member Chase Williams with Fox Business. I'm wondering about the conditions in the tower last night. Were there any performance issues in the past with any of these controllers? Anything of that nature?
The question is about controllers. As I said, we're just now forming the groups. The controllers do have union representation, which they're entitled to. They'll be working with our party system and our party groups. They'll be conducting interviews. Those interviews will need to be analyzed, transcribed, and other team members will need to look over it. It will be a long process, but we will go through the entire history.
Michelle Gilray, The Independent. My question is for the chairwoman. Can you tell us more about what the president and the vice president's responses were when you briefed them this afternoon?
Sure. So the question was about my briefing for the president and the vice president. As is standard, we offer briefings on our process and what we know. And this was a briefing with the president and vice president and with Secretary Duffy and Secretary Hegseth and also the acting administrator of the FAA. There was discussion on what we know so far and our process, and that was about it.
Ma'am, Chairwoman, Stephanie Ramos with ABC News. Similar to Tom Costello's question, the President has stated what may have caused the crash, stating common sense. Does that affect your progress at all at this early stage?
Yeah, so the NTSB, we conduct an important safety mission where we take a very careful approach. I'm sorry, the question was on speculating during investigations, which is we often hear about. What I will say is we look at facts on our investigation, and that will take some time. And at some point, we'll be able to provide that factual information, as Member Inman said, and provide that hopefully tomorrow.
Yes.
Dave Jefferson from Reuters. Have you been able to retrieve the black boxes from the helicopter? Has the military decided whether they're going to read those to the NTSB? And what about the ATC tapes you guys did?
So the question was about black boxes, which are referred to as black boxes, which are typically orange. We have not recovered any of the boxes involved yet. We feel comfortable and confident that we will be able to. Right now, recovery of life is probably the most important than those that were involved. I mean, there are still ongoing recovery efforts involving the fatalities involved, along with some debris is coming out as well. We will make sure that that perishable evidence is maintained. We have a great process for that. We will probably have more than one black box, so to speak. It's our understanding that the Sikorsky helicopter is equipped with some form of recording devices, and those will be read either by the DoD or by us. We have a good starting relationship with them, and we've already made agreements in order to be able to do that. So I feel comfortable in what we're going to be doing. The other question was about air traffic control. We received a very large package of information from the FAA at about 3 a.m., I believe, this morning. That is still being reviewed and analyzed. I would say there's a lot more information that usually comes in that than what you might find online, people might speculate about. And that is part of that overall process where we take the time to get the information correct and to make sure all the parties are engaged and involved and can fact check that information.
Gabe Cohen from CNN. Can you tell me if the NTSB has reviewed this FAA internal report that has been cited by the New York Times indicating that the controller that was on duty at the time of the crash was doing a job that's usually done by two people?
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time. This from the leadership team. Our investigators are continuing to pull all that information. Their personnel records, their files, where they were at, whether they were fatigued. All that information will be part of that investigative process. But right now we can't speculate on anything that may have been reported in the media until we get the opportunity to validate and understand how it impacts the investigation. We're going to take just a few more questions.
Sir, follow up on that.
Sir?
Yes, Warren Conheim, Paper Magazine. What's the process and the logistics like of bringing the families in? Are they coming into the airport? And how
has also been coordinating with them. We plan on briefing them. It is customary that at some point, if the families wish to go to part of the accident site, that we would arrange such a thing, but it will only be when we know that it's safe, we have the correct perishable evidence, and we can do it in the proper modesty that should be for those family members. There will be a little bit of a process, but it will take some time.
Sir, to follow up on the air traffic control stuff.
Now, sir, where are you?
I know that Marielle Carver with DC News now. We've heard from some witnesses that they saw people were able to come down the slides of the plane. Has there been any indication that people made it off the plane to the water?
No, again, we will not speak to the fatalities. The DC medical examiner will, but I think the DC fire chief this morning very succinctly said correctly that we believe there are no survivors.
But were they off the plane? Like, did they even get out of the plane?
Last question.
Sir, Victoria Sanders was.
So, hang on one second. Right now, we're going through the debris fields. Nothing we've seen would indicate that maybe slides or chutes were deployed. It was a very quick, rapid impact. But we've seen nothing in that regard so far from the evidence we have, but we still need to verify all of that information. One more question.
Victoria Sanders, ABC7. Right here. Sure. Are you going to be looking at the family member's cell phone?
Go ahead.
Jeff Cook at ABC News. What do you know about the altitude of the helicopter at the moment of impact? And can you talk about the procedure for such helicopters in that area?
The question was about the helicopter procedures. And in D.C., it's kind of a unique environment. We've been getting briefed more and more by the FAA. I'm not an air traffic control specialist, but they're actually helicopter zones, if you will, or tracks. And this one was transited, I believe, from track 1 to 4. As part of their normal procedure. If you live in D.C., you see a lot of helicopters going down into this area. So there's a very well-defined system in that regard. As far as altitude, until we get the additional information, we can't validate or basically corroborate any of that until we get more of the electronic data and the data that's on the plane. I do want to clarify one question that also came about cell phones. In today's age and time, a lot of electronics and other devices do contain a lot of different information. We've found on a number of our accidents that we actually are notified through a smartphone that may sense that. As part of our process, we will obviously treat all of the effects of the deceased with dignity. We are already starting to pull that information together. If we feel that it's necessary to find or pull some of that information, we will work with the families and make sure we do it in a manner that's respectful for them and their privacy. But right now, we don't have any plans specifically on that amount, on that area to lead to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Is that it? The end?
I have further updates on
Okay. All right. No more. Well, it's been a heck of a day. The news coming at us fast and furious. I couldn't even get anything on Tulsi Gabbard today. I do hope that she is confirmed. Hope KASH Patel is confirmed. And thank you guys for watching. I know I had a dedicated group of you on the entire day with me. I thank you for that, because if I got to be here, you got to be here. Anyway, our world is certainly changing. Everything's happening all at once. And again, my deepest, deepest condolences to the family and friends of those figure skaters and their families. I can't even imagine. A lot of sadness in the world lately, but also a lot of reason for hope. And I think that people like KASH Patel and Pam Bondi and Katie Britt and Ashley Moody, they are going to make America great again and safe again, and RFK Jr. healthy again. All right, you guys. Ciao for now.